Good bowling, good bowling.
A single will be easily on offer because they've dropped long off back in the very first over itself. 2 boundary riders that are allowed within the first 10 overs are actually at long off and at deep square. So an interesting field being set. The deep square, in case the batsmen try and play the sweep, they want some protection there. Which so far I haven't seen either of the 2 batsmen inclined to do that.
They will take their own time. First try to understand the wicket, how it's going to behave. After that they will take those calculated risks. That's what has been happening in this tournament.
Straight to the field of the covers. Just 3 from it. It's 3 without loss. Both the left-handers have been getting India A off to a good start all through the group stages when India's come out to chase targets. Abhishek Sharma and Sai Sudarshan. And Sai Sudarshan has been in tremendous form. But now there'll be pace on display from the far end. Ripon Mondal, 30 wickets in his List A career. An economy just over 5 and a strike rate under 30. In his previous 20 matches, playing his 21st List A game. That's interesting. Bangladesh A coming into this semi-final unchanged. So the captain and the thinking behind coming into this matches by the coaching staff is that they've got the ingredients in place. No need to change something if it isn't broken. But these are going to be runs here in the gap. He's relied more on timing, has Sai Sudarshan. Gets 2 by the time the throw comes in from Rakibul. There could have been a possibility of a third, but not really overextending himself here, Sai Sudarshan.
Length was a bit short, nicely cut it. These kind of balls, Sai Sudarshan is not going to miss out. The previous game, first 2 boundaries came in this similar fashion.
There was width on offer, and he got on top of the ball, did Sai Sudarshan, as he played that shot. But there was a possibility of maybe pushing for the third, but Abhishek Sharma not really interested in that.
To run 3, first run has to be the quickest one. Then only you can convert the 2 into 3s. For that, you have to run faster. By seeing both the batters, they initially decided that there is going to be only 2 runs.
Now this is an interesting ploy to ask the India A side to set a target. Now the batting's been good, especially the top orders clicked across matches. They've won the 3 games they've played before this convincingly while chasing. And Sai Sudarshan has been in prolific form. Driven, well fielded in the covers. But that unbeaten 104 in that previous match against Pakistan A. Before that against Nepal got an unbeaten 58 as well.
The kind of shots you see here, beautifully set it up. The way he was playing those drives and cuts and pulls. Finishing that 100 with a beautiful sixer. That shows he is ready to play in the next level.
He's just looked hungry for runs. He's just looked like a batter who wants to carry on. Convert that 50 into 100. Look at the big hitting that he did come up with. It's clean in the striking of the cricket ball.
50 and 100, both he completed with a sixer.
Yes, and those are the winning runs as well. Remember, the 6 that he scored to bring up his 100 was also the winning stroke for India in that game against Pakistan A. So barring that opening match against UAE where he got out cheaply for 8, he's not been dismissed in the next 2 outings. He's not given his wicket away.
Hunger to perform. That drives batters to perform big, play long, The best part about his performance, if you see, so after scoring 50 or 100, he didn't celebrate. Big game against Pakistan, he was calm as cucumber. That shows his temperament is really good. Whenever get the opportunity, he will look to perform big.
I think good signs for India. The A side, and of course, in a crunch match, you want your key batters to be in form coming into that encounter. 6 without loss after 2.
Shabba boys, good over Ripon Mondol. Dandai thaki shudhu, ar kichu lagbe na. Joy dibe.
One change for India A coming into this match. Yuvraj Singh Dodia getting a look in today in place of Nitish Reddy, which means that India A have gone in with an extra spinner. Playing the offie in place of a seam-up bowling option. So that means that there's only Harshit Rana and Rajvardhan Hangargekar as the two seam bowling options, and an extra spinner, which means they've got 5 spin bowling options coming into this game now.
Good bowling, good
It is a great change.
No,
The last game when Oman played here against Sri Lanka, they have bowled 44 overs. They played in the same wicket. They bowled 44 overs spin. So Bangladesh A having more left-handers, especially in the top order, getting an off-spinner, it's a very good move.
Just to bolster the off-spin bowling option. Remember, otherwise Rayan Parag for India was bowling off-spin to the left-handers in the earlier games. So they've just kind of bolstered that department as well. Got another off-break bowler. They've got 3 left-arm spin bowling options in Manav Sutar, Abhishek Sharma. And of course, we've seen a handy outing for Nishant Sindhu as well, who picked up 4-4-14 in one match.
Nitish Reddy haven't bowled his quota in any of the game. First game he bowled 5 overs, second 4, third game 3 overs. So it's a good move to getting a spinner who can bowl 10 overs.
And maybe if not his full quota of 10, at least provide you with another variation to your bowling lineup. Maybe that off-spin department, which you think you may have thought that needed a little bolstering. But the point still remains. With that bowling change, would you have preferred to bowl first?
Why? Good bowling, good bowling.
Yeah, definitely. If India would have won the toss, I was expecting that they would bowl first, because that's what helping them really well in this tournament. But Eshdol said they also wanted to bat first. Maybe it's a mind game there.
Maybe playing the bluff. Who knows? Just one run off that very economical over from Mehdi. India A 7 without loss.
Excellent, Mehdi bhai. Go boys.
That's India A's road to the semi-final. They've chased excellently and very convincingly in the 3 matches that they played in the group stages. Beat UAE's A side, then Nepal, and then Pakistan A as well, while chasing. And look at the margin of victory. 8 wickets against the UAE's A team. Nepal, they beat by 9 wickets when they're chasing just 168 and thereabouts. They were chasing 206 a couple of days ago against Pakistan A, and got that convincingly as well. But today, it's a different ball game altogether. In the semi-final, for the first time in this edition of the tournament, they've been asked to set a target.
Wicket looks pretty dry here. Spinners definitely, they're going to get some purchase if they bowl in the right areas. Especially Mano Sutar. He has been outstanding for India A. The kind of areas he was getting and the turn and bounce, if you see.
The cracks looking a little more pronounced on the surface today, and I wonder if that also played on the mind of the India A captain Yash Dole and the think tank about including an extra spinner. And maybe the thought that if the toss had gone their way, they would have bowled first in the afternoon, where we've seen the spinners, especially the India A spinners, extract a lot of turn and bounce in the afternoon games.
They have many spinners in their lineup. If they keep it simple and bold in right areas, definitely they're going to defend the target, whatever they're going to set in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. But Abhishek Sharma had a fantastic knock against Nepal the other day. Was aggressive right from the get-go. Just 69 deliveries taken for that 87 that he struck. Was the player of the match in that contest. Striking the ball cleanly, whether it was playing the horizontal back shots or when the ball was pitched up the drive or the flick as well. And this was brilliant. Just the use of the bottom hand at the last minute, just to get that extra elevation going, playing that shot over mid-wicket. Just get a feeling that he's got that little bit of extra time, and that's why a lot of his stroke making seems to be very languidly elegant.
He is not committing. He'll always wait for the ball, then he plays his shots. He has to blame himself. He missed out with 100 and 50.
That's the shot I was talking about. When he goes over mid-wicket, he's got that ability at the last minute to get some extra momentum into the shot with the bottom hand. He needs that elevation going all through the covers. This will be 4. And I'm reminded of those 3 boundaries he struck against Pakistan in that very first over that he faced.
Length was a bit short. Nicely with a back foot punch. Excellent batting display here from Abhishek Sharma. He has been playing really well. Little bit calculative. He could have scored that 87. He could have converted into 100. The 20 he could have converted at least for 50.
Just rolling his fingers, trying to bowl the off-cutter here upon Mondal. After being struck for 4, just trying to change things up. Keep the line tighter as well, not give width outside the off stump to someone like Abhishek Sharma.
Good comeback. Mondal, first ball, the previous ball was short and wide. This one, he came back in that line, close to the batter. If you keep on bowling in that line, it will be difficult for batter to play those aggressive shots, especially up front.
Look at the difference here. Angled across the left-hander, gave him a little bit of width outside off. And he's not really pushed at the ball, allowed it to come to him. End of the over, they got 5 from it. 4 gone, 12 without loss.
Quick chance, boys.
Just that one boundary that came in the previous over. Otherwise, 16 dot deliveries in the first 4 overs, which means over 2.5 overs of dot balls. It's not been bad bowling by the Bangladesh A bowlers. They've tried to keep things tight with spin at one end, not giving those easy boundary balls. Something that the India A openers have been allowed in the previous 3 matches.
He was looking for some turn there. Sai Sudarshan. This one just held its line and went straight. As a bowling unit, especially these 2 bowlers, fast bowler and a spinner Mehdi, they're bowling in good areas. They're not trying many things here.
Stick to the basics. That will be another single on this occasion. Now these 2 sides, remember, have had some interesting encounters between each other on the cricket field. If you look at India and Bangladesh, especially looking at the under-19 teams as well in the last few editions of the under-19 World Cup. Remember, Bangladesh, their under-19 team beat India's under-19 side in the 2020 edition of the under-19 World Cup, and a lot of those players who featured in the Bangladesh under-19 team then, 3 years ago, are a part of this A squad.
ধরো মেহেদি
Whether it was Akbar Ali who captained that side, Rakibul, Ritunjay Chaudhary, Tanzid Hassan, Tanzim Hassan as well, Imon, Shahadat Hussain, lots of names who were part of that squad. The under-19 team are a part of this Bangladesh A setup. And I think that's a fantastic progression for some of these youngsters now.
ধরো
We're knocking on the doors of the national side, but this is well struck down the ground, and it will be for Sai Sudarshan, showing that there's very, very little margin for error when you're bowling to him.
come on boys
There was an elegance in this shot. Didn't try to hit too hard. Placed it nicely. It timed so well to went to boundary.
Just a little fuller in length as well. And that's the reason why he was able to play that drive, get onto the front foot and play the drive straight away. That's 4 more. He was waiting for it. And this time off the back foot for 4. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. 5 gone. 22 without loss.
আগেরটা ঠিক ছিল এটা ঠিক ছিল না সমস্যা নাই ভাই ইজি গাইস টেক ইট ইজি মেলা পিছে ছিল একটু ছিল এটা পিছে উইকেট স্লো আছে বুঝছেন ভাই পিছে পড়লে সময় পাওয়া যায় অনেক
So back-to-back boundaries just providing some impetus to India A in their innings in this semi-final against the Bangladesh A side. Let's take a look at that boundary of the last ball of the previous over.
Wrist into play. The timing was outstanding. If you see the way he went back and played nicely between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Two back-to-back boundaries. And again, intelligence of the batsman. One was a little fuller, so he drove that. Knew the next ball would be a little pulled back in length. He waited for it.
If you see the way they both are batters are batting, they're not committing for anything. The clear planning we can see here. First 10 overs, play merit of the ball. Don't try to do something out of the box. There will be some loose balls on the way. Punish them. And if you're able to get 45 to 50 without losing many wickets here in first 10 overs, then the game will be set for you.
Ripon Mondal. He's got his task cut out, changes the field. Now he's getting some more protection on the leg side. And he's moving that fielder at fine leg across to a deep backward square. Gets fine leg up inside the 30-yard circle. 4 on the leg side now. Is there just some indication that he may bowl the odd short delivery? We'll have to wait and watch. Yes, a little back of length there from Ripon Mondal. I think that just gives them a little confidence, knowing that there is a fielder at deep backward square. Now remember, there's the other semi-final that's on in progress as well. That is featuring Sri Lanka A, who were table toppers of Group A, taking on the second placed side from Group B, Pakistan A. And Pakistan A have done very well. Got 322 on the board in their 50 overs, and Sri Lanka A in a spot of bother. 1 down, just 1 run on the board at the end of the first over in reply. It's a tough ask for Sri Lanka A to try and get 323 to win that semi-final against the Pakistan A side. That's a match that's going on at the P. Sara Oval, and a day game at that.
Indian batters are playing really well. And Bangladesh A bowlers, they're not giving many loose balls here, just keeping it simple, sticking to their basics. The similar way, Indian batters also sticking to their basics, not trying many things here.
And then there's another thing. India A would have at the back of their mind that in this tournament, I'll complete this point after the next delivery. Bangladesh A, twice in this tournament, have scored 300 plus while batting. Remember, they were chasing 349 in that opening game. They got 301 in the chase. That was a different ground. That was, remember, the SSC. And then in that game against Afghanistan, they got 300 plus in that match as well. So this batting unit is capable of scoring big, and that's something that the India A camp will have at the back of their mind.
India A bowlers, they're in really good form. It will be interesting to see how this Bangladesh A batters will play against India A bowlers.
Pulled away. There is protection in the deep. That's the fielder I was talking about earlier. Fielder at deep backward square. First runs in this over. So it's been tidy stuff from Ripon Mondal here.
There is not much pace in Mondal's bowling, but he's bowling in good areas. So that is the reason you can see there is no slip over there. They have kept 2 points, one extra cover catching. So they'll be waiting for batter to do some mistake.
But I think this is a clever ploy. They've thought things out here of Bangladesh, and this is an opposition not to be taken lightly at all in this semi-final. A little uppish and past mid-off. That will be 4. Not in the most convincing fashion, but it's 4 nonetheless for Sai Sudarshan. 6 gone, 27 without loss.
Come on boys. Monojog guys, monojog.
Got a boundary all right of the last ball of the previous over, but Sai Sudarshan just for a moment might have been wondering what would happen here.
For a moment, heart was in his mouth for Sai Sudarshan. It was a bit uppish. Luckily, it didn't carry the fielder. Because the ball is not coming to the bat and the bowler doesn't have that extra pace. So you have to wait the ball till the time it comes very close to you, then you have to play your shots.
Sheikh Mahdi Hassan, who's bowling at the moment now, he got struck for 2 boundaries in his previous over. So he's got something to think about here as he bowls again to Sai Sudarshan, who's on strike now.
Till the time he was bowling and keeping it simple, it was good. When he tried for a wicket, that's where he bowled a full one, went for 4. Then to compromise that, he bowled a bit short, that also went for 4.
Clipped away. Are they rotating the strike here? Are these 2 Indian openers? And that's the right job. If you aren't getting the boundaries, make sure you minimize the number of dot deliveries that you're facing.
Come on guys, come on boys.
You will see many risky shots here from Sai Sudarshan.
This time he was playing for the turn, but it was the top spinner from Sheikh Mehdi.
He was bit upright there. He didn't lean towards the ball. That was the reason he didn't hit where he was supposed to hit.
And also he's mixing things up nicely, is Sheikh Mehdi. A couple of off breaks thrown in, and then the one that will go straight on through. The delivery pushed through quicker, the top spinner against the left-hander that will angle in. Just a little short, and he's gotten away with it this time, Sheikh Mehdi. I thought Abhishek Sharma would be disappointed. Yes, he's shadow practicing how he should have placed that ball.
Ball kept bit low there, and length also was full. That is the reason he couldn't get that cut shot.
Good comeback. Just 2 off that over. 7 gone. It's 29 without loss.
It's been a good pace of play for the Bangladesh side. They won the toss and they've decided to bowl first, and they've done well here, opting to go in with an off-spinner first up against the two left-handed batters. Both of them have been in good nick, and the difference between the two openers being that Sai Sudarshan converts his starts into something substantial, whereas Abhishek Sharma is not that consistent in that regard. And I'm sure the Bangladesh side will take this. 29 without loss. And Tanzim Hasan Shakib is brought into the attack. He's been in good nick here. He's picked up 7 wickets in this tournament so far. And in the com box is Shamim Chowdhury with me. Good afternoon, Shamim.
Very good afternoon to you, WV. Well, Bangladesh deciding to bowl first will be reasonably pleased with what's transpired so far. They'll have to keep that containment going.
They've done well here. They come out with a specific plan and they've executed their plans really well. It's not the easiest of things when you're up against two batters who can really put away anything slightly off line or length. But until now, the Bangladeshi bowlers have been really disciplined.
I think they've managed to suss out the nature of the wicket. Not trying to bowl too hard. Ripon Mondal, and even here with Tanzim not generating at a bit of pace. Realization that these two, Sai Sudarshan and Abhishek Sharma, are big hitters of the ball. Do not offer them any pace.
The other thing they've done really well is to have a 5-4 field, which gives the bowlers the leeway to bowl a straighter line. If it is loaded in favor of one side, then what happens is that the bowler is going to be very, very particular about bowling outside the off stump if he's given 6 outside the off stump. So even in that respect, they've done really well. 3 matches and 7 wickets this series. Fantastic economy rate.
Indeed, 4 for 18. And that was very, very impressive.
Aggression from him. And they're also appealing there.
It's worth a look. The batter seemed to be back in the safety of his crease. But that shows the energy that's being built up here by the Bangladeshi boys. Really prepared to react to this kind of thing. Just one bounce and he had to take evasive action as well in.
No harm in conveying to the opposition that you're very much out there and you're keen and focused, as long as it's not an intentional show of aggression against the player. Nicely punched, but the discipline I was talking about is appreciable because they've not given any width on either side. Yes, 4 boundaries have been hit, but this is Tanzim. His 4-wicket haul against
Omane. That was very, very emphatic when Tanzim Hasan was very impressive. Look, the batter there trying to swivel around, finding the fielder in the deep backward square. And then the slow one really got to the Omani batter there. Scooped it up on a simple catch.
both these batters got runs easily enough against Pakistan. But let's not forget that this is the first game in which they've been asked to bat first, and they got to try and ensure that they provide a good foundation here. No doubt India has got a good depth in his batting lineup, but still the openers will be required to provide the platform.
I think Yash Dul seemed to be pretty happy with the decision to bat first.
Extra bounce on that occasion, and that's the end of the opener Sudarshan. Looking to play a cut shot, does not gauge the bounce well enough. Off the edge, just flies to the keeper.
That's tremendous bowling. Look at the shoulder he put into that one. Just the amount of bounce he generated, and that initially tempted Sudarshan to go for that shot. Got a faint touch. What a good catch taken by Akbar Ali. The first strike here. Big wicket. Tanzim has done exceedingly well. And that is the end of Sai Sudarshan. Caught by Akbar, bowled by Tanzim for 21. And India are now 29 for 1.
Early loss for India A. Sai Sudarshan, the man in form, dismissed. The good work put in by the Bangladeshi bowlers in the first 7 overs is produced the result in the 8th over. Tanzim coming into the attack, picks up a wicket, and Nikin Jose is walked out to bat. And India lost Sudarshan at 29. He's got a decent strike rate, but he's been in good nick. And the off spinner continues. Shak Mehdi has done a good job here.
He has indeed. WV very impressive with the new batter in. And of course, Avishak will also be a little pensive, little circumspect in his approach. Seeing his partner go, that induced the inside edge and some cheer, something to hope for Sheikh Mehdi.
Coming from round the wicket, he is not provided any room at all to the left-handers, and is planted the seeds of doubt in Abhishek's mind. He is not very sure if the ball is turning away from him or coming back into him because of the angle there. The ball is drifting in, but what's happening after pitching is something Abhishek Sharma is not sure about.
And that's the seed of doubt, and particularly because the ball is new, you don't really expect it to get too much purchase. So Sheikh Mehdi depending, this is the wicket, really put his shoulder into it, tempted the bat. He thought that the length was there to try and cut that ball, but it just rose on him.
We did see Sai Sudarshan play such shots against Mohammad Wasim in the game against Pakistan, but here that extra bounce and pace proved to be the undoing of Sai Sudarshan.
Bangladesh will be pretty happy with initially the decision to bowl first and the success they've had in sending back one of the strongest batters. And once you get that opening partnership broken, it gives you that strength in your mind to and go and get another one quickly.
Nicely played away, off the mark, Nikin Jose. 2 factors would have influenced that decision, I feel. One is that India has not batted first day and set a target. 2 is that the Bangladeshi side is in really good form as a batting unit because they got 2 scores in excess of 300. Coming into this game, they've done really well against Afghanistan in a key game. Dot ball to end the over. 31 for 1 India A after 9 overs. Interesting contest here at the Premadasa Stadium, the semi-final of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Bangladesh versus India A. India have lost the wicket of Sai Sudarshan, the centurion, in the last game. And Tanzim was the man who picked up his wicket, producing some extra bounce and real good pace. Nikin Jose is the man who strike. Onto the pads, but just a single on this occasion.
The first run he's given away. He's been very meticulous with his lines and lengths. Tanzim, have a look at the wicket. Talking about that extra bit of bounce. Really surprised Sai Sudarshan.
And look at the way it flies to the keeper. The keeper does well to anticipate the extra bounce here, because once it got the nick, it kept climbing, and he had to be really good in timing his jump. Ill-directed, white signal by the umpire.
Tough job for Akbar Ali. He just moved. You could see the trajectory of the ball and moving immediately, and then having to dive and ensure they didn't go for 4.
Again, a good take. It started off from the leg stump, it kept going. This is not a pitch where the pace is really good. A bit of wafting here from Abhishek Sharma. You can feel that he is beginning to get restless here. Runs are not coming that easily as it did in the earlier games. Talking over the pitch, it's a bit sluggish, and there's a lot of help in it for the spinners. That's because it's fairly tired and it's really dry, and even though the cracks are there, they're not really widened enough for it to be unplayable. All in all, it's a decent track, not the best, but really decent track. Nicely played, but straight to the fielder. This will pile up the frustration.
Yeah, the dot balls really increase the pressure in the batter, and then you feel that you've got to take on the bowling. You might not choose the right ball to go after, and if you make that mistake, like Sai Sudarshan getting a little tempted with the short pitch deliveries, that fumble almost made the batter think of a run, wisely sent back. Never run on a misfield, that's the old adage.
Nudged away, he'll pick up a single. But so far, 38 dot balls have been played out by India A batters. That's an indication of how good the Bangladeshi bowlers have been. 4 fours, all right, but the singles are not coming quickly enough, and they've been made to really work for their runs here, the India A batters.
You can see the spring in the step of the Bangladeshi 18 players. And that's the way you check the runs. Stop the rotation of the strike.
Good delivery. Once again, tighter line. And he's working a real good pace here, is Tanzim, even on a sluggish track such as this.
And he's kept that steady line going. Only problem is, on occasions, if you just cannot hold that line and try to be too straight, just can drift down the leg side. That allows the freedom to the batter to whip the ball away or glance it. That's one area he's got to tighten up. He's got the 5 fielders on the offside with a slip in position. Like to angle it away across the right-hander.
Nicely timed and into the gap. A fast boundary for Nick and Joes. He's also been in good nick. End of the over, and that also brings about the end of the first power play. India A 38 for 1.
First power play. First power play. ঠিক আছে সব ঠিক আছে ভাই ভালো হইছে হ্যাঁ পাওয়ার প্লেতে come on boys come on boys.
India A put into bat at 38 for 1. Hardly anything to write home about as far as the skyscrapers are concerned. Just the 2 overs in which in excess of 6 runs have been scored. And that signals the start of the second power play here.
That's an interesting call. You're seeing the skipper come in very early in the innings, only in the 11th over. And it's given the ball some air straight away into the deep for a single. Now this might be a bit of a gamble, WV. I just feel not the biggest turner of the ball, doesn't give it a lot of rip. Maybe enticement is what they want to do and get the wicket.
40 wickets for him at an economy of 4.44, which is really good. He might probably think that this is the best time for him to come and have a ball, because the first power plays obviously belong to Bangladesh A. They kept things under control, so he can afford to come and bowl when there's a new man out at the crease. And the other one has also not really been getting runs freely enough.
Absolutely, and they've also got the luxury of having the 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And Saif Hassan, intelligent cricketer, I think just worked it out.
Good bowling, Saifi. Good ball, Saif bhai.
There have been a few boundaries along the way in the power play. But the runs, I think India A would not be too happy.
Good bowling.
Looks a guy who likes to toss the ball up, give it a bit of loop, and then entice the batters.
Yeah, that's what I said. That seemed to be his ploy initially. It's different from Sheikh Mehdi Hassan. Definitely.
রিপন এদিকে যাস
It's a good job not everybody the same, otherwise world will be boring, Shamim. That is a poor delivery, this really. Because he was looking to
শাবাশ শাবাশ সাইদ ভাই
fire it in.
ধরো গুড বোলিং সাইদ
Dot ball to end the over. 41 for 1, India A.
এখন এই বাউন্ডারিগুলো হবে না আমি জয় রে দিছি থাকে যা রিপন সাইদ ভাই স্লিপ বা গালি রাখেন কোন একটা মিডিলে এক হইলে হোক
In the other semi-final at the Pisara Stadium, Pakistan have got a real good hold of it at the moment. They got 322 and they've dismissed two of the Sri Lanka batters for 22. Tanzim starting another over out here at the Premadasa Stadium. He's looking good, is Nick and Joes. He's timed the ball well. And in fact, he did get a good 4 in the last over of the power play. And we are seeing the highlights of the power play here. Abhishek Sharma, as usual, trademark drive of the back foot. And then Sai Sudishan, one of the front foot and one of the back foot. And that is not timed really well, but it still had enough time before he was dismissed.
Yeah, just seeing that run being taken here live. Just going back to that power play highlights. Sai Sudarshan got a little tempted seeing the shortness of the length, but the ball was really hit a bit hard and just climbed up on him, surprised him. It was a lovely shot through the covers. It's been a bit of a mix. They've been apprehensive, they've been conservative, the India A batters so far, but all credit to the Bangladeshi bowlers for keeping it very, very tight. They've hardly given away any width for the batters to work with.
Change of pace and nicely played away through the offside. Width was the problem here. Abhishek Sharma hardly running. He was just enjoying his shot after playing it into the gap.
This is a bigger ground in terms of dimensions. You know, the Pisara or the SSC, CCC that we played on, that would have been a 4. He thought was, but it was good commitment shown there, just flicking the ball back. And Sheikh Mehdi did very well.
Obviously, the bowler had taken the pace of the ball. That's the reason he did not travel fast enough. And that is something that Abhishek Sharma did not discern.
Yeah, it's just a short-arm punch, wasn't it? It was timed pretty well, but also not really just having another look, the boundary check, just to make sure the job has been done in a proper manner. Maybe another angle or at point when he throws the ball back. Seems all right.
Yeah, he flicked the ball at the right moment before the foot went out of the line. Abhishek Sharma picking up a single, but it has to be said that he was caught napping. Could have been a better effort of the previous delivery when he played the drive.
Or even the running between the wickets. Maybe one more run was there for the taking. It went really deep to the boundary. But good work here from Tanzim Hassan Saqib. 1 for 11. This is the running between the wickets. He just stood his ground. He thought he was going to get the boundary. He was very lethargic. Look, oh, okay, I'll have to take that run. Might as well do it. And then suddenly realizing that they've got to go because the ball was not going to the boundary.
When things are not really happening as smoothly as you would expect them to, you got to try and turn the table on the opposition by being really aware and alert. And that's exactly what Abhishek Sharma was not.
Little things matter. You're absolutely right, WV. You've got to put the pressure in various forms. Put the pressure on the fielders with good running, make them lose their focus, make them throw at the wrong end.
Another good over. There's just 4 runs coming of it. India A, 45 for 1.
Vipul!
This is what has happened in the previous editions of the Men's Emerging Asia Cup. In the year 2013, India won, beating Pakistan in Singapore, and in 17, Sri Lanka won, beating Pakistan again. That was in Bangladesh. And in 18, Sri Lanka beat India in Sri Lanka and Pakistan. And in 19, Pakistan beat Bangladesh. So India are up against the finalist of last edition of the Asia Cup. Nicely bowled, and I think he's got to look to play down the ground here, Abhishek Sharma. He's looking to play behind square on the offside and pinch singles, but he's not succeeded at all. He's played quite a few deliveries without getting any singles.
Just a style of bowling from Saif Hassan would be indicating to the batters, look, he's going to give the ball some air. Do I wait for the purchase to happen? Because you're unsure whether it's going to turn, you're going to carry on with the arm. So that's a decision you've got to take very, very quickly.
Yes, when the bowler is tossing it up nicely, all the more reason for the batter to play down the ground, milk the singles. When the pace is not there, he can't drop it short and run for a single, because the closing fielders or the fielders inside the ring are going to converge quickly enough. Good stuff this from Saif Hassan. He's got his lengths right.
I think most of the Bangladesh A bowlers have been pretty meticulous with their lines and lengths. They've been nagging away just like that, not allowing any quarters for the batters to work with. Nothing in terms of pace, nothing in terms of width.
The Indian batters are challenged here, and they've been kept under control. 49 dot balls in this inning so far. That's quite a lot of it. 8 overs. Just a single on that occasion.
Again, that running left a lot to be desired. I can tell you the non-striker was looking back. It was Abhishek, I think. Look at this. He's down the wicket. He's into the run. Then he's so slowly at the last moment he decides that he's going to go for the run. Too late to go for the second.
This is exactly what I was remarking about. He's not going to get singles playing like that. End of the over. India A 47 for 1 after 13. And the last ball. India A 47 for 1 after being put into bat. Look at that, you'll get the indication of what has been happening here at the Premadasa Stadium. 50 dot balls played by the Indian batters, and the Bangladeshi A bowlers have kept them on a tight leash. Rakibul, another successful spinner for Bangladesh, pressed into the attack. He had a good outing against Afghanistan. 64 wickets for him of 44 games. That's good going.
Indeed, and he's got to carry on the good work. Keep it tight right from the word go. A little short. Could have done a better with that one. I thought there was an opportunity to put it through the covers. Found the fielder though.
Not much of room for Jose to really hit it hard or find the gaps. He did try to create some opportunity. Bit of turn already.
Sweeping ball.
Now, we
sweeping
haven't
ball,
seen too much turn. That's going to put the seed of doubt on the batter's mind. Jose is going to be wary. They almost got squared up there.
Keep and turn, boy. Joy. Rakib, bhalo eta, huh?
This is really frustrating for the Indian batters. They're not finding the gaps here. They're not even being able to rotate the scoreboard by picking up singles frequently enough. Turn and bounce again. There's a big appeal. There's confident shout from the keeper.
But from the body language of the Bangladesh A players, they think they've got their man. Batter seems to be relaxed enough. This is worth a look, but he has beaten all ends up. Just going forward, committed to that, the ball spinning away. Go through the protocol, see if it's a legal delivery. Third umpire, Faisal Afridi.
Yeah, he's all right. Nicely tossed up. Bit of turn for him. Rakibul. And beats the batter, all ends up. It'll come down to the timing of the whipping of the bails. Was the foot in the air?
Look at the shadow. Now, is the bail off? Is there a bit of a gap between that foot and that shadow on the ground? This is touch and go. This is very close.
It looks nip and tuck. Was the foot in the air when the bails were whipped off? That's good work this from Akbar Ali. He's taken a very good catch. And he's also whipped the bails off in a flash as he timed it right.
It seems the bail's just off there. And yeah, just there. The bail, he's got the bails on. Are they completely off the groove? That is the question. That's what they've got to decide. Tough job for the third umpire.
Afridi is the third umpire. He's got to be absolutely convinced before he can give his verdict. He's having another look here. Is the TV umpire Afridi. It won't be long before he gives his verdict.
Taking a bit of time. He's getting the two angles. We'll just let him decide, WB. Not going to make an impression.
Faisal Afridi is ready with his decision. And generally, when the third umpire takes a long time, it will be ruled in favor of the batter.
He has pressed the red button, and the Bangladeshi players feel that it is out, but there's a bit of confusion in the middle. The decision has he pressed the wrong button? Now it's gone back to green. Oh, that's going to hurt the happy bunch of Bangladesh A players who thought they had their man.
Now it's up to the on-field umpires to once again get a clarification from the TV umpire, because both the lights have been pressed there. First was the red, then was the green. So to alleviate any confusion, it's imperative that the umpires have a chat and get the clarification. This is the replay of what happened. The third umpire had a good long look, and many looks in fact, before he decided the batter was not out. The benefit of doubt in these close calls, they normally go to the batter.
Yeah, the longer you take, it seems to go their way. But I tell you what, the batter can consider himself pretty fortunate there. Just one frame to decide that.
Nick Jones survives, but he's not having a smooth passage out there. He's being tested here. The left-arm spinner asking him probing questions. He's beaten him and almost brought about his downfall. But he survives because of the benefit of doubt went in his favor. And he's batting on 9. He's played 19 deliveries already.
And then this momentum which was gathered, I think momentum was with Bangladesh A, and suddenly they felt they had the man. The initial thoughts was elation when they saw the red light, and suddenly they'd be disheartened, to say the least, with the reversal of that decision.
You're a calm man, Shamin. There's a hint of disappointment coming through your voice now.
Well, it seemed to be on the verge. I mean, we thought it was going to be a tough decision, WV, didn't we? But that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. So we carry on.
Stay calm, carry on, is what is the doctor ordering here for the Bangladeshi A side. End of the over, they pick up a single, and Jose will retain the strike. India A, 48 for 1.
Shabash, side hey. Notice, guys, notice. Take him twice, boy.
48 for 1. There's a whole lot of stuff that's happening in this match already.
Take him twice, boy.
Semi-final between India A and Bangladesh A.
No.
Wicket going down for India. Their prolific scorer of the tournament, Sai Sudarshan, back in the heart. Nick Jones barely surviving at the skin of his teeth, and that was a close call for a stumping appeal that the Bangladesh A bowlers thought, the bowler and the wicketkeeper and the team thought had gone their way,
Shabash, side by.
only to be turned down. And that too after much drama. Take a look at that opportunity again. Just drawn forward in a spot of bother. And this is not the first time that it's happened to Nick Jones in this tournament. Remember the game against Pakistan A, where the left armer had him reaching for the ball, and he was in a spot of bother there, and again there was a close stumping call. So he was in trouble there as well. Remember, made a 53 all right in that game against Pakistan A, but was troubled by the left armer. Meanwhile, the 50 comes up for India with that single in the 15th over.
Good bowling,
That's more reassured, getting to the pitch of the ball. Vinay, your thoughts on that stumping opportunity that Bangladesh thought should have gone their way?
Yeah, there were a lot of confusion was there from the third umpire decision. But Bangladesh, the way they celebrated when the red light came in.
Good bowling.
Later, when the red turned into green, you can see that disappointment on the faces. But talking about Nick Jones, the way he is committing, while committing the defense, he's losing his balance.
Good side by.
That's where he's getting. He's giving that opportunity for bowler or a wicketkeeper to get him out in that fashion.
4 runs in that over, 15 gone. It's 52 for 1.
একটু দৌড়াদৌড়ি করেন দাদা বাইরে আর একটু যাও মিড উইকেটে মারে নাইম
Captain Yash Dole to come next. Remember, got a big 100. An unbeaten 108 in that first match itself against the UAE A side, which India A won in this competition.
Good, Rakib.
And after that, there's not a lot of batting that's been tested in this India A lineup. They'll get at least one. They should come back for the second. Yes, pressing for that second run. And he'll get there easily. Now, Dhruv Jurel, I remember, came into bat early, just trying to get a little more batting for the other players. Yash Dole held himself back a couple of matches ago. That's the captain of the India A side who's slated to come in next. There's Rayan Parag there. There's Nishant Sindhu. And there's Dhruv Jurel to come after that as well. So India A do bat deep. And don't forget, Rajvardhan Hangargekar can bat a fair bit.
Manav Sutar,
Good bowling.
Rana, they both can also bat. Till now in this tournament. Oh, ball kept low there. So lucky Abhishek Sharma that the ball didn't go towards the wicket.
Yes, was not on the stump line. And that's what saved the batter by signal by the umpire. And if the bounce is going to be variable like this, I dare say the Indian spinners are going to be interested.
Abhishek Sharma, if you notice that footwork.
Oh, he's answered that with a big shot and he will get maximum. And that is the first six that we've seen in the India A innings.
Rakib, no worries, Rakib, take it easy.
He said to himself, enough is enough. Let's play some aggressive shot here. Beautifully played that slog sweep.
Take it easy, এখনো ভালো
Dispatched to six here. Abhishek Sharma, being an experienced batsman, is taking on nicely here.
Good bowling, Rakib.
And that's clever batting. Defends the next delivery. 16 gone. It's 62 for 1.
Boys.
5 bowlers used so far by the Bangladesh A skipper, Saif Hassan, who's bowled 3 overs himself.
It's okay, Saif bhai, bhalo ball.
And there's been a predominance of spin. That's what we've seen. Those 3 overs from Ripon Mondal, Tanzim bowling 3 as well. So 6 overs of pace, and we're into the 17th over. So it's predominantly been spin. Right from ball 1, remember, of this innings, we saw an off-spinner operate.
By seeing the ploy of Bangladesh bowlers, one end, they're going to operate from spin.
Oh, that's going to be close. Well, the bowler pleading there with the umpire, who just seemed to indicate that the ball was sliding down the leg side. Saif Hassan was pretty convinced initially, thought the umpire would give the decision in his favour. And then, where did it strike the batter? Around middle and leg.
He will be missing leg stump for sure. That is the reason umpire took his own time and said not out.
Oh, look at the body language there. Head in his hands. Saif Hassan thought he had his man. There's been a couple of close calls for Nick Joes. Rahul Asher and Lyndon Hannibal, the 2 on-field umpires, officiating the semi-final.
Good ball. Saifi, good ball.
Easy single.
Good bowling. Shabash,
Now,
boy,
the
shabash.
important part here to remember for the India A batters is that you cannot take this Bangladesh A side lightly, especially
Ja, hoise.
this unit, as I said before, has scored 300 plus totals. It's got past 300 twice. Once in a losing cause when they were chasing, when Sri Lanka A got a mammoth 349, they got 301 in that contest. And then against Afghanistan A, they got 308 on the board while batting first.
Again, देखिए. Shabash, Saif bhai.
Let's take a look at that appeal once again.
That ball has to travel at least
Ja,
few
Mehdi.
meters there.
More runs here. And they'll come back for 2. And that's all that they'll get. So that's the end of the over. 17 gone. It's 68 for 1. Four overs for Saif Hassan. The Bangladeshi captain is given away 15, going at under 4 and over as far as his economy rate is concerned. But these two now trying to stitch together a partnership. India A, remember, lost that first wicket out of Sai Sudarshan with the score reading 29. In this semi-final, they'd like to get some big runs on the board. Just like what Pakistan A did against Sri Lanka A. Remember, they got 322 in that day game at the Pisara Oval. That's going on at the moment. Sri Lanka A, in reply, 54 for 3. They were 1 for 1 when they started the chase.
Good bowling.
The Sri Lanka
Good
A
bowling, good
side.
bowling.
But now, what's the thought process? You've got a right-hand, left-hand combination going. That should work well for India A if they're able to rotate strike here, because that will put more pressure on the bowling unit.
Both the batters are maneuvering really well. You need to look for those singles and doubles, not playing more dot balls here. That's what they're doing really well. That will put more pressure on the bowlers. Second wicket, 41 runs partnership.
And what will happen is, Vinay, that the bowler's got to adjust his line every time he's got a right-hander on strike. Then they take the single, the left-hander comes on, the switching of the field as well. It just keeps unsettling the fielding unit here.
With the bowler, fielders also has to change their field position. It will be little difficult for them to adjust every ball, so that will put more pressure on bowler as well as fielder.
No run on this occasion, but Nick and Jose has survived a couple of close calls. This was against the left arm. With the ball turning away, he looked a little susceptible. And then that leg before appeal as well of the bowling of Saif Hassan. Imperiously driven there. And that will be 4. That was imperious from Abhishek Sharma. The fluent cover drive. What a shot for a boundary.
This time length was bit fuller. Nicely driven by Abhishek Sharma for 4 runs here.
The full flourish of the blade. That's going to be wide. Down leg, this turn. And that should interest the India A spinners as well. The odd delivery is kept low. And now the ball is beginning to grip and turn sharply. Played late. And that's going to be the end of the 18th over. It's 75 for 1 India A. And it's also time for a drinks break. Only the second time in this edition of the tournament that Sai Sudarshan's been dismissed, out for 21. The only other time he's been dismissed was in that opening match where he fell for 8 against the UAE A side. That's the only wicket that's fallen for India A after they were put into bat by the Bangladesh A captain, Saif Hassan, who won the toss. These are the highlights of all that's transpired in the 18 overs. A couple of uppy shots that went for 4. This was a sharp catch. The delivery took off from Saqib, and the extra bounce did Sai Sudarshan in. Nitin Jose came into bat at number 3. He had a close call as well. That stumping chance that was very close. Abhishek Sharma from the other end kept striking the ball cleanly. Another leg before appeal that Nitin Jose survived. But Abhishek Sharma has been languid in his batting. Very, very elegant, getting those boundaries through the offside. One wicket that's fallen is, of course, gone to Tanzim Saqib, who's given away just 11 runs in his 3 overs. But now a partnership being stitched together for the second wicket. Left-hand, right-hand combination working well for India A here in the semi-final. While we are at the business end of the Emerging Teams Asia Cup, there's of course the main draw, the Asia Cup 2023, which gets underway from the 30th of August. In Group A, India, Pakistan and Nepal have been drawn in that group, while Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan are in Group B, with the top 2 teams from each group qualifying for the Super Fours. So there's going to be a lot of action across the matches played in the Asia Cup, which starts from the 30th of August, and matches in Pakistan and in Sri Lanka. Those are the first round fixtures. The campaign for Pakistan begins on the opening day against Nepal, and that match to be played in Multan. But watch out for the 4th of September, that's India versus Nepal. But before that, on the 2nd of September, it's India versus Pakistan at Kandy in Sri Lanka. So interesting matches lined up, lots of action in the initial group stages. And of course, as the teams progress through to the Super Fours, you'll have the possibility of that arch rivalry undergoing another metamorphosis. But this is a wicket here, and Nitin Jose will have to go back to the hut. The off spinner accounting for Nitin Jose. Saif Hassan gets his man finally. The up is shot straight to mid-wicket.
It's a soft dismissal here. Nitin Jose couldn't keep the ball along the ground. Easy catch for Zakir.
And he's gone for 17. India A now 75 for 2.
Come on, boys. Come on, Saifi. Come on, guys. Come on, boys.
The India A captain, Yash Tol, walks out into the middle.
Shabash, Saifi.
One of 2 centurions for India A in this edition of the tournament.
Come on, boys.
Got a 108 in the opening game, unbeaten knock. Batting at number 4 against the UAE A team. He's come into bat here. Look at his numbers, 320 runs in list A, averaging 40. And he's come in at a crucial juncture. Just when you thought there was a partnership building for India A, right after the drinks break, the first ball of a fresh over and a wicket falls. And at times that just highlights how important it is to keep your concentration going, especially after you're coming back from a break.
That is very important. You need to focus each and every ball here. Bit a loose shot from Nitin Jose.
Good bowling, Saif.
Well, the captain gets off the mark with that single. Confident drive to long on. But Nitin Jose out for 17. Got a half century in the previous match. Got a 41 did Nitin Jose against the UAE A side. So that's a big wicket to get the number 3 batter out cheaply today.
Whenever spinners bowl a bit slower, there you can see that turn and bounce. The ball is not coming to the bat. That is one note Indian spinner can take from this innings.
Good bowling, good bowling. Shabash,
Yes, but
shabash,
again,
shabash.
the right-hand, left-hand combination continuing for India A. And it's the captain and the vice-captain who are out there in the middle now.
ধর জয়। Good bowling,
The
good bowling.
experienced duo.
এইটা খুব জোরে
Abhishek
দৌড়ায়
Sharma
না,
is
বুঝছেন?
taken his time, 58 deliveries for the 32 that he's got. He's
Shabash,
curbed
Saif.
his stroke playing instinct to some extent. You get a feeling now, realizing the importance of him staying at the crease.
ধর। Good bowling, Saif. Good
A wicket taking over from Saif Hassan. They've got a single off the last ball. That misfield will allow a run where there shouldn't have been any. And the bowler's not going to be happy, especially because he's the captain as well. So 19 gone, 77 for 2.
উইকেটটা ভালো নাই, বারবার বলছি যে একটু বেশি মনোযোগ লাগবে ওখানে। সবার রাখি বল, এরে এই বড় সেটটাই খেলাইস। চল 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 চল।
Just on the pad line there from Rakibul. But overall, the Bangladesh A bowlers haven't allowed the in-form India batters to take the game away from them.
সাইদ ভাই
7 boundaries so far in the innings. There's that 6 that Abhishek Sharma had struck as well.
কর কর টেস্ট কর একটু।
20th over in progress. They're able to score only 7 boundaries here. That shows how good they're bowling. There are 68 dot balls,
দাদা ঠিক আছে,
35 singles here for
শাবাশ
India
শাবাশ
A.
বয়।
There's those 7 boundary shots, 6 boundaries and a 6.
ধরো জ্যাক। রাকিব
Single taken. 68 dot deliveries was the highlight, really. If one were to look at the breakdown of how they've scored their runs, India A in this innings, 68 dot deliveries. That's over 11 overs. And we're just in the 20th over. And that's an area where you've got to give credit to Bangladesh A. They've tightened the screws, made sure that there's some pressure that's building up on the India A batting lineup. Some conversation there between the on-field umpire and the captain.
As a fielding unit, they were a bit
Shabash, shabash,
aggressive. That is one of the reasons they're able to bowl really well in this match.
Late. But they do have a fielder at short third.
এক্সাইটেড না, হ্যাঁ একটু মাথা ঠান্ডা রেখে কাজ করিস সবাই। কথাবার্তা বল সবাই, কিন্তু মাথা কাজের
From the
সময়
word
মাথা
go,
ঠান্ডা।
you can see the kind of aggression they're showing.
ধরো জ্যাক।
That will help them to bring the best out of them as a bowler.
কাজের সময় শুধু মাথাটা ঠান্ডা রাখো।
For Abhishek Sharma, they've got 3 boundary riders on the leg side. Fine leg, deep square and long on. And he takes on the boundary rider. Will he get the distance? No, he won't. In fact, he'll hold out there to long off. Playing on his patience. And finally, they reap the reward. Rakibul gets his man and Abhishek Sharma will have to go back to the hut.
Abhishek Sharma couldn't convert his start. Again, he tried to go for a big one here. Couldn't connect it nicely. Bat turned in his hand. That was the reason he didn't able to hit the big 6 here.
But they've played on his patience and look at the aggression. Look at what this wicket means to Rakibul. They've got the set batter out. Abhishek Sharma gone for 34. India A 79 for 3 now. Again, not allowing those easy boundaries to the India A batters, resulting in the fall of the previous wicket. Abhishek Sharma heading back to the hut, while Nishant Sindhu walks out into the middle at number 5. Another left-hander being sent up the orders, just trying to make sure that they keep that left-hand, right-hand combination going.
He is a very good all-rounder. Remember, under 19 World Cup finals, he scored those valuable 50. That means he'll be ready to play in a big games, and he wants those kind of challenges. That shows how good a player here.
And this is the reason why he's here. Again, losing shape while trying to hit that big shot. Abhishek Sharma, again, not the best choice of shots in that situation. And again, he was looking for the boundaries. He wasn't getting them. Tried to force the issue. And Rakibul finally reaping reward.
Good bowling.
Playing with a straight bat now. A wicket taking over has finally come to an end. 20 gone. 79 for 3.
You have something? Oh. Shaba boy. Bangla malum. Shaba boy. Shaba boys, come on guys.
Well, these two have been together in these sticky situations for the India side. The under-19 World Cup final you were referring to a little while ago, Vinay. Of course, where Nishant Sindhu got a handy half-century. Yash Tolo, the captain of the India under-19 team there, that won the title in 2022. It was last year. The reason why Nishant Sindhu's had to walk out into the middle is because Abhishek Sharma perished in this fashion.
Couldn't get that elevation to hit the big one here. Bat turned in his hand. That was one of the reasons he couldn't clear that boundary line.
Look at the reaction of Rakibul. Clearly tells you how pumped up this Bangladesh A side are for this contest, for this semi-final. They'd like to make it to back-to-back finals, remember, of the Emerging Teams Asia Cup.
Good bowling.
The side made the finals in the last edition in 2019, where they pipped to the post by Pakistan, who won the title in the previous edition of the Emerging Teams Asia Cup.
They are a very good side. Whenever they play against India, you get to see this kind of aggression. They know against India you need to play your A game. Then only you can upset them. They're ready for it and they're delivering for the team.
No freebies here. No easy runs. That's the idea. Little uppish. There is a man at long off. Just for a moment I thought he would have been in the hunt, but the ball falling well short.
The plan was clear. Go over covers. Couldn't time it nicely, but there was no damage. Got those one run. You can see that he didn't go and pitch off the ball.
Good boy.
Yash Dole gets another single. He hasn't been dismissed in this edition of the tournament, Yash Dole. This is the fourth match. He's batting for the third time in this tournament. Batted in the opening game where he got an unbeaten 108. Then that game against Pakistan A, again remained unbeaten. Yash Dole got a 21 odd in that match. Cut away. Just another single for Nishant. And that'll end over number 21. It's 83 for 3.
After 21, no?
করতে পারো তোর ইচ্ছা পুরোটা দাদা
India A have a lot of work to do here. 83 for 3 after 21 overs. They lost both the openers and Nick and Joes, who bats at number 3. And some consolidation will be the right course of action for India A from these two here. Yes, Dul, the skipper, is batting on 4. Sindhu is batting on 2. Dul, a confident young man, likes to get a move on, likes to be busy, always looks to get runs of just about every ball that he faces. But this is a situation where it requires a little bit of common sense and cricket acumen. Turn and jump for Rakibul. He was involved in a good partnership in the Youth World Cup final with the skipper, which means Nishant Sindhu can bat a bit and then too under pressure, but poor judgment of length on that occasion.
Credit to the Bangladeshi bowlers for keeping it tight, not giving the width or the lengths to play around with. You mentioned Yashdul likes to move on, carry on, and when you're not allowed by some accurate bowling to do that, you might tend to get frustrated. So this is a test of temperament here.
Yeah, that is why the knockout phase can always produce unexpected results, because anything can happen. A couple of mistakes on the wrong day could undo all the good work you've done getting here. 78 dot balls played so far. That's quite a lot.
That tells you how accurate the bowling has been. Now that's a good move. Brought in the slip into position for Doe.
Wrapped on the pass, that is missing leg. It went on with the arm and the impact was way out to the leg stump. Good delivery to end the over. 84 for 3, India A. This is the batting card of India A. They were put into bat by Bangladesh. They lost the wickets of Sudarshan, Abhishek Sharma and Nick and Jose. And it is up to the skipper now to lend some consolidation and also to take them to more than a respectable score here. Because Bangladesh have got past the 300 mark on 2 occasions in this competition.
It's the accuracy of the bowling, the support from the field that's really have worked in containment. Now he's trying to throw his bat. He's trying to take the attack back to the bowlers. But tell you what, it's not the perfect time. Let's have a look at that. Just angled down the leg side.
Rakibul is convinced that he had the ban. And again, that's what young bowlers do. They tend to think whenever they appeal, they'll get a wicket, but that was not to be. Saif Hassan has done a good job here, Shamim. Not bad at all for a gamble, as you thought it might be.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, I must say, WV, that when he was brought in, he hasn't got that fantastic credentials as far as taking wickets. And then that bold move, reading the game, is so very important.
Down the ground, and he's found the gap this time. No, it'll be cut off. He did go over the infield there. He'll go back for the second. Some intent shown here by Sindhu.
Some intent, but somehow I feel a little enforced. That trying to get a move on. It did manage to get it over the top. Just look at this. Off balance. Inside out shot, always very difficult.
The only thing was that he was playing with the turn. Another good over from Hassan comes to an end. 86 for 3, India A.
Rakib. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
In the other semi-final featuring Sri Lanka and Pakistan, Pakistan got 322, and there's been a recovery of sorts from the Sri Lankan innings.
Ora easy nai.
89 for 3. They were 22 for 2
Rakib.
out here at the Premadasa. India have got a fight on their hands, and a good boundary this for the Indian skipper. Cut away nicely.
It was indeed just a tad short, just a little bit of it that was on offer, and just very quickly on the shot. Look at him, just adjusting that length of when he hit the ball and made sure it played it behind point. No chance for any of the fielders to get bat speed. Very, very quick. So making that bat speed come to his help in terms of not getting the pace from the bowlers. You've got to manufacture the shots.
It is in the air, but will fetch him a single.
Living dangerously on that occasion. Just sort of half-hearted chip. He didn't really go full flourish with the bat. Look at this. In the air, luckily, no takers. Falls in no man's land.
Looking to go big is Sindhu. As he got the distance, the fielder is coming underneath it, and he snapped up. Rakibul claims another wicket here. The 4th wicket falling for India A.
Tremendous bowling here by Rakibul Hasan. We saw one in the air earlier from Dole, but this time Sindhu trying to take the attack back to Rakibul. Just getting a little bogged down. It was playing on his mind. He was trying to hit his way out of trouble, but immediately landed into trouble. Just couldn't latch on to that. Couldn't get the timing. Didn't get that distance. Got the height and was very, very well judged. Look at that. Never easy when the boundary ropes are just behind you. He has to take that long walk back. And India in a spot of bother now with their 4th wicket down. This is Nishant Sindhu, gone caught by Zakir of the bowling of Rakibul. And they are now 91 for 4.
জয় স্ট্যাম্পে করতে করা ডিফিকাল্ট হয়ে যাবে তখন বল যদি স্ট্যাম্পে না করে আউটের চান্স অনেক কম বল স্ট্যাম্পে না করলে আউটের চান্স অনেক কম এমনি মনে হয় ঠিক আছে
Rian Parag walks out to bat at the fall of the 4th wicket for India A. Rakibul doing a good job here for Bangladesh A. He's picked up 2 wickets, and incidentally both those wickets have been of the left-handed batters. Abhishek Sharma was the first and the second is Sindhu. It was too full for him to get the distance. That's the reason he holed out.
Good bowling.
And look at the lines that he's bowling, stump to stump line, making the ball deviate at times. That's what is creating the doubt in the batters' minds.
Yeah, even when he reached for that, I just felt that he did not have it in his arc to have that control. The end of another wicket taking over. 24 done, 91 for 4.
Guys, come on!
24 overs have been bowled, and India A are really in a spot of bother now. 91 for 4. Yash Dhul and Rian Parag are out in the middle, and a lot of work has to be done by these two. They have the ability, they have the experience, but it's all about overcoming the pressure which has been built up by the Bangladesh bowlers. Saif Hassan will continue his 8th over, and we are talking about him coming in at a crucial juncture, but when it's an ancillary department of yours, you don't have much of pressure. I think that's exactly what is making him perform as well as he's doing in his bowling.
Good bowling. Wait on.
Accuracy has been the forte with all the bowlers on view. Built the pressure. Trevor, look at this. You want to talk about that?
Last ball of the previous over, he was reaching out to try and see if he can maneuver the ball, but the extra bounce made Rian Parag just check his shot. Completely deceived, and that's what Rakibul has been doing.
Good bowling.
And Saif Hassan from the other end, he's also doing a good job here by not really giving any width at all.
And he started off giving the ball a lot of air. Now see the reading of the game that he's done so very well. Seems to be zipping them through quicker now.
And no matter what he does, what he's done well is that he's bowled a very consistent line. He's got 3 boundary riders on the onside, so he's bowled a stump-to-stump line. Rian Parag has got around 1300 runs, averaging 37.37. That should be a lot better for somebody who's played 42 games.
It's going to be a whole lot of pressure, understandably, with the situation India are in at the moment, 92 for 4. Saif Hassan bowling according to what is required. Necessity, according to the reading of the game, has been superb. See the field settings, he's comfortable with it, and he's got a new man on strike.
It's a tough situation for Rian Parag. He gets off the mark. He's not had much of game time as far as batting is concerned. He's of course bowled quite a few overs in the earlier games. But the middle order batsmen of India A haven't had game time at all. That could really test them here in a tense situation, in a knockout game, and when the side has not really got runs quickly enough.
Very good point, WB, because if you're winning games easily in the first segment of the tournament and your middle order particularly is not tested, and suddenly you find yourself 4 down and Parag comes in, he won't be too happy with the way he's going to face. But he's done well, I think, in getting off the mark. Another single to finish over number 25, halfway through the innings. It's 94 for 4.
লম্বা আছে তো একটু উপরের গুলো ইয়ে করতে পারবা।
India A 94 for 4. They lost their first wicket on 29, and then there was a partnership between Abhishek Sharma and Nitin Jose. Then they lost 2 wickets back to back, and then the 4th wicket fell on 91. So it's a battle for them here. Things are not easy. The Bangladeshi bowlers have had a stranglehold on the Indian batters here, and with the pitch aiding the spinners and the boundaries being long, even the big hits are not an option. The fall of last 2 wickets would have made the Indian batters realize that the big hits can't come in thick and fast. They need to work the ball around like Parag did.
Yeah, absolutely. Rotation of the strike is imperative here. And they've done well in that regard. I still feel that the pressure is on. More often than not, on 2 occasions we saw batters getting out, trying to get out of trouble with big shots, holding out into the deep. And there's a fielder now coming in to that mid-on area within the 30-yard circle. Few adjustments always being made by Saif Hassan.
It's a good move, this.
Good bowling.
Getting the mid-on inside the circle. But Parag works the ball around and picks up a single. Dool has had a couple of knocks, and he's been out in the middle. He played a cameo in the last innings as well against Pakistan, and he's had 100 as well in the tournament. Short extra coming in place for Dool.
Yeah, Shoma Sharkar there, tall guy, and also the mid-wicket. Now, see a lot of hand waving going on. Short extra has gone a little more like a short cover.
What this field is going to make Dool think of is to open the face of the bat and play, and therein lies the chance of him playing inside the line and making a mistake, especially with the ball deviating off the surface. He would have been better served, Rakibul, if he had a slip in place, if they're looking for Dool to play inside the line and improvise.
Somehow I feel WV that he's not going to try and improvise too much. There's always an element of risk, but that is a better option. He's just waiting and with deft touch, use whatever pace is being offered to you, play the ball into the deep, get a couple of runs, keep the scoreboard rotating.
Yeah, the thing is that he's only playing with the turn if he's looking to play slightly behind square. And if he looks to play towards point, then he's got to open the face of the bat, unless it's a rank short ball.
What he's done very well, Rakibul, is just cramp the batter for space. It's pretty much leg stump and middle and leg, and it's not really allowing you to free your arms.
Good ball to end the over. 4 runs coming of it. The 7th over done for Rakibul, and India A 98 for 4. That's how the partnerships have been in this Indian innings. Could have been worse, it could have been better. Nicely played away. That will be picked up by the fielder out in the deep. Saif Hassan looks like he's going to complete his quota of overs in one go.
I don't blame him. I think he'll be pretty happy with taking the wicket, just giving away 26 runs into his 9th over. He's been very, very accurate bowling, sensible bowling.
Good bowling, good bowling.
He must have dreamt of such figures, but they become a reality here at the Premadasa Stadium.
You never know what's waiting around the corner for you as a cricketer. But it is also a very great level at this wonderful game of cricket.
Using his feet, doesn't get hold of it properly. Yes, Dool, but that will bring up the 100 of the innings. They come back for the second. This is what happens when the ball deviates off the surface. It will always go squarer than where the batter intends.
Yeah, you shimmy down the wicket and suddenly you're feeling that you're not getting to the pitch of the ball to have control. 72, the second 50, 72 balls it's taken. Got a little quicker, but they've been losing wickets. That has been the problem for the India A team.
This over he's been drifting more towards the onside. He was bowling stump to stump line. He was keeping it around the off and middle. But this over, there's a distinct shift in his line.
Once again, tired fingers. Just cannot keep that strength going, particularly if you're not a regular bowler who bowls all the 10 overs in a 50-over match. But he's led well from the front, that's for sure.
He's also got a man where the square leg umpire might have been, and that's also perhaps forcing him to shift his line. He used to have it much finer, that fielder, but this change in the field has made him shift his line. The last ball coming up here. And Saif Hassan in control of everything out there. 102 for 4, India A.
Come on boys, come on boys.
Shak Mahdi, look at the economy rate, 3.6, and Mondal 4.33. And it's been spinners doing a great job for Bangladesh A side. Mandal and Tanzim did well as well. With a newer ball, harder ball, they were really good. They worked up some pace. Tanzim especially really extracted extra bounce on this sluggish surface. Drifting onto the pads. Hardly any conviction from Rian Parag there. He's looking to work the ball around, but somehow the confidence is not evident.
You can see that they're trying to work their way out, dig themselves out of the hole or climb out of the hole that's been created. And that lack of confidence doesn't really give you the option to try and sort of upend the bowler, take him on.
You tend to get an impression that it's not a natural thing for him to work the ball around the way he's been playing against the spinners. And this is what something he does well. Looking to go for a big hit, but just a single on that occasion.
The accuracy of all the Bangladeshi bowlers have been something to be really happy about for the team. You decide to bowl first, your bowlers start delivering, your pace bowler make the early breakthrough, then the spinners bowling in tandem. But the question is, WV, back to that in a moment. That's backing away and just ambling the single. Question is, when does he bowl out the spinners? I mean, we saw it's evident that skipper is going to go through his turnovers. But does he save the other two, Sheikh Mahdi and, of course, Rakibul, for the death overs?
Keep this pressure going. Try and see if he can pick up another 2 wickets here by bowling spinners here. There's no point in trying to give some respite for the Indian batters. Projected score is 188 at the current run rate. Now it's very obvious to everybody here that these two batters are only looking to work the ball around and pick up ones and twos. Dhul is doing it rather naturally. Parag is looking a little bit awkward. And Rakibul is coming towards the end of his 8th over. Another wicket or two here in the next 6-7 overs. Bangladesh will be really in control of this game. End of the over, 105 for 4, India A.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Bangladesh A firmly in control of the proceedings here at the Premadasa Stadium. 28 overs have been bowled. India A 105 for 4. Rian Parag on strike. Yash Dhul, the skipper, is batting on 17. And no boundaries coming for India A in the last 5 overs. And it's been tough going. Of course, there's a little bit of help for the spinners from the surface. Looking to play away fine there, Rian Parag.
Good boy, good boy.
He's got to be careful here. He's walking right across the stumps, but he's got to ensure that he gets some bat onto ball.
Oh, he was lucky on that regard, going down the leg side. You're talking about the ball being angled in the last 2 or 3 overs by Saif Hassan. Oh, he is really tying him up in knots. Really bowling a superb spell. Saif Hassan has been a revelation.
Surprised by the bounce once again is Rian Parag. He was gesticulating. Cricket is not an easy game, young man.
In your face, they're so very quick through the overs. The over rate must be terrific. And hardly any time for the batters to settle down. Saif Hassan is ready to bowl to you.
Yes, boy, yes, boy.
Turn once again for Saif Hassan.
Good boy, good
He's
boy.
been impressive.
So many dots, so many dots.
4 in 14 deliveries. The pressure's building. Something's got to give here.
Yay!
No run at all in this over. The last ball of his spell coming up.
There's been a picture of accuracy. Sensible, simple cricket.
End of a maiden over. He finishes his quota of 10 overs. And he's picked up a wicket, conceded just 29 runs. India A, 105 for 4 after 29 overs.
Five bowlers used by the Bangladeshi captain. He's bowled himself out. And Saif Hassan's 10 overs, 1 for 29. Managed to pick up those wickets, have Bangladesh. They've kept the Indian A batters quiet. There's a close call, which Nick and Joe survived for stumping, and then a leg before as well. But they've bowled well. Rocky Bulls kept a tight line. Saif Hassan has kept things tidy at the other end as well. And that's why they've managed to draw the false shot from the India batters. Those wickets going down. Nick and Joe has been caught at mid-wicket, and then Abhishek Sharma holding out to the fielder in the deep, and Nishant Sindhu, who got a promotion in the batting order, again unable to clear the boundary rider, giving Rocky Bull his second wicket. The left-arm spinner's done well. Rocky Bull, Saif Hassan, the captain's bowled out very economically. His 10 overs just costing 29, and he got that wicket right after the drinks break as well. Remember when he got Nick and Joe's out. Tanzim returns now, and finally Bangladesh turning to some pace. Tanzim bowled 3 overs before this, 1 for 11 for him. Got the important wicket of the left-handed Sai Sudarshan, the man in form for India A, with a delivery that had a little extra bounce on it. He bowled very aggressively, did Tanzim Vinay.
He was aggressive from the word go.
He kept a little low. Ryan Parag, just a swish catching thin air. Look at that. The feet went nowhere. He just seemed to be stuck to his batting crease, just relying on a hand-eye coordination.
The ball kept low also there. He is much quicker compared to other seamer. Tanzim is asking question every ball here.
Ryan Parag's got to provide some more support to his captain. Yash Tolus at the other end. Plays the aerial shot, and he will get maximum for it. Brilliantly struck, and against the run of play, Ryan Parag gets 6.
What a terrific shot here from Ryan Parag. Picked up nicely and deposit over mid-wicket. Beautiful shot. He has to perform really well in this match to India A to put up some good score in this game.
Two sixes in the innings so far for India A. Smacked away, this time punched through the covers for just a single. Yashdol wanted the second, but the captain was sent back by Ryan Parag. But look at the 6 that he struck here, Ryan Parag, just a couple of deliveries ago. And he's hit it off the front foot. Just look at that. His initial movement was to come onto the front foot, stayed on the front foot, and then that flourish of the blade as the ball makes contact with the bat.
He picked that length really well.
Change of pace. It's the slower one from Tanzim. Rolled his fingers on the seam.
Great change of pace there from Tanzim. Ball the off cutter. So definitely this ball going to put more doubt in batter's mind, where he can bowl quick bowl bouncers, good areas. With that, he can bowl this good slow ball also.
Edged. And that's gone for 4. So they will get 12 runs off this over. An expensive one from Tanzim. 30 gone. 117 for 4.
এখানে 5টা ওভার ইম্পর্টেন্ট বয়।
The biggest over of the innings, and it's come in the 30th over. Not in the power play, it's come in the middle overs. 12-run over that included a 6, a couple of singles, and then that outside edge that went for 4 off the last ball. The run rate under 4 for India, but I don't think they need to get very flustered about that just yet. They need to try and bat deep, bat the full 50, try and keep the Bangladesh bowlers true to the cause here. Because if they lose another couple of wickets here, then Bangladesh already, I get a feeling, have an upper hand. They'd be going for the kill and trying to ensure that India A get out before the full 50 overs are bowled. Sheikh Mehdi. He's got the ball in his hand.
Yes,
Started off proceedings with the ball. Today did the off spinner, bowled the first over of the innings. But this is what happened on the last ball of the previous over. That outside edge that went for 4.
In the end moment, I think Yashdol opened his bat, knowing that there is no slip. So that is clever batting.
প্রত্যেকটা বল ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
Rayan Parag, just the way he's batting, you get a feeling that he's relying a lot on his hand-eye coordination. There's not a lot of footwork involved in how he's facing up to the spinner yet.
Rayan Parag is extremely talented cricketer. This is the stage set for him to score the big run here. Help Team India to post some good score.
He's got the captain also, of course, remember, at the other end. So he's got to try and bat sensibly here. Rayan Parag. Got a 50 in the IPL when he was just 17 years and 175 days old.
ধরো মেহেদি গুড বোলিং মেহেদি ভাই
Mehdi mixing his deliveries really well. He's getting a turn. Rayan Parag, 42 matches, 1,320 runs, 750s and 300s. Average is 37. He is a much better player than this.
End of the over, 31 gone, 118 for 4. The other semi-final that's being played out at the Pisara Oval. What's the story there? Pakistan A got 322 on the board. And Sri Lanka A, in reply, were tottering at one stage. They'd lost the first wicket early. Were 3 down with not too many on the board. But then the recovery. At the halfway stage, 142 for 3. And Avishka Fernando leading the charge, leading the fight back. He's on 87. Remember, he got 100. Did Avishka Fernando, the opening match of the tournament. Got a big 130 odd for Sri Lanka A as they posted 349. So his batting effort's going to be very important, as will the batting effort of the India A captain Yashdol be important for this side. Because Yashdol also got 100 in the opening match for India A. Oh, he's played on. Here is Rayan Parag. We talked about how it was so important for him to stay out there, stitch a partnership together with the India A captain. Plays away from the body and pulls it back onto his stumps, does Rayan Parag.
One more high-risk shot here from Indian batter. There was a slow ball, didn't pick it early, went for a big one, got out. You can see that aggression from the Bangladeshi bowlers.
He's gone for 12 as Rayan Parag, and India A are 118 for 5 now. Well, another partnership being broken. There was hope. These two had put on 27 before Rayan Parag's dismissal. Now, the wicket-keeper batsman, Dhruv Jurel, walks out into the middle at number 7. Having a word with the captain before he goes to take strike, because he's got a job on his hands here. And the job is to try and at least stay there at the crease, take India A past the 40-over mark without losing another wicket here.
It's a good bowling display from Bangladeshi bowlers, mixing up the delivery really well, bowling those good bouncers, using those slow balls, and spinners are keeping one end tight.
Now there's history here. There is history here for Dhruv Jurel, which I'll come to in a moment. The reason why he's come to the batting crease is because of this. The slower one to Rayan Parag, who tries to hit a big shot and drags the ball back onto his stumps. Tanzim claiming his second victim. Tanzim's got 9 wickets in 3 matches now. He's doing very well, leading the charge for the Bangladesh A side in this tournament. But Dhruv Jurel, best of 21 not out, got a batting promotion a couple of games ago when he came out to bat at number 3 for India A versus Nepal. Just to try and give the middle order some more time in the middle. He got a promotion in that batting order. And remember, Dhruv Jurel was the vice captain of the India under-19 team in that 2020 World Cup, the under-19 World Cup that was. Look at Rayan Parag's dismissal.
Not at all required this kind of big shot here, because you know the situation of the match. They have to stitch a partnership here. Taking that high risk one, I didn't understand what was going in his mind.
Definitely got a send-off from Tanzim. Again the slower one, the change up from Tanzim. Now look at, we made this point about Rayan Parag not using his feet and getting to the pitch of the ball. And you look at that dismissal for Rayan Parag again. It was a slower delivery, all right. Look at that, how far away it is from the stumps end. And how far away it is from the batsman. The feet go nowhere. He's just reaching for the ball.
He wanted to go over, covers mid-off.
In the end, just dragged it back onto his stumps. Well, the single will end the over. 32 gone, 120 for 5.
কনভারসেশন করব এখান থেকে একটা উইকেট নিলে কিন্তু খেলা শেষ এখানে আমাদের রেডি থাকতে হবে সার্কেলে খেলা দেখি তো বয় সাইফ হি ইজ প্লেইং ফর আস yes he is giving so many dodge ball making our life easy.
What will disappoint the India A batters is that a lot of them got starts. 21 for Sai Sudarshan. Abhishek Sharma would be very disappointed. Was there for a long time. 63 deliveries faced for his 34. And then he gave his wicket away. That would disappoint. Nikin Joe's similar story. 17 of 29 for him.
Come on boys!
The top order not firing today for the India A side.
ধরো ওয়ান ইজি
There was some great ploy from Bangladeshi bowlers. You need to understand as a batsman what bowler is thinking, what the captain is thinking. If they're coming at you a bit aggressively, you need to be little calm down, understand why they're doing that. There's no point of going head on. So a little bit of sensible batting would have helped Indian batters to
খেলা শেষ
score better in this match.
A credit to the way they've bowled. The slow bowlers have definitely got the chains on the India A batters. Rakibul, the left arm spinner, bowling very well, picking up those 2 wickets.
শাবাশ শাবাশ বয়
Sheikh Mehdi, who'd started
Shabash,
proceedings
Mehdi.
off, he's been very economical, bowled in the power play, remember, with the new ball, did not give away too many boundary balls. Now, was there an inside edge there? No, there wasn't. It's straight on the pad. That's another wicket. Sheikh Mehdi gets Dhruv Jural out like before.
This one turned into the batter. Looks very close there. Great bowling display from Mehendi.
And it's a body blow for India A. Dhruv Jural, he's gone for 121 for 6 now.
নেন 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 ইয়ে আসো নাইম আসো এই এদিকে ঘুর সাকিব এদিকে আয় টাইম বেরো ওটা আচ্ছা তুমি থাকো রাকিবুল যাও থ্যাংক ইউ রাকিবুল
Harshit Rana walks out into the middle.
এটা উপরে
So,
নিবেন নাকি
primary function so far in this tournament has been
কোশ্চেন করছি
using the new ball effectively while bowling for the side. Now he's got to try and contribute with the bat and get some runs on the board. And most importantly, India A need to look to bat the full 50 overs. We're just in the 33rd over and more than half the side is back in the hut.
গুড বোলিং
Looks like he can bat.
গুড সাকিব
Recently concluded Dulip Trophy.
না না করেন ভাই সাকিব
He scored 100.
তারপরে রাকিবরে দিয়েন
The reason why he's here is because of this. Ball pitched and turned back in sharply.
ধরো মেহেদি
Caught Dhruv Jural plumb in front.
শাবাশ শাবাশ বয়স এখান থেকে
I feel sorry for Yashdol. He's helpless, standing in the other end and just watching what's happening.
Now, the key question here is, was there any inside edge
ধরো
on
মেহেদি
the pad? Well, the umpire didn't think so. That's what mattered. 33 gone. A wicket-taking overs come to an end. It's 121 for 6.
Come on guys, come on!
17 overs still left in the innings, but India A are already 6 down, more than half the side back in the hut. It's all on Yash Dhol now. Can he bat the full 50? Can he ensure that India A don't get bowled out? He got a big 100 in that opening game against the UAE A side. They were 41 for 2 India A in that run chase. When he came out to bat, took his time initially and then opened up and played a wide array of shots.
He's a very good batsman, there is no doubt in that. In this innings, if you see the way he is playing with that maturity. This is the beautiful shot where he scored that 100. Yashdol, his team really or badly want him to perform the similar way here. 4 matches, 154 runs in this series. Well played, Rana. You can see that while the previous ball when Yashdol was taking that single, in between he was talking to Rana. He was telling that you be with me. Let's stitch a partnership here. If these two can put up some score, that will be good for Team India here.
I think what's important is maturity that he shows when he bats. Yashdol seems to be in control, gauges the situation very well. He tried to unsettle the bowler here. If you look at what Yashdol was trying to do, he just came down the track a little. Just trying to unsettle the length at which Saqib is consistently pitching the ball.
Only another 7 overs. See, this is what he was doing to unsettle the bowler, because after 7 overs there will be one more fielder outside boundary rider. So till 40 overs there will be only 4 fielders outside 30 yard. He wants to make use of full of it.
Should be a single on offer, and takes that easily, does Yashdol. And yes, one of the reasons why, again, coming back to that point when he came down the track and tried to work that one away on the onside a couple of deliveries ago, because fine leg was up inside the 30-yard circle. So just highlighting that point there. Till the 40th over, you're only allowed 4 boundary riders outside the 30-yard circle. From over number 41 to 50, you'll have 5. So the option of finding those boundaries may be a little more difficult with the extra boundary rider out on the ropes. But again, it's just about mixing caution with aggression. You've got to make sure that you take the game deep. You can't afford to lose another wicket here. Yashdol cannot afford to lose his wicket here. India A can't afford that.
Lot depend on Yashdol here. They need to score minimum of 230 to 240.
They'll end the over. 34 gone, 124 for 6.
কথা বলিস মাঠে, তুই বাইরে যাইস না, তুই মাঠে থাক, তুই মাঠে এই সাইড ভাই রাকিব বলল বাইরে দিয়ে না, ওরা ভিতরে ফিল্ডিং করেন, ও চাটবে ওদেরকে।
In the other semi-final, Pakistani, remember, had put 322 on the board. Sri Lanka in reply have just lost the wicket of Avishka Fernando, falling short of his 100. 161 for 4, chasing 323.
Yes,
And if Pakistan go on and win that match, they'd be making it to the final of this tournament, back-to-back editions. They'd won it back in 2019. If Bangladesh A can pull off a big win here against India A, then it might well be the repeat of the final that happened in 2019, where it was Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Good boys, very good boys.
Definitely Bangladesh having the upper end now. The way their spinners are bowling, Sheikh Mehdi, kind of field set they have. There is on short square leg and short mid wicket to stop the easy singles. They're not giving any easy Bs here for Indian batters. Outstanding bowling display.
But I think it all depends on Yashdol. It's all on his shoulders now.
Come on, boys.
He's got to keep that one end up. Make sure he doesn't and then hope for some support from the other end.
Well, Indian lower order can bat, but Yashdol staying there is very important. He can play around with other low order batters.
Yes, boy. Yes, buddy.
Harshit Rana. Yes, he got a few runs, didn't he? Got that 122 against Northeast in the Duleep Trophy. Evo doesn't connect well, but he'll come back for the second run. Puts in the long strides. He's a tall lad. Makes it quite easily in the end. 35 gone. 127 for 6. It's the first time in this tournament that the middle order has been put under the pump. More often than not, in the earlier 3 games that India A played, they were chasing and the top order got the runs. But the only bright spark for India A at the moment is that Yash Dole is still at the crease. The captain batting on 27 of 42, again playing a responsible innings. He's curbed his stroke-making instincts. He's just struck 2 boundaries. He's realized this is a different surface. It's a different attack. And these are absolutely different circumstances under which he's got to bat. Ripal Mondal is coming back for another spell. Bowled 3 overs for just 13. Didn't pick up a wicket. But he bowled with the new ball early on and then was taken out of the attack for the spinners to come on. Taking a look at the wickets that have fallen. That was the big wicket of Sai Sudarshan, and then Nitin Rose chipping one right after the drinks break to mid-wicket. This would have disappointed Abhishek Sharma. Set batter, gifting his wicket away to Rakibul.
Rakibul have done a great job. Got 2 wickets here. Nishant Sidhu and Abhishek Sharma's wicket. Before Mondal coming to bowl, Rakibul was supposed to bowl this over. Then later they changed that and got Mondal back. Maybe they want to have their best spinners for the last 10 overs, where they will be having one more fielder outside of 30-yard circle.
Yes, a distinct possibility there. Also hoping that Ripal Mondal can get the wicket of the set Yash Dole. But talking about the fall of wickets, this of course was Nishant Sindhu's wicket, who was given a promotion in the batting order. But again, he fell to Rakibul and Rayan Parag. And no movement of the feet, just relying on hand-eye coordination, chopping that one back. Dhruv Jurel out leg before. Hasn't gone according to plan in this semi-final for India A.
Well done, buddy. Well done, buddy. Shabash, shabash.
Oh, it's a good thinking from Bangladesh. They clearly knew that Indian middle order they have never exposed in this tournament. So they wanted to bowl first and get those early wickets. That's exactly happened however they wanted. The bowlers have bowled really well, tight line and length, not giving any room or any freebies for Indian batters.
And the slower one, but it was sliding down the leg side, and therefore the umpire not too interested in that appeal.
He played 72 balls.
When Tanzim bowled the first slow run, they quickly realized that in this wicket, as a fast bowler, if you mix up your delivery, it will be difficult for batter to score those runs. That is the reason Mondal also now using the slow run.
This is a very competitive side, the Bangladesh A team. A lot of those youngsters from that under-19 squad of 2020 have found their place in this Bangladesh A team. They've tasted success earlier. They've won a under-19 title, remember, have Bangladesh beating India in that final of the under-19, 177 that India under-19s got, and the revised target according to DLS was 170, which in the end Bangladesh went on to get and won that by 3 wickets.
Still they have 86 balls, Indian batters. They have, if they play sensibly, they can score those 220 runs.
Not being able to capitalize this time on the width that was there on offer, Yash Dole. That's why he's just looking down on his bat. But let's take a look at Ripal Mondal's wickets that he picked up against the Sri Lankans in that opening match. 3 for 71 was a little expensive in that match. But then tell me which bowler wasn't expensive in that game where almost 650 runs were scored.
That's what cricket is. As a bowler, you might get hit, but how are you going to come back? That shows how good a bowler you are.
Driven down the ground. Struck well for 4 by the India A captain Yash Dole. He ends the over with a boundary. 36 gone, 131 for 6. And that will also be time for a drinks break.
It's not a comforting sight if you are an India A fan. A lot was expected of this talented young side, but unfortunately things have been a little bit tough for them. They've been reduced to 131 for 6. Bangladesh won the toss and decided to bowl first, and they were very disciplined to start off. There's some boundaries, no doubt, from the two openers, Sai Sudarshan and Abhishek Sharma, but that dismissal triggered a collapse. But none was to know about the impending collapse then, because India A had a lot of good batters in their ranks. There's a good partnership between Nikhil Jose and Abhishek Sharma, and some lovely shots coming from Abhishek Sharma too. But Nikhil Jose hold out the shot mid-wicket, a poor dismissal, and then Abhishek Sharma showing that he's still got to learn a lot of things despite his experience. And wickets kept falling at regular intervals. Sindhu was the fourth batter to be dismissed. He also holed out to the left-arm spinner Rakibul. And then a bit of flurry from Riyan Parag before he too perished of a slow delivery of Tanzim. Tanzim picking up his 2 wickets of contrasting deliveries. And this was the 6th wicket. Jurel falling prey to the off-spinner. And then Yash Dole still holding one end there for India A. A lovely looking shot. But he's got to play a lot of those shots here. And full credit to Bangladesh for what they've done so far in this afternoon. Starting from the toss going their way and deciding to bowl first to the execution of their plans has been fantastic. The one creditable thing as far as India is concerned is the inclusion of the off-spinner Yuvraj Singh Dodia instead of Reddy, and Rana using the long handle there to good effect, going down on one knee and carting that way over the rope.
Well, this is what India A need. A few runs under the belt. He got hold of it quite comfortably and just held his post. Enjoyed playing the shot. Just drifting down leg in the slot, allowing that shot to be manufactured. But that'll give them some hope.
Retaining the shape even after he played the shot. Photographers delight.
These days the photographers have such high speeds on their shutters. I mean, they don't have to wait for a player to hold the pose.
Coming from round the wicket. Yeah, Rana needs to provide support to his skipper. And this was a big blow, this. And straying onto the leg stump was the off-spinner. And there was some time in the air as well. Rana made good use of it. Shak Mahedi.
Yeah, Mahedi has done well. Realization that angle allowed Rana to go for the big shot. Comes around the wicket, reduces that angle. Now he's got to have a sort of chest-on face, opening, just facing the batter.
This time going once again, but he will find the fielder. He was looking to go once again over the onside, but could not really hit it where he wanted to. And that's the reason the ball skied up to the fielder at long off.
You just cannot afford to be arrogant in this game. It's been a difficult situation. He's trying to hit everything, slices that way up in the air. It's swirling, and it's a good catch. Oh, on the third grab. Oh, but got it, Zakir Hassan, in there, and that's what mattered. It must have had butterflies in his stomach taking the catch, but Harshit Rana goes for 9. India sink into further trouble with the score now 137 for 7.
Eventful things happening here after the drinks break. There was a huge 6 hit by Rana. He was looking to repeat it, but ended up in holding out to long off. He's given a wicket to the off spinner here. And that brings Manav Sutar, the left arm spinner, out in the middle. Shak Mehdi picking up his second wicket. And India A 137 for 7. Not the kind of script they would have written at the start of this game. No matter what happens from here on, the India spinners have a lot of work to do later on. Dot ball to end the over. Successful over 2. And India A 137 for 7.
Do you think you're Tom Cruise?
Rakibul brought back into the attack. He bowled 8 overs in one spell. He's got 2 more overs to go. And this clever stuff, this bringing back the left arm spinner when the new batter is walked out. Nicely bowled.
Going for the kill, and that's very good. That's what you wanted. You wanted the spinners to continue. Last wicket of Rana really sliced in, and actually it was a catch taken by Tamzid. Just swirling. First grab, popped out. Second grab, and on the third go, he gets to it. And just going back to the bowling change, you mentioned that when the batters are not comfortable, you get your most informed bowlers in the middle. Try to clean it up as quickly as possible. Do not give them a chance to come back into the game.
What I liked about the Bangladesh side is that they have not looked at giving singles to the Indian skipper. They have converged in, they have looked to stop the singles, pile the pressure on him, and that's good cricket, that.
Very good to notice, even when they were within the 30-yard circle, they were pretty much 7-8 yards in, as you mentioned, always on the lookout to contain even the rotation of the strike. So that was a good mix. The boundaries were drying out, hardly any chance to get the singles, and then you've got to throw caution to the wind. And we've seen 2 of them holding out, 3 of them now.
Pile the pressure up, and if they can induce a fall shot from Dhul now and pick his wicket up, it's curtains for the India A innings.
Well, he's running out of partners very, very quickly. That is going to be a concern. How much trust does he have in 9, 10 and Jack? That is the question.
Nicely bowled. Another good over from Rakibul. India A 138 for 7.
शाबाश मेहदी भाई ठीक है से मना मेहदी भाई बेसी ढुके गल
Shak Mahedi will start his final over. He's picked up 2 wickets. He's been economical too.
এটা ভালো
And the spinners have created havoc here at the Premadasa Stadium. They've been in control of proceedings. They've picked up wickets. And a change of plan here. Shak Mahedi was ready to start his final over, but the captain had a rethink. And this is the big 6 by Rana when the off spinner came from over the wicket. And then he changed the angle. He induced that false shot from Rana. He holed out to long off, looking to go big once again. He was nowhere near it at all.
Mahmood Hassan Joy. Now he took a few wickets in the first game against the Sri Lanka A team. This is another good move. Got to spinners bowling. Saif Hassan bringing himself on, bowling the 10 overs, 2 wickets in his Lister career.
He might have the word joy as his name, but he was delightful to watch against Afghanistan when he got a brilliant 100. His team was under pressure, and not only the runs, but the manner in which he scored those runs was a great spectacle to watch. Turned for him straight away.
And just the reading of the game, I talked to you earlier about it, WV. The way Saif Hassan has manipulated the innings is just from winning the toss initially, which went their way, and deciding to put India in. Everything fell into place very nicely because of the accuracy of the bowlers, the good support in the outfield from the fielders. It's been a good combined effort.
Looking to upset the concentration of the bowler was Dul. He picks up a single. You got to be spot on to make him defend. Look at the length he's bowled and the stride forward. A very big stride. Dead in defense. He's got good technique, is Dul.
In addition to applying those techniques, what he needs to do is constantly try to keep the scoreboard ticking along and ensure that the pressure is not built. Does he shield his partner? That is one thing he's got to think about.
Punched away into the gap, but it will be picked up in the deep. A single for the left-hander. Manav Sutar was being impressive here in this tournament with his left-arm spin. And he's got to try and keep his skipper company.
Mahmood Hassan Joy going through the overs very, very quickly into the last delivery.
Played away on the onside. He will pick up a single and retain the strike. Will Dole. 3 coming off it. 141 for 7, India A. Sri Lanka making a fight out of it in the other semi-final against Pakistan, which is being played at the Sara Stadium. 199 for 5. They got a huge target to achieve there, 323. But they're not letting it go. They suffered early setbacks, but still they're hanging in there, making a valiant effort now to try and overhaul that target. Out here, Rakib will start his 10th over, and Dole will pick up a single. This is not going to really serve the purpose of the Indian side. They got to find some boundaries somehow.
And in the process, Bangladesh A team will be hoping that they try to, take a few risks, throw caution to the wind, and throw away the wickets. Mind games being played out here.
Good bowling.
Consistent turn here now for the spinners, which means the India A spinners will be itching to walk out and bowl here. But the question is, are the batters going to give them enough to bowl at?
Just lost his grip for a while. They made into a low full toss. That is the question, isn't it? Will they have enough on the board? Because if it's a low total, your bowlers go on the negative and don't really try to do and get the wickets. They try and go for containment. That plays into the hand of the batting unit.
Again, stress on the fact that Bangladesh has got in excess of 300 in two matches in this competition. Clear indication that they have a good batting lineup. They're coming back for the second. Good running this from Dhul.
They have to do this. They have to get the runs quickly as possible. But at the same time, Bangladesh will be also looking at the track and saying, this is not a track where you're going to get 300 very easily. It's not coming on. If the bowlers use the slow deliveries, the pace bowlers, it's going to be tough. So they've got to prepare for that second part of the game.
But they'll all be confident walking out to bat. Last ball coming up, turn, and again, as always, they're vociferous in their appeals. Akbar Ali is confident. Dhul beaten on the front foot prod. Was looking to work the ball away.
He tracked him out, didn't he? Faisal Afridi is going to have another look. And first things first, they'll check the front foot, see if it's a legal delivery. No issues with that. Just move on to the other side with the square angle and see if was overbalanced or trying to be going for that shot. Here it is. Oh, it might just be a little short. The line belongs to the umpire. That was good work from Akbar Ali. He's done well, whipping off the bails on various occasions. This is another tough one for the third umpire.
It's never an easy job umpiring, whether on the field or off the field. Good take once again by Akbar Ali, and then whipping the bails off.
Now, which way is this going? Seems to be nothing behind the line as the bails are taken off.
Which light is going to come on?
Here we go. And it's going to soon find out. It's the green.
So it is just the green light. End of the over. 145 for 7 after 40 overs, India A. And Dhul will continue to bat. Five of the 7 wickets that have fallen in the India A innings have been picked up by the spinners. 2 wickets for Tanzim. One was of a quick bouncer and the other one was of a slower delivery. It's good work this by the Bangladesh A bowlers here at the Premadasa Stadium. The umpire vigorously signalling the start of power play number 3. And that will allow the fielding captain to have 5 fielders on the boundary. And that's what it means. Manav Sutar is the man on strike. He's got his skipper, Dhul, at the other end.
Good ball,
and a lot will depend on what happens in the next 10 overs.
Indeed, and Mahmudullah Hassan Joy will be fancying his chances. You know, at times, as a batter, you see a part-time bowler coming on. And you tend to try and take him on. And in the process, you might just become a little arrogant, a little cocky, and lose your wicket.
Yes, Sutha picking up a couple here. Dragging it short was Joy. And the good thing about it was he was playing it against the turn. And he was not looking to play the conventional pull shot. He was looking to play it with a vertical bat. He was content to chip it out over the infield.
I think the way what the ball is doing off the track, it is a better option. The vertical bat showing the full face instead of trying the horizontal bat shots because of the bounce also.
Projected score is 182 at the current run rate. 3.64. Long on is being brought into the inner circle here.
Good bowling, good
Nicely bowled.
bowling. Shabash, boy.
The Bangladeshi spinners have been really impressive, be it the regular or the part-timers,
Good bowling, Joy.
or perhaps batters who can bowl spin. They've been really good.
ধরো রাকিবুল ধরো
Catch the ball, Rakibul. That's what the keeper Akbar Ali is saying, and he did just put one hand down enough to stop the batters, even considering a run. The pressure builds.
এই ধরো
Looking for a single, he won't get it. Even to bowl on a helpful track is an art by itself. It's so easy for bowlers to get carried away and try too many things, but the Bangladesh spinners have been consistent. They are aware of the fact that the pitch is helping them a wee bit,
bowling Joy.
and they're just looking to be simple and straightforward, and nicely played away over the infield. That'll be a boundary. Good shot this from Manav Sutha.
তুই ভালো
And
পারবি
that
জয়
4 also brings up the 150 for India A. 41 overs have been bowled, 151 for 7 India A. This is how the 50s have come in the India A innings. The first one and the third one coming of identical number of deliveries. The second one was a bit quicker. This was the last ball of the previous over. Manav Suthar transferring his weight onto the back foot and hoisting it over the infield for a boundary.
That was a pressure relieving shot, to say the least, because as I was saying, with the dot balls not getting the rotation of the strike going, it was getting to that stage where they needed a boundary very badly.
Tanzim brought into the attack. Starts off with a change of pace, but that's been hammered away over the infield on the offside. Stylish hit this from Dul.
Getting a move on here, the skipper saw the width, saw the shortness of the length from Tanzim. It was rather a freebie. And first up in an over, you get hit away to the boundary. Whatever control you've had right through the innings, it immediately puts that little bit of pressure.
You're doing a good job as a partner, Shamim. I must say, freebie was something that you would describe that ball. That's how you'll describe it. Because it had a lot of width and it was also slow, which means the batter could make the last minute adjustment, and that's exactly what Dul did. One bounce into the fence.
You just had a little bit of check. Could have put it away anyway. Wide open spaces, a lot of acreage in that area with a deep cover on the boundary. The infield is 3 within the 30-yard circle. That's the way he got to it. Ample time to pick his spot.
Runs it down, and he's pushing hard here, but he'll have to be content with a single. Good cricket that. A boundary and then a single.
Well, Bangladesh will have to keep their wits about them at the moment. You can feel that Yashdul in particular has opened up. He's changing gears. This is the time he's going to take on the bowlers. So keep your cool. Do what you've been doing right the way through. Be sort of meticulous with your lines and lengths. Do not get flustered and try anything different. That plays into the hands of an experienced batter like Yashdul. Yashdul
has shown a lot of maturity in this particular innings. It was not the greatest of situations when he walked out to bat, and then wickets kept falling at the other end. But yet, he's been the catalyst here. Looking back at this innings, the India A side will rue the fact that most of the batters consumed deliveries, but yet did not make them count. Nicely played away. Chase for the field route in the deep. They're coming back for the second.
So another good over with the bat in the making for the India A team. Projected score now 190. Getting a move on. The 8-wicket partnership bearing fruit in quick time compared to the other partnerships. 21 of 29. And the big numbers are beginning to appear in that timeline.
No.
Talking about the batters consuming deliveries and getting out. Abhishek Sharma did that. Nitin Jose did that. Abhishek Sharma, obviously the vice captain of the side, is a lot more experienced, even though he's only 23 years old. Very soon, and this is the difference that you expect from experienced cricketers. They must read the situation and try and overcome the situation because of their experience.
Just seen Saif Hassan go across to Tanzim. He's been bowling a tad short. He's got to pitch it up.
Looking to play the pull, but doesn't matter. Off the top edge, he will get a boundary to end the over. All these runs count and they will matter a lot. 162 for 7 India after 42. Impressive performance this by the bowlers of the Bangladesh A side. Sheikh Mahdi will start his 10th over. All of them have been very economical. They picked up wickets at regular intervals, and that's the reason the Indian A score is not looking that great. 162 for 7. Pulled away, and he's hit it into the cap. That's a boundary. Nice shot that.
The short pitch deliveries are coming at regular intervals now. And this is where the pressure is being slowly and gradually put back on the bowlers, forcing them into errors in terms of lines and lengths. Can ill afford to do that. You've got to keep your head. This was easy pickings. Drifting down leg, short enough for the batter to just swivel round and help the ball on its way.
Coming from round the wicket, change of angle for the off spinner. This time through the offside. Just a single on this occasion. Bangladesh have to finish this innings off well, because they've been dominating for a while here, and in the last 10 overs they don't do the right things. It'll dampen their spirit a bit when they go into the break, and that's not good for them when they walk out to chase. So they got to complete this innings well. Nicely bowled, but still a single will come.
The big runs are coming. The rotation of the strike is there. Bowlers getting a little tired, but you cannot be overawed by the situation. You've got to tell yourself, let's go for the jugular. Get another wicket and we're into the tail. We can finish it off. This is the weak area, I think, when you're sort of going through the motions and hoping for things to happen. And then the opposition just begins to just claw back.
Good ball.
Down the ground, he'll pick up a single. Now let me sum it up simply. They can't be easily pleased here. They've done well so far. They can't be sitting back on it. They'll have to realize these overs are going to be equally as important as the first 40 overs.
Absolutely. Hit the nail on the head. They should realize that too. Just not give it up. See how simple things look in terms of rotation of the strike now. Got the boundary early, then get the runs, get some big overs in, put the pressure back on the fielding unit.
Yes, Zul on 48 here. It's a good innings so far. If he stays there till the end, it can be a very good innings for India A. Nicely played away. He'll look for the second and he will go back and get it comfortably too to get to his 50. It's been a fantastic innings this from the India A skipper. His team was precariously poised when he walked out to bat. He's held the innings together. He's consolidated the innings even as he was losing his partners from the other end. And he's done a grand job here. But still, he's got a lot more work to do. End of 43, 172 for 7 India A.
Yash Tol playing a captain's innings here. Unbeaten on 50 of 65. Until the time he is at the crease, India A will harbour hopes of getting not only past 200, but maybe around 215, 220 to try and make a match of this in this semi-final against Bangladesh A. But this has been a very responsible innings from the captain. Just the way he's kept things together. His stroke play has been very judicious. He's chosen the right deliveries to attack. He's made sure that this is a surface where it's not just slam bang cricket that you'll have to play, especially given the circumstances in which he's had to bat with wickets falling at the other end. Came into bat at number 4.
No,
He's really had to farm the strike with the lower order batsman as well, Yash Tol. What an important innings this from the India A captain. That's the celebration. Yes, and he knows the value of this knock. Being appreciated by Stanshu Kotak and the India A coaching staff. The job's not done yet, and the captain knows it.
He is excellent throughout this innings. Whenever there is crunch situation comes, he has performed. That is one biggest plus point for India A. They'll be hoping SW will score 100 here and they will cross 220 to 230.
Look at the partnerships. There was that 46-run stand for the second wicket between Abhishek Sharma and Nitin Jose. And since then, it was all downhill. Just wickets kept falling at regular intervals. There was a partnership of 27 between Yash Tol and Rayan Parag. And now this 36-run stand for the 8th wicket is the second highest partnership of the India A innings. That just tells you a story about how the top order didn't come to the party today, and the middle order that hadn't been exposed or put under pressure thus far in the tournament, today actually crumbling under that sustained onslaught by the Bangladeshi bowlers. Look at the shots that he's played. Played the cut shot well. This was a little streaky, but he did open the face of the bat. This was an exquisite drive down the ground. When the opportunity presented itself, he went over the top as well. Used the depth of the crease to play the pull, much to the delight of the Indian support staff.
There was some class and elegance in his batting. This 8th wicket, 37 runs partnership will do many good things for Team India.
It's high on the bat. Lucky there, Manav Sotar, because the ball will run away for 4. Fine leg was up inside the 30-yard circle. And the moment it beat him, it had to go for 4.
Picked that bouncer nicely and hit it over short fine leg fielder. Super batting display here by Manav Sutar. He can bat. The last Ranji Trophy season, he scored at 96 runs not out against Pondicherry. So he is a much is a much better batsman than the number is coming into the bat.
He has got 96 unbeaten in that knock that you're talking about, Vinay. Now, where did that ball pitch? Did that pitch outside the line? Oh, there could be a run out here. Oh, he's been run out. Has he? It's been referred to the third umpire, but just looking at the body language of the batsman and the Bangladesh A fielding side, you get a feeling that Manav Sutar may be short of his ground.
It's unfortunate. There was a LBW appeal.
This is a very good pick up and throw by Zakir, and he's thrown the stumps down. Yes, Manav Sutar knows it. He hasn't made his ground. The umpire at the non-striker's end wasn't in the best of positions, which is why he referred it to the third umpire. And Yashdul, look at the body language of the captain. He's saying, why didn't you run straight away?
Well, we should feel sorry for Yashdul. Manav Sutar is equally upsetted.
As the third umpire, Faisal Afridi, will make that decision. Quick pick up and throw there from Zakir. He threw the stumps down, had about 2 stumps to aim at, if not all 3, and he's thrown them down very, very easily, with Manav Sutar well out of his crease. And the confirmation will come up on the giant screen. Out it is, no doubt in that at all. Manav Sutar, he's run out for 21, and a partnership for the 8th wicket's finally been broken. Just when you thought there was a partnership that could have taken India 8 to all the way till the 50th over, a run out is how a wicket falls, and Manav Sutar has to go back to the hut. Out for 21, a very good pick-up and throw from Zakir there. And that brings Rajvardhan Hangargekar out there in the middle. 33 runs in his List A career. That strike rate, when you look at that and you see a strike rate of 127, you know that he's one of those lower order batsmen who likes to hit the ball big. In one of the interviews that Rajvardhan had given, he'd gone on and said that while he was playing age group cricket till about 14, he used to be a frontline batsman. Slower delivery, no runs there. End of the over where a wicket's fallen for India. 44 gone, 178 for 8. Eight down for 178. 6 overs remain. 36 deliveries in the innings. How many can India get? Rajvardhan Hangargekar was telling you a little story about him. He'd gone on and said in an interview in age group cricket, was actually a frontline batsman. And then, I think playing under 14, and his side required a fast bowler. And he said, okay, fair enough, hand me the ball, I'll give it a shot. He can bat, can Rajvardhan?
Definitely he can bat. We have seen that in Under-19 World Cup. 16 matches, 33 runs in the List A career. Strike rate is really good. But here we don't want big shots. Indian team don't want big shots from him till the time Yashdul is there. He just need to stitch that partnership here.
Yes, he got 157 runs in that Under-19 World Cup. Remember the matches that he played in all. And a strike rate of 187. So he can hit the ball long, does like to score briskly. But this is a different ball game altogether. The reason why he's there is because Manav Sutar was run out in this fashion.
It's a great pickup, and aiming at the stump is not that easy from Zakir.
Gloves be.
That is the reason Manav Sutar has to go back. Now it's all about Ashdol, how he's going to handle the bowlers along with him and score the crucial runs for the team.
He's got great temperament, Yashdol. Got to give him that. The way he's marshaled this innings, the way he's gone about the task here with the lower order batsman. He's kept that one end going. Just brought about a degree of sanity to this innings. And remember, Yashdol, in his Ranji Trophy debut, had 100 in both innings. A fantastic young talent that's come through the ranks.
He is a matured cricketer. He led Delhi Ranji Trophy team also, and led under 19 India and leading here. So the 11 matches, 372 runs in list A career. He knows how to score runs.
Smashed away through the offside. Rajvardhan Hangargekar is just letting the opposition know that he's no bunny with the bat. But Yashdol, coming back to the point we were making about him, he's yet to be dismissed in this tournament. Got a big 100 in the opening game. Didn't get a chance to bat in the second against Nepal, then against Pakistan A. Remained unbeaten. And here he is, batting on 52.
That shows his hunger level. He wants to perform, no matter what.
Oh, driven. Down the ground, there is protection at long off. Just get a single here. Now the field spread, remember. Got 5 boundary riders for the final 10 overs. Pitched up and driven.
Searching for Yorker. Mondal has been bowling really well. So all the bowlers in that matter bowled really well. They knew their strength and weaknesses, not trying much against quality Indian batting lineup. They always stuck to their basics. That's helped them to get those wickets and put India in this position.
Look at that. They're bringing fine leg up and putting a fielder back at deep mid wicket. So I wonder if Ripon Mondal is thinking about the slower delivery here and saying, okay, have a go. I have more protection in the deep. And these are long boundaries.
I feel he might bowl bouncer.
On the middle stump line there.
It's a double bluff. Setting the field for bouncer. Bold length delivery.
Mid-off is up. Now there'll be a change here as well. They're bringing third man into the 30-yard circle, and mid-off's going to drop back to long off. Now, maybe with that support of long on and long off back at the fence and deep mid-wicket as well, maybe you've got a slower one coming. What's it going to be from Mondal? Again, it's a double bluff. They've got one. Will they look for two here? No, they won't. Ripon Mondal was aware of the danger that existed. 45 gone, 183 for 8. Six bowlers used by the Bangladesh A captain. He's bowled himself out. 10 overs, 1 for 29 for Saif Hassan. Sheikh Mehndi also pretty economical. 10 overs, 2 for 39 for him as well. Now Mondal's got 5 overs left, out of which I think he can only bowl 2 more. Tanzim's got only 2 left in his kitty. So maybe we might just see that 1 over from a spinner at some point of time. Maybe Joy might have to roll his arm over once. Or there's always the option of having Swami Sarkar.
captain has more options. The pick of the bowler for Bangladesh, Rakibul, Sheikh Mehdi. They have done pretty well. They bowled well, bowled for the field, got those 4 wickets.
Because Mondal bowled the 45th. He's hit it over the infield there, and one bounce and over. Hunger Gekar gets a boundary.
It's a glimpse of his batting. He can bat, he can hit those big sixers. We witnessed that in the Under-19 World Cup. Length was full. Nicely hit that one. Timing was really good. We need few shots like this from Hunger Gekar.
I wonder whether that's going to force Saif Hassan to drop mid-off back to the long-off boundary. I think there will be a change in the field. Yes, there is. Long-off is now going to be positioned. They get the third man fielder up into the 30-yard circle. So he's going to move a little straighter with that long-off fielder. He does. Slower one. Picked up and hit down the ground. That's hit big. That's hit high. That's hit long for 6.
Hunger Gekar, your beauty. Pick that slow run quickly and deposited over extra mid-wicket. Crucial runs for India A.
That's a lusty blow. And he doesn't even look at it once it leaves the bat, just because of the sweet sound that the ball's made as it's made contact with the willow. It's gone the distance. And India A into the 190s here. A boundary and a 6 of the first 2 deliveries. And something to think about for Tanzim now. Clever. He looked for the single here. That's very intelligent batting. In fact, they might want to come back for 2. Yash Dole wanted the second.
Good joy.
Sent back by Rajvardhan.
Great pickup there from long-off fielder. Picking the ball with the one hand and throwing straight to the wicket keeper. It's a good thing they didn't run. Otherwise, definitely Hunger Gekar would have gone back.
But this has been a good over now. 3 deliveries gone, 11 scored already. And Yash Dole would be feeling a little reassured, seeing the way Rajvardhan Hunger Gekar is striking the ball at the other end.
Well, Yash Dole will be having some score in his mind because he knows exactly their bowlers, Indian bowlers. At least they need to score 240 plus.
Looking for a single here. There's a wide Yorker from Tanzim. Yes, I'm sure he'd had that in mind. Remember, India have played the off spinner today in the change that they made in the lineup, getting Yuvraj Dodia in place of Nitish Reddy. That's the first shot that he played, and then the back of the hand slower delivery was dispatched over wideish, long on for 6.
In IPL camps, definitely he would have tried this a lot. That's coming handy today for Hunger Gekar. The way he stuck that 6 was outstanding. One thing will be there for sure: when Bangladesh batters come to bat, Indian bowlers will be there on their faces from the ball 1.
As Rajvardhan Hunger Gekar's a well-built lad. Had a 5-4 in that game against Pakistan, the previous match, while bowling. Wide. Addition to the extras. Otherwise, it's been a very disciplined bowling effort by the Bangladesh A bowlers, but this time around just being put a little under pressure.
That is the reason you can see there Tanzim is trying to bowl those wide Yorkers, because Hunger Gekar, if you bowl in the slot, he will definitely go big.
He's got that big hitting arc, hasn't he? Deep mid-wicket and long on back at the fence. And he does the right thing, keeps it wide outside off. Dot ball to end the over. 46 gone. 196 for 8.
রাকিবেরা বের হয়ে যাও কে রাকিব যাচ্ছে নাকি
Intriguingly poised this semi-final, while the other match that's on between Sri Lanka A and Pakistan A. Sri Lanka A losing their way in that run chase, albeit still in the hunt. It's not over yet. They need to score 323 to win it against Pakistan A. They are 238 for 6 in the 41st over. So, big wicket of Avishka Fernando. That could have really been the turning point in that run chase when Pakistani got Avishka out in the 90s.
Looking the scenario over there, Pakistan will make it to final for sure. Then whoever wins here, they need to go and join Pakistan.
Well, you get confirmation of that. Cricket's a funny game. Lots of things can happen, but you never really know. But Soumya Sarkar, as I was saying, he's been brought on to bowl, and that is not the first time that we've seen Soumya Sarkar bowl in the final overs of the innings in this tournament. 88 wickets for him in his List A career. He's a seasoned campaigner. He's got that ability to bowl the slower bouncer as well, or the slower short pitch delivery that can unsettle the batsman. Single, albeit does get taken.
Sensibly played there by Hangargekar. Didn't try to go big. He picked the slow run early and played it with a soft hand. Easy single for him.
Again, it was a full toss that Yash Dhole's failed to capitalize on. And we haven't had the opportunity to say that too many times in this innings from Yash Dhole.
Well, Soumya Sarkar has bowled 10 overs in the previous game. So they knew that he is able to do well in this kind of situation.
You definitely need a bowler like Soumya Sarkar who is able to take the pace off the ball. That's something that these two batters would want if they want to play those big shots. Chance of a run out? No, he's sent back just in time.
Hangargekar was looking to go big there. Finally, he stopped himself. Good batting.
Yash Dhole wanted the single. Hangargekar saying nothing doing. I'll keep strike. It's been a good over from Soumya Sarkar. Just 3 runs off it so far. Slower bouncer. Attempted. Hasn't got the distance, has he? No, he hasn't. Rajvardhan Hangargekar holds out in the deep. And the catch taken easily by Mahmudul Hassan Joy. And Hangargekar will have to go back to the hut.
Bowl a slow bouncer. Couldn't clear that boundary rider. Hangargekar was not at all required because he knew that he's going to bowl slow runs. It is not that easy when someone bowls slow ball to hit a big shot. He has to walk back to the pavilion.
He's gone for 15. India A 199 for 9.
How many balls, sir?
Now, Hangargekar falling for 15 of 12 deliveries. Well, he went on to play a few big shots, but Yuvraj Dodia, who's just got a look in to the playing 11 in this match itself, comes out to bat for India A.
Well, he has to play with his partner. Still they have 19 more balls.
First and foremost, he's got to survive this last delivery of the 47th over and make sure then that Yash Dhole gets a chance to add more to the India A total in the next over. So this is going to be a very important delivery. Mid-off comes up into the 30-yard circle. There's a missing leg, probably a hint of inside edge as well. A wicket taking over from Soumya Sarkar comes to an end. 199 for 9. An unbeaten 56 by the captain, Yash Dhol. So very important in the context of what India A have managed to put on the scoreboard here. It's thanks to his efforts and the partnerships that you saw for the 8th and 9th wicket. Manav Sotar contributing 21, Hangar Gekar making 15. Those lower order contributions ensuring that at least you got some partnerships going towards the end. Now, what does Yash Dhol do? There are 18 deliveries that remain in the innings. How does he go about things here? Does he look to attack? Sliced away. The call is for 2. You could clearly hear him saying that. He wants to come back for the second. Is it going to be a good throw? Oh, the keeper had his chance there. Probably didn't collect the ball as cleanly as one would have liked.
There was a fumble from wicket keeper that saved Yash Dhol. It was a risky run. With these 2 runs, India A completed 200 runs on the board.
Look at that. Just over-eager to clasp the ball. Doesn't collect it cleanly, otherwise Yash Dhol would have been a goner. And he's home by the time the bails are whipped off. So he's definitely made his ground there. And the 200, as you said, Vinay, up on the scoreboard. Driven beautifully for 4.
Exquisite display of batting from Yash Dhol. Superbly picked that length and went over covers. He knows exactly what he is doing. Having a last batsman with him, he has to take those calculated risks.
Look at how he held his pose after playing that shot. Oh, beautifully struck over extra cover for 4. He says, what's the big deal? I'll do this. Don't worry, I'm around.
I love to see that smile on his face. Even though team is struggling, but still he's taking that responsibility and playing with that smile on his face.
Just tells you the kind of temperament that he possesses, does Yash Dhol. Down the ground. The Yorker that was attempted by Mondal. He's not going to run there. He'd like to keep strike. Now Yash Dhol would look to farm the strike here. He'd probably look to play those boundaries for the first 3 or 4 deliveries of the over. And then, of course, look for that single or the 5th ball of the over. The fourth 50 of the innings coming up in just 37 deliveries. So they've upped the tempo here.
Well, most of the Indian batters has to blame for themselves. They got the start, but they couldn't convert it. But only Yash Dhol is doing really well for the team.
Beautifully driven again. There is protection there, and again no runs. Because it was struck very firmly, Yash Dhol knew there was no chance of coming back for a second. The ball reached the fielder very quickly.
Superbly is batting. One thing for sure, he's going to take those singles. A beautiful shot. He said no.
Just a little disappointed that he couldn't place the ball wider off the sweeper cover fielder. He'll look for the single now. No, he's faced another dot delivery, so he doesn't want to take any chances. He'll probably now take a single of the last ball of the over. And I think this gives an opportunity to Mondal to maybe ball short and deny that single, or bowl a wide Yorker to deny Yash Dhol the single.
By seeing the field set, I don't think they're not trying to save single there, because the fielding is safe, field placements are same. So it will be much easier for Yash Dhol to take the single and go to the striker.
Yes, he will get the single towards deep mid wicket. He's ambling across for that run, which means he'll retain strike. Will the India A captain? 48 overs gone, 206 for 9. Soumya Sarkar, who bowled a very tidy first over in his spell, gave away just 3 runs, picked up the wicket of Rajvardhan Angargekar. He's now going to be bowling the 49th over of the innings as well, which means that they haven't got Tanzim on to bowl, realizing that the pace at which Tanzim bowls, the ball comes nicely onto the bat.
Good, Dada.
Tanzim has only 1 over left, so he might come to bowl from other end. They didn't want to give maybe 2 overs to Mandal, especially that last over.
Oh, Mandal, if you look at his bowling figures, 6 overs, none for 29. He's not been that expensive. Tanzim's gone for... Oh, the slow bouncer is asking for the wide, and he'll get the extra run there. It's a wide call, all right.
It was a good thinking from a bowler point of view, because he has square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off back. So bowling this kind of a slow bouncer, it's not that easy for batsmen to go over that boundary yard.
6 wides by the Bangladeshi bowlers today. No balls. Another slow bouncer. Now he's looking for 2 here is Yashdol. Again, it's about the throw, which is all right, but these are long boundaries, remember. And especially to the leg side from this end, it's almost about a 68, 70 meter boundary.
Good running between the wicket here from Yashdol and Sinha. Nicely they're running.
Realizing there was an opportunity to come back. Clipped away. This time no runs. He lost his footing, Yashdol, as he tried to dig this Yorker out. Good delivery from Soumya Sarkar this time.
Tried for a Yorker, bowled well. Yashdol said no. I want to take most of the strike here.
Look at how he's taken the responsibility of this side. Did that clip the pad on the way through? Yes, Yashdol's a little disappointed, but the umpire says there was a sound, and maybe that was the sound of the ball just grazing the pad. Oh, it wasn't. Probably seems on the replay it was the bat hitting the pad that made that sound. The umpire thought otherwise. This will be called a wide.
Well, he's mixing up his deliveries really well, Soumya Sarkar. Not giving any ball in front of his eyes. Keeping it away, bowling full, bowling slow bouncers. Good bowling.
And that's why the bowler feels that that's a little harsh on him. But to be fair, he got lucky on the previous delivery. Another slow bouncer. And again, it's the same result. They're not going to look for a single. But I'll come back and highlight the point of Yashdol and the way he's taken responsibility for the side. A captain realized the situation's very different today. He's batted totally in a contrasting fashion to the way he generally would like to bat in his aggressive, dominating fashion. He will take the single now. Maybe they could have got mid-off up to stop this single, but that wasn't the ploy. 49 gone. 211 for 9. .66 for Yashdol, an unbeaten knock. He's yet to be dismissed in this tournament. Again, to highlight just how good he has been with the bat, the India A captain. Just opening the face there a little. But this was a great shot down the ground for 4. Then over the top. Just showing a wide array of shots. But these shots have been interspersed with a lot of dot deliveries that he's faced. So again, Just highlighting how temperament is so very important when you're in a situation like this. But look at how deep he's batting in the crease. He's expecting a Yorker here. Oh, and that's the reason why he's tried to go big. On the toe of the bat, it is a chance. And that will be taken. Rakibul takes the catch. And Mondal finally gets a wicket against his name.
Tried to go big. Didn't get that elevation. Looked to go big. Didn't get that elevation. That was the reason. Ball went more high in the air than the distance. First time in this series, Yashdul had got out.
Yes, he was batting deep in the crease, expecting the Yorker or the fuller length delivery. Got it on the toe end of the bat, and Rakibul, ad long off, just comes in and takes that catch. So finally, Yashdul is dismissed. He's gone for 66 now, and that means that India A, their innings folds up at 211. But what a knock this has been from the India A captain. 6 boundaries in that 66. And what it means now that Bangladesh have a target of 212 to get to try and make it to the final of this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Let's take a look at the batting card for India A. Sai Sudarshan falling for 21. He and Abhishek Sharma shared a stand of 29 for the opening wicket. Then came a partnership between Abhishek Sharma and Nitin Jose, who made 17. But again, those two failed to capitalize on the starts they got. Yashdul, a very responsible innings by the captain. 66 of 85. Held the innings together, took the game deep into the final over. There were contributions towards the end as well by Manav Sutar and Hangar Gekar, who batting at 9 and 10 made valuable contributions of 21 and 15. Look at the partnerships there. 46 for the second wicket, and the second highest partnership came for the 8th wicket between Yashdul and Manav Sutar of 41 of 42 deliveries. And look at the contribution for the last 3 wickets. So very important in India getting past the 200. The Bangladesh skipper won the toss today and elected to bowl first. Put India in to bat for the first time in this tournament. He started off with off spin with Sheikh Mehendi from one end and Mondal from the other. Then the bowling change where Tanzin came on the ball and got the wicket of Sai Sudarshan.
Some great bowling display from Bangladeshi bowlers. They kept it tight. This was a beautiful shot here from Abhishek Sharma. Nitin Jose was living little dangerously initially.
Has survived a couple of close calls of a stumping and a leg before he fell like this to Saif Hassan. Abhishek Sharma holed out to the fielder in the deep of the bowling of Rakibul after being set batting on 34. Yashdul carried on from one end, but Nishant Sindhu couldn't make the best of the promotion that he got in the batting order, falling again to Rakibul.
Some great hitting from our Rian. After that, this happened. It was not at all required. He went for a big one. The chopped one into the stump.
Quite a send-off, didn't he, from Tanzil? And then Dhruv Jurel was out leg before. You knew there were troubles galore for the India A side. But Yashdul continued to bat with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Batting very sensibly. Kept the innings going. Got some support from Manav Sutar while he carried on, tried to get a few runs quickly. This was Harshit Rana falling a sharp catch on the 3rd attempt by Tanzil. But Manav Sutar did well to stitch together the stand with Yashdul, and these two put on a very handy 41 of just 42 deliveries for the 8th wicket, while Yashdul brought up his half century. This was the run out. Manav Sutar survived a leg before a field, but a quick pick up and throw by Zakir threw the stumps down.
After that, Hangar Gekar hit those big blows. Big sixer, this one from him. After that, he got out in this fashion. Looked to hit one more sixer. Unfortunately, couldn't connect it properly.
As fell to the slower bouncer. caught in the deep by joy of the bowling of Soumya Sarkar. Yash Tol continued to farm the strike with just the number 11 batsman with him. This was a chance for Bangladesh to have run him out. They missed out on that, and then Yash Tol made them pay. This is how he finally fell off the first ball of the 50th over, trying to hit one down the ground. Just hit it down the throat of Rakibul, and the wicket being claimed by Ripple Mondal. 2 wickets for Sheikh Mehndi, 2 for Tanzim, 2 for Rakibul, as India A fold up for 211. Let's go down to Shamim Chaudhary and see who he's talking to.
Hello, I've got Tanzim Hassan Saqib, the successful bowler for Bangladesh. You must be pretty happy with the overall bowling performance of your team, firstly.
Yeah, of course. We just gave them to 211, so it's pretty good. The wicket is good, and that we'll chase in the night time. So I hope batsmen can chase this run very easily.
Well, let's talk about your efforts. You made the initial breakthrough with that short pitch delivery, and that was a crucial breakthrough. And the other one you got was a slow one. Mixed it up quite nicely.
Yes, in this kind of wicket, you have to mix it up. You have to bowl quick. You have to bowl slower. That's how it works. So I just stick to my plan, and that was our plan, to bowl slower, because the wicket was a bit sticky. So it's gripping, and also I go for the my strength, my pace. So that works.
Absolutely, it did. And you took a couple of catches. One was really swirling, and you took about 3 grabs to get it. You must have been very relieved after you caught that.
Yeah, definitely. It was our match-turning catch, because there were 7 lost that time. So yes, I'm very happy to take 2 wickets. 2 catches.
2 wickets and 2 catches. Well done. And you're hoping that your batters are going to do the job that the bowlers did.
Yeah, of course. The batters will bat aggressively, I can say that, and we'll
All
win
right.
the match.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the game.
A good effort there from Tanzim, got the wickets of Sai Sudarshan, and then of course the change of pace accounting for Rayan Parag. So now Bangladesh A in this semi-final need 212 to win it against India A. We'll be back soon with the run chase.
Welcome back to the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo, Sri Lanka, where the semi-final between India versus Bangladesh is being played. The last year's finalists, Bangladesh, have jockeyed themselves into a good situation here, and they have restricted India A to 211, so they need to put up 212 runs on the board to get into the final. This is the scorecard for the India A side. Not much of contributions coming except for Yashdul, the captain, playing a responsible knock there and keeping the innings together. It was a knock which epitomized responsibility, maturity, and also his cricketing acumen. But whether that will be enough will only be proved in a couple of hours' time. And this is how the Bangladesh A bowlers went about their task. They were on the money, they kept the pressure going right from the start. They did not allow the fluent openers of India to get off to a flyer, kept picking up wickets at regular intervals. And the Bangladesh side now will have a task cut out for them. It's not a pitch where batters can come out and keep playing shots. Good record for Naeem Sheikh in the List A area. He's got 3,624 runs and he's very experienced, likes to play shots. Tanzil Hassan, the other opener, has got an equal split there. 1,220, strike rate of 82.5, and he's been really good in getting to half centuries and centuries. And the bowling will be started by Ashit Rana, who has got 6 wickets in this season of 5 matches. He's generated good pace and he's used the bounces to good effect. And Yashdul was really very mature in the way he batted under a lot of pressure. 2 slips in place for Ashit Rana. India made a change. They brought in a spinner, Yuvraj Singh Dodia, in place of Reddy, the third medium pacer. That will give them that extra reassurance here, because this surface is really conducive for spin bowlers. Alongside me in the com box is Shamim Chaudhary. Shamim, good evening.
Very good evening to you, WV. Well, Bangladesh have got to button down. We've got to start steadily. That target might seem that it can be easily attained, but not to be. With the nature of the wicket, with the quality of the team they're playing against, they've got to be very circumspect, very careful in their approach early on.
Nicely played through the gap. First runs for Bangladesh coming by way of a boundary. Good start this for them. Sheikh is providing them a little bit of confidence straight away.
The square drive, he really employed that very, very well, didn't he? Just look at it going across using the depth. Just a mere push, opening the face. Excellent timing, and look at the placement. That will really bolster his confidence, that's for sure. Naeem Sheikh has 87 runs in the 3 innings that he's played for the Bangladesh A team in the ongoing Asia Cup, with an average of 43.5.
No!
Better line this from Rana. Sai Sudarshan, the man at point. Bangladesh openers got off to a flyer against Afghanistan. The first 25 runs came very quickly. Then there was a little bit of hiccups. And then we saw Joy play a delightful innings. A very good 100 that. And he took them past the 300 mark. Smashed away through the offside behind square. He's not going to spare anything that's wide.
Goodness gracious, what a start to the innings. That was wide, understandable, and that length was there. Just the manner in which he threw his bat very nonchalantly. Look at that. Got himself 4 more runs. Well on the way. Naeem Sheikh and Bangladesh.
I was talking about these openers getting off to a flyer. This is the kind of shots they played. The Afghanistan pacers provided width as well. And it was an eventful start. First couple of balls went for boundaries. Then the third ball was a catch, which is dropped. Nicely bowled is a big appeal from the Indian side. The umpire is asking the fielders to calm down. Rahul Asher, the umpire from Oman, is at the other end.
Yeah, I think got a little excited with that one. Understandably, after being hit away for a couple of boundaries, that little tentative push towards the line. But I just feel that Rahul Asher might have got the right decision. Let's have a look at this. Just seemed to be beyond. And the batter, you could feel, if you get a touch, you tend to look back.
It's a well orchestrated appeal that. The keeper went up first, followed by the slip, then by the bowler. Sometimes the cricketers feel that they heard a noise from somewhere. Could be an impact of the pad, brushing the pad. Playing the pull shot. There's nobody out in the deep. A chase for the field at fine leg, but the ball will win the race. 3 boundaries in this over. What a start this.
This is a brilliant start here by Naeem Sheikh. He's really taken the bowlers on. Was beaten in the previous delivery, but this one, maybe not the timing a little alright, but still that swivel around and that pull and the flourish of the bat eventually just made it go trickling over the boundary.
It bounced a bit more than he expected, but still he went on with the shot. He did not bail out. Just the 3 fielders on the onside. There's a lot of spaces to be had. Smashed away. This is a brilliant shot. This behind square. 4th boundary of the innings. He's on fire, is Sheikh. Bangladesh is 16 without loss.
I've lost the director in my ear.
It's not been an auspicious shot for India. They've conceded 4 boundaries in the first over. Naeem Sheikh was the one scoring those boundaries. Angar Gekar was ready to start from the pavilion end, or the media end, but the skipper has brought on the off-spinner, Yuvraj Singh Dodia.
Well, I can understand the change of heart there after being hit away with that kind of flourish. Look at that. Didn't give an opportunity. This one may be a little mistimed, but what about the last one? A cracker of a shot. 4 boundaries in the very first over. Bangladesh well on their way.
He's been brought into this game in place of the medium pacer, Reddy. Nitish Kumar Reddy was the one who was playing alongside Angar Gekar and Rana as the third seamer. But both these sides reckon that this surface has a lot more on offer for the spinners. And hence the change, nicely tossed up, coming from round the wicket. And also 2 left-handers out at the crease. And Ash Dul must have felt he'll try and start the proceedings with an off-spinner.
I think that's the right way to go. Just replicate what Bangladesh did with Sheikh Mehdi Hassan coming in. After that blistering start in the first over, India have got to really pull it back by bowling tight lines and lengths. Can ill afford to offer any kind of width. But, you know, Naeem Sheikh does not need to get carried away. Might say 4 boundaries in the last over. I'm going to take the spinner on. That will not be a wise option.
Leaning into it. You need different skill sets to play against a spinner, especially if the ball is gripping and turning on the surface. In the air, uppish. I think he's itching to have a go against the spinner.
You've got to curtail the instinct you're having that burning in your tummy that I'm going to go after the bowling.
Quicker through there. A single for Naim Sheikh. Yes, if you are batting against the faster bowlers, pick the line when there is no deviation of the surface or there is no swing in the air, and then let the bat go through the line. But if you're playing against the spinners, you got to hold your shape, you got to be on top of the ball. And any deviation will always ensure that you don't get your timing right. End of the over, 18 without loss, Bangladesh A. Pakistan have won by a margin of 60 runs in the other semi-final against Sri Lanka and have reached the final. Sri Lanka bowled out for 262, chasing a target of 323, and it's been a good performance by Pakistan at the Sara Stadium. Out here at the Premadasa, the final list is yet to be decided. Bangladesh chasing a target of 212 against India A. Have got off to a rapid start here. 18 without loss. Angar Gekar has been brought into the attack after that expensive over from Rana. As many as 4 boundaries were scored in that Rana over. Once again driven down the ground. What's he had during the break as Naim Sheikh? Another boundary.
He's made it look so easy, just leaning into that. The full face of the bat to a straight delivery, just past the wickets on the other side. Look at this one. Just corrected himself, full face of the bat. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just a mere push. And it took it past at very rapid pace to the boundary.
A loosener in the slot from Angar Gekar. 5 boundaries for Naim Sheikh. He had a 5-for, did Angar Gekar in the last game. That was the second time he's picked up a 5-wicket haul in his career. And there's a change in the field. The fine leg has been brought into the circle and the square leg has been pushed back. Otherwise, he's got a third. Obviously, just the 2 boundary riders. Economy of 5.01 in this series. Best of 5 for 42. That came in the last game. Stroked away beautifully. Now he's really looking confident. He's just batting as though you would knock when somebody is doing the throwdowns to you. That's how confident he seems to be.
Technically, he's looking very sound. Mohammad Naeem was the highest run getter in the Dhaka Premier Cricket League 2023. With 932 runs, so he's been amongst the runs.
Full face of the bat, and he's not afraid to get a big stride out. The reason why I said not afraid is because both Angar Gekar and Rana have demonstrated the ability of extracting extra bounce. So it might put batters on the back foot. But Sheikh is there leaning forward, getting a good stride out.
But you're talking about the short pitch deliveries. That is where the first success for Bangladesh came. And once again, the fielder being posted into that deep square leg region gives the indication that the bowler is going to bowl a short pitch delivery for him prior to pull or hook. But play the bluff. Just pitch it in the Yorker length area. That will not be anticipated.
Beaten outside the off stump. Tentative. This is what I meant when I saw Sheikh bat with a full stride out. Tanzid has not got his stride out. Just a half step and then the bat going out.
Tanzir has been Bangladesh's leading run scorer in this tournament. So he's got the runs under his belt, 128 runs in the 3 innings, and a very good average of 42.7. So he should be seeing the ball well and lining up for some attacking shots.
It's a tricky phase this to bat, to sight the ball, the twilight zone, where the natural and the artificial lights merge. Oh, extra bounce, as I was mentioning.
If you want to really put the batters into trouble, you need something like that. In the last match, this is what Hungary achieved. 5 for 42 with Pakistan. What a scintillating performance that was. See all kinds of delivery, short pitch ones. And that was a superlative catch. What about that? Out of thin air. Full toss. Maybe doesn't deserve a wicket. But that's how the cookie crumbles. And one that really reared up, got possibly a bit of glove to it. Fiery bowling by Hungary. And he wants to repeat that here.
Giving the charge. Signs of desperation this. End of the over. 23 without loss. Bangladesh A. India A were put into bat by Bangladesh A. They could only muster 211. Good knock from Yashdul, the Indian skipper, 66 of 85. Abhishek contributed 34. Sudarshan got off to a start but did not convert it into something substantial. Good all-round bowling by the Bangladeshi bowlers. Spinners leading the way, but Tanzim bowling well too. And in reply, Bangladesh 23 without loss after 3 overs. Off spinner continues.
And this is where you have to just water it down. Naim Sheikh getting off to a blistering start using the pace of the opening bowlers, but now you've got to say that what you've seen your team do with the ball may be replicated, and that's the way of doing things. Rotation of the strike, which unfortunately at one point in time in the Indian innings was missing for a while. So depending on boundaries and trying to hit the big shots, risk factor was high. This is the lesson you learn from the mistakes of the opposition.
At this stage, India A were 8 without loss. Nicely played by Tanzid. He's yet to find his fluency here. I was remarking about the fact that it's difficult to sight the ball first up. And 2 different forms of light merge, but that time around played with deft touch, fine, and he'll pick up a boundary.
You don't have to hit the ball hard to put it to the boundary. Just use the angle. Just open the face of the bat. Yuvraj Singh doesn't really offer too much pace, but just that angle of the bat. What about that? Delicate touch and racing away. So the pressure which was building to a certain extent on Tanzid released somewhat with this boundary. They can buy their time, WV, because they've got off to a flyer.
Yeah, 6 fours this inning so far. First one for Tanzid coming of the previous delivery. That looked a lot more solid from Tanzid. He picks up a single. And Sheikh has been the star. Naim Sheikh playing some fluent shots against the fast bowlers. He got 4 fours against Rana of the very first over of the innings. Nicely bowled. End of the over, 29 without loss, Bangladesh A. Bangladesh need to get 212 to play Pakistan in the final. Just to remind you viewers, Pakistan have already qualified for the final by virtue of a victory over Sri Lanka by a margin of 60 runs in the other semi-final, which happened at the Sara Stadium. And here the battle for a place in the final is on at the Prem Mazasa Stadium. Angar Gekar starting his second over, coming from round the wicket. Once again having a go, stands it. No feet at all, just the bat.
Cannot really understand Tanzil's approach. He's been so good previously. The Men's Emerging Asia Cup, talking about previously. Winners India in 2013, 2017 and 2018 over Sri Lanka. And Pakistan beating Bangladesh in 2019. Chance of that, the two finalists again locking horns later on in a couple of days' time.
Thrice Pakistan have figured in the final in the last 4 editions of the Asia Cup. Angar Gekar is high on confidence after the 5-wicket haul in the last game. That was really quick.
Just good ball. Deserved a little better, I thought. Inside edge onto the pads. Could have deflected onto the wickets. Tad fortunate. Tanzil, he's got to be playing the ball to its merit. You're not going to get loose deliveries all the way through. There are going to be good balls coming. These are excellent bowlers, very experienced. Got to be careful.
It's a bit unsettled mentally, is what the impression he gives, Tanzil, whereas Naeem Sheikh has been oozing clarity. Nicely tucked away. The fielder is out there in the deep, but that will not deter the Bangladeshi batters from coming back for the second.
He's just played with maybe not soft hands, but just knew that wider gap was there. Paced their running. As soon as they went through for the first one, he called for 2. And that is the understanding you need to have with your partner in terms of running between the wickets, trusting each other's call.
Yeah, that is played a bit behind square. The fielder was almost towards mid-wicket, and that's what gave the batters enough time to come back for the second. Good looking shot, but again, no runs this time for Tanzil.
That's fine. I think he was a little unlucky in not playing it away, but that's the proper shot. He wasn't really overhitting it and not trying to really manufacture a shot. It was more like a controlled angled shot, striving for the backward point and cover point gap to penetrate the ball through. That's the right attitude. You cannot let the bowlers really make you think differently. Just go the normal way.
Change in field. The point fielder is pushed back to the boundary, and the third comes within the circle. There's a slip in place already. Drifts onto the pads. This time played straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just a single.
And that's bound to happen. You see sometimes the bowlers get a tad frustrated. Just one down the leg side, the angle allowing that closure of the face of the bat.
That's exactly what the captain was trying to tell his bowler. I got a strong offside field for you. You're drifting onto the pads. Yeah, consistent line is mandatory in white ball cricket. Length is, of course, variable. They're looking for a single and they will get it because of that huge gap provided by way of pushing the fielder back onto the boundary. End of the over, 33 without loss, Bangladesh A. India A getting 211 after being put into bat by Bangladesh. A good performance from the Bangladesh bowlers. They were really good and disciplined right through the innings. And now they started off well in their chase, played away in the onside. Naeem Sheikh is not missing out on any opportunities here, and he's been provided a lot of opportunities by the India bowlers.
Yes, that's rather tardy, to say the least. Going down the leg side, it's allowing the batter to really pick his spot. Look at this, just the angle. If he missed it, it would have gone for wides. So, good running between the wickets. That's been a feature that these two can be pretty happy about. Whenever it's played in shade wider of the fielder, they're ready to go for the second run.
Yes.
It's interesting, so far we've not seen any turn whatsoever from Yuvraj Singh. Perhaps the ball is new, the ball is landing on the shiny side and skidding through. In fact, he is trying to impart a lot of spin. He is bowling from over the top. He's not releasing it with a round arm action.
You know, with the new ball, it was very, very distinctive how Sheikh Mahdi bowled. He didn't try to give the ball too much of a rip because he knew the fact that it's not going to really get purchased, the new ball. So it is depending on variations of lines and lengths, keeping the batters in check.
Some spinners hold the ball too tight. Then it becomes difficult for them to produce any kind of deviation of the surface. Runs in a straight line. And cut away. Another boundary here for Tanzit. Runs are coming thick and fast by way of boundaries for the Bangladesh openers.
Oh, he's gaining in confidence with every passing delivery. Just a hint of shortness of length. Look at the way he rocked back. And the placement, perfect. No chance for any of the fielders. The ball racing away. This is looking rather ominous for India here. These two really getting a move on. 7 boundary in the innings.
He will pick up a single, Tanzit, and retain the strike. 41 without loss, Bangladesh A after 6 overs. It's a very good positive response from Bangladesh A. They are 41 without loss, chasing a target of 212. And this man has been right on top of his game. Naeem Sheikh creaming the bowlers through the offside. And then the lone pull in that first over. 4 boundaries coming of it. And then 1 straight down the ground. Lovely shots those. Not only by Naeem Sheikh, by our camera crew as well.
Absolutely. Got in the right angles, got behind the lines of the shots. Delight to watch.
Beautifully struck. There is a man out in the deep. Will he cut it off? No, he doesn't. A good effort that, but still the ball eludes him. Nikin Jose is quick. He's been really good in this tournament, but even he can't cut it off.
elegance personified in that shot. Left-handers naturally look elegant, but when they're driving the balls through the covers in that fashion, makes it look so pleasing to the eye. This has been terrific from both the openers now, really getting into the rhythm, really going after the bowling.
The pressure is on India, definitely now. The India A bowlers are facing a stiff challenge here. It's been more or less a kind of a walk in the park for them in the earlier games. They picked up wickets first up, but here no success so far.
You can see Hangarekar is suffering with the lengths there. Once again, opportunity of Tanzid Hassan has been terrific. 51 of 39 versus Sri Lanka, the lost game. But Oman A 68. Afghanistan didn't get amongst the runs, but is well on the way here. 18 of 18.
The batters are asking for a drink because Dhruv Jorel is asked for the physio to come in and release the cramps that he is suffering from. Some stretching will take place here. And Bangladesh walked out to bat, having to chase 212 to reach the final. They started off in great fashion. Very positive, very confident, especially Naeem Sheikh, having an answer to everything that the Indian bowlers threw at him. And he's been dominant. Whereas Tanzid, bit tentative, but now he's gradually growing in confidence. Surprising, because he's the one who's been in good form.
Funny old game. Never know, but both of them have been in decent form in recent times in this tournament, as well as previously, coming from good batting performances in the domestic circuit. 45 after 6.2, pause in play.
Yes, this is the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup here. And we have the senior one coming up too. And this is how the groupings are. India, Pakistan and Nepal in Group A, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan in Group 2. And top two teams from each group will qualify for the Super 4. And this is the schedule. Pakistan will take on Nepal in Multan, and then Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Those two games in Kandy. Pakistan was India too, and then Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Lahore. India take on Nepal at Kandy, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka at Lahore. Starting on 30th of August and going on till the 5th of September. Some exciting cricket you can look forward to. Angargekar has to get his discipline going here like he did in the first two games, or rather the previous two games. Staying a bit outside the crease is Tanzid. And squaring up as well. Some batters feel they can sight the ball better if they open up in their stance. But that will also provide a little bit of opportunity for the bowler if he angles it across.
The ball comes a little quicker, understandably, but the thought process from the batting perspective is that maybe negates a little bit of a shape that might happen with the new ball, and you may feel that with the pace, that added pace, that when you strike at point of impact on the bat, it gets an opportunity to you to angle the balls away without trying to hit it too hard.
Cut away. There is a man out in the deep. He's been really good while playing these shots on the offside. He's getting on top of the bounce if it's short, and then if it's full, he's getting a good stride out.
After that initial blistering start, I think Naeem Sheikh has said, okay, just tone it down a little bit, be a little more picky with my shot. And that is a sensible way of going about it. You put the pressure on the bowlers, Now you just try and milk the runs.
Yes, he's just looking to respond. He's not looking to manufacture shots here. Poor delivery this from Angar Geka. Just helped away on its way. Another boundary for Tanzid.
Really can afford to be patient. This is what happens when the bowlers are under pressure. They try something different. All Tanzid had to do is swivel round. Maybe not from the meaty part, possibly the splice of the bat, but that'll do. That'll do nicely because there's no protection there. 4 more runs.
That boundary brings up the 50 for Bangladesh. 50 coming of 41 deliveries. 51 in fact. Whereas India got the first 50 of 87 deliveries. And that's a huge gap this. Look at that. India were just 29 without loss around the end of the 7th over. But Bangladesh are running away with it at the moment. 1 or 2 wickets here could still make it a good contest. Dot ball to end the over. 51 without loss Bangladesh after 7 overs.
सात हो गए 6
161 required from here, from the remaining 43 overs. All 10 wickets in hand for Bangladesh. They're definitely in control of this game.
पकड़ ले
Yuvraj Dodhia, who's got a look in for this contest today. Can he come up with something special? The off spinner did start off proceedings from the other end with the new ball. Oh, he's got some turn there. The question is, has the wicketkeeper whipped the bails off with the batter's foot outside the crease? Dhruv Jurel has asked the question, and the square leg umpire has gone up to the third umpire for assistance here. Faisal Afridi will have to make this decision. Let's look at it from the side-on angle. This is important. First and foremost, did that front foot land behind the crease? Yes, that's good. So that's not a bother. That's not any worry. Now, what's happened to the back foot here? Sliding it in front of the line. Remember, the line belongs to the umpire. And is that going to be conclusive enough for the TV umpire to adjudicate this in favor of the fielding side? Toe is on the line, and again a quick reminder that there's some part of that boot that's got to be behind the line. Look at it from the other angle. That's got to be conclusive. Now, what does the third umpire decide here? Vinay Kumar joining me in the hot seat. What's your take? First up.
Looks very close there. We need to wait and watch what third umpire is going to decide.
There's been a few close calls for the batsman here. Does this angle, which is pretty much square on, does this make it more conclusive? Just going back a couple of frames now. At the point where the bails are dislodged completely from the groove, that's the point that you've got to see whether that boot is actually, or some part of that foot is behind the line. On the line is not good enough for the batter, remember. Well, inconclusive, which is why the green light comes on. So close call, but Sheikh survives.
Well, it was a very good delivery from Yuvraj. He bit on the batter with the flight. You can see some turn there. Maybe ball is getting older. So more and more ball gets older, they can get more turn from the wicket.
Off the thick outside edge. He's not looked very convincing here as Tanzid Sheikh against the turning ball.
It's a good keeping there from Dhruv Jurel. Remember, similar thing happened with Nitin Jose when he was batting. But things are not going well for India A.
This time attacking the stump line. Yuvraj Dodia. It's important to see how he's just varied the line as well. For Tanzil, that first delivery was in line with the stumps. For Naeem Sheikh, he's just floating the ball in just around that off stump line, getting it to grip and turn away. He's pushing it through quicker for Tanzil.
Well, he's mixing it up nicely with his pace.
At this stage, as a comparison, it's 29 without loss. This is the score for India. Now that was sliding down the leg side. More of hope in that appeal from Yuvraj. Doesn't get the wicket that he was looking for. 8 gone. It's 52 without loss. Prem Parag. Now they've turned to him. The left-hander's out there. He can bowl the off break to the left-hander. We've seen him do that before. 37 wickets in his List A career. Didn't really contribute much with the bat today. Here's his chance to now contribute with the ball in hand.
India A badly required one breakthrough here because they have only 212 runs to defend. When you're defending low score, you need to get those early wickets. But Bangladeshi A batters are too good today.
I think it's about just trying to stay in the game, to hang in there. Tossed up delivery. Not a bad idea. Just to tempt the batsman a little. What happened in the previous over? The last ball seemed to be sliding down the leg side.
Desperate appeal over there. Somehow they have to get one wicket. They will do everything now because that is the only way they can come back in the game. Bangladesh got that flying starter here.
This is an interesting field for Rayan Parag because he's got long off back at the fence, but mid-on is up inside the 30-yard circle. Look at that. So the boundary rider that he's taken is a deep square. That's for the hoik across the line. But the temptation has been given to the batter. Tanzil's been told, okay, if you want to hit against the turn, take that route and try and go over mid-on. Would you take that chance? Looks for a single. Gets it easily. That's good running. He took off the moment he played that shot.
As soon as he drove the ball, he started running immediately. That is the reason he easily finished that run. So well, if you think from Team India point of view, they have to bowl more dot balls. Beautiful delivery here from Rayan Parag, getting some turn and bounce. They need one wicket. If they get a one wicket, they can come back in the game.
This gives them an opening, gives them something to work with. Just 2 runs off this over from Rayan Parag. 9 gone, 54 without loss.
बढ़िया
16 came of that very first over as the Bangladesh A batters came out with very positive intent in this run chase. And since then, you get a feeling that the India A bowlers have been trying to play catch up 9 gone, 54 on the board. They haven't lost a wicket yet. They've utilized the power play well. Now look at this delivery. And more importantly, look at Naeem Sheikh's back foot. Firmly grounded behind the line. But he's reaching for the delivery. And I think this is a game plan that the two India spinners have picked up. Swept away. 4, it's played square. The fielder was a little wider and he's picked his spot, Tanzit.
As soon as he realized the fielder was a bit wider, he found that gap, nicely hit it over square leg for 4.
They just moved that fielder wider to cover the mid-wicket region. And he's hit it a lot straighter, a lot squarer for 4. They look for 2 here. No. They'll settle for the single. No chance taken there. 10 boundaries in the innings so far for Bangladesh. That's half the number of boundaries the India A batters came up with in the entire innings. So they've really shown intent. And I think the ploy is to make quick runs while the ball is still hard and new and coming onto the bat nicely.
Well, out of 59 runs, 40 runs India A bowlers are considered in boundaries. So when you have lesser target, sometimes you tend to give extra effort which not at all required in that moment. Keeping it simple, sticking to your basics will help you to get those wickets. That I didn't see today with the Indian seam bowlers. They were trying too hard here.
The other thing is, remember, you've got the power play on, so only 2 boundary riders allowed. And that's why a greater number of boundaries in the first 10 overs. Now that fielder at square leg is a lot squarer, just behind the square leg umpire to cover the angle for the slog sweep.
Once as a batter start hitting sweep for spinners, their length tend to get disturbed. That's what is happening now.
Off the outer edge. Tanzit survives. 10 gone. The power plays come to an end. It's 60 without loss.
Obviously, भाई 2 विकेट आने दे अंदर रहे
They're going at 6 and over, Bangladesh A. And remember, the target isn't the stiffest that they're chasing down today. India A were bowled out for 211, so the target's just 212. Again, that teasing line to Naeem Sheikh. They've got this line that I'd like to talk about, which is outside the off stump. And this is what happened to Tanzit. Again, it's that area just outside the off stump, slightly fuller in length. Off the outside edge.
Well, the bottom end is coming in play. That is the reason he is losing his shape there.
And I think that's the line that you've got to be bowling at, outside, just outside off stump for these two left-handers. Because the moment you've pitched it in line with the stumps or pitched around middle and off, they've been able to work it on the onside. They've been able to even play that sweep as well off the middle stump line. This is better. This is better. You might get driven, but you're also creating the opportunity for getting the outside edge.
Well, it's a great effort from Ashdul.
Great effort by the captain. He's had a good game as Yashdol. Again, milking the singles. This is good batting. But I'd say the line, it's just bowled on both sides of the wicket here. Ryan Parag, the length has been full, all right. But he's just drifted onto the pad line on a few occasions in this over. Streaky, but a single nonetheless. Well fielded by Nick and Joes. 11 gone. It's 63 without loss. Well, there's still some conversation that's going on between Ryan Parag and the keeper Dhruv Jurel. But the big question that hangs in the air now for Yash Dole is, does he bring on his left arm spinner? Does he bring on Nishant Sindhu, or does he bring on Manav Sutar now? Let's take a look at the highlights of the Bangladesh run chase thus far. Started off in quick fire fashion, getting 16 of that very first over that was sent down by Harshit Rana.
Beautiful batting display from Tanzit. 10 boundaries till now they have scored. They're dealing with boundaries.
Some glorious drives played through the covers down the ground, then the sweep being deployed against the spinner Yuvraj Dodia, who is going to continue from the media end. They're ahead in runs, haven't lost a wicket, have Bangladesh here. That's good fielding by Yash Dole. Moved across very quickly, the Indian captain.
If you see Rana's bowling, the first over, the 4 boundaries which they hit, all of are good balls. So, captain can give a thought, getting him back. Now, there will be 4 filters outside. So, those 2 are your main bowlers who has been taking bulk of a wicket for you. So, it's not a bad idea getting from one end, Seema.
Would they look at that? For the moment, it's the 2 off-break bowlers in operation, bowling in tandem. Look at that. The boundaries have dried up. They're dealing in singles. They're rotating strike, getting about 3 or 4 singles every over. They have the option of the left-arm spinners. There's Abhishek Sharma as well, along with Manav Sutar and Nishant Sindhu.
Playing in his first game, Yuvraj doing a great job here. Started bowling in the power play, bowling in right areas, not conceding many runs, no loose balls.
This was a game plan, I think, that was preconceived. It was well thought out even before the match began. The moment they'd included Yuvraj Dodia in the playing 11, you knew that he'd be bowling in the power play with the 2 left-handers opening the batting for Bangladesh A. Goes down the ground, and that will be 4. Mid-on was up inside the 30-yard circle. And that was the invitation that was accepted by Tanzit. 12 gone, 69 without loss.
Manav.
That's the match summary for you. The second semi-final, India A. Their batting not clicking today, but credit to the way Bangladesh bowled today. Rakibul picking up 2 wickets, 2 for Sheikh Mehndi, who opened the bowling, and Tanzim chipping in with 2 as well. Important wickets that he got. But we're talking about left arm spin being pressed into service. It's going to be Manav Sutar, the frontline left armer in this India A lineup. He's been handed the ball.
He is the most successful bowler for India A. 4 matches, 6 wickets. The last game against Pakistan, he has done a wonderful job. Here he is going to bowl for the 2 set left-hand batters.
This plays on the domestic circuit for Rajasthan. Capable all-rounder, can contribute to the bat as well like he did today for the India A side. Single on the very first ball, but you look at the approach to the crease. He's quick in his run-up and his approach to the popping crease. Manav Sotar does tend to impart a fair bit of rip on the ball as he releases the ball as well. This is the boundary, the last ball of the previous over of Yuvraj Dodia.
Length was full. Didn't turn. That was the reason he went for the big shot. Choosing the aerial route. Got those much needed boundary.
Oh, that one turned. Now they're appealing for a caught behind as well. The initial appeal was for a leg before from the bowler, and then the wicket keeper latches onto the ball, and he's appealing for a caught behind.
It looked very close. First they were appealing for LBW, then wicketkeeper joined, appealing for a caught behind.
Well, the umpire says nothing doing. It wasn't out leg before because the ball was missing the leg stump. And did it grab any glove? That's the question. Yes! It's played on. And Manav Sotar has brought about the breakthrough. Naeem Sheikh drags it back onto his stumps. He's disappointed. And India A strike.
Much needed break for India A. Manav Sotar got that breakthrough. Super bowling display here. Bowling in his first over and striked.
Ball did grip the surface and it turned back into the left-hander who wanted to go for the expansive drive. Just dragging it back onto the middle stump. So Naeem Sheikh's gone for 38. Bangladesh A are 70 for 1. There's a lot of times that you talk of matchups and you say that the left arm spinner going up against the left-handed bat might not be the ideal matchup. But once again, you have proof that a quality left armer can take wickets irrespective of who he's bowling to. Zakir Hasan walks out into the middle, averaging just under 30 in List A cricket. He's got 2,658 runs to his name and loads of experience, playing his 103rd match, so he's an experienced campaigner on the list in the List A format. But the reason why he has come out there in the middle is because of this.
Left is right for Team India. They were kind of holding, thinking left-arm spinner might not be that effective against left-hand batter, but that is highly rated. Good bowler, good spinner. He should be ready to bowl against any kind of batter. Manav Sotar is doing a great job for India A.
Oh, again, turn and bounce for Manav Sotar. And this had Zakir in all sorts of bother.
Are we going to see some dream spell from Manav Sotar? The way he is starting looks like he's going to be a dangerous bowler in this wicket.
What a fantastic over this. The first one from Manav Sotar. He's picked up a wicket as well. Bangladesh A 70 for 1.
चलो चलो भाइयों बढ़िया बढ़िया चलो लगे रहो सर ये लाइन मिट गई है दिख नहीं रही है ड्रिंक्स के
India A finally breaking through, breaking that opening wicket stand of 70 with the wicket of Naeem Sheikh being claimed by Manav Sotar, the left arm spinner, in his very first over. And that's going to give a glimmer of hope to this India A side. They don't have too many runs to defend. Target of 212.
Yes, boy.
On the first look didn't seem adequate. And Bangladesh would say, okay, we just need another 142 from here. So we've done the hard work. Got a good start, a quick, fiery start. Let's now just buckle down and make sure we get the remaining runs.
Change of end for Parag. They have to get wickets now. They got one breakthrough. One brings two. We always mention that. Now this is the right time. Getting your fielders a little bit closer. Creating that pressure. Looking for one more wicket. That's what we're seeing here. Sai Sudarshan is going to slip.
Yeah, so the off spinner operating. You'd expect that outside edge. We've seen Ryan Parag extract some turn. Yeah, spinning the ball away from the left-handed batsman. The new batter out there, Zakir, can be put under some pressure here. Just flighting the delivery. Ryan Parag hoping that he gets a little bit of drift back into the left-hander and then get the ball to pitch and break away.
Zakir Hussain had a great outing. The previous one he scored 62 runs. So you need to create that pressure earlier. Once he gets set, it will be easier for him.
A hit away in that mid-wicket region for 4. Well struck here by Tanzid. Picked his spot. There was deep square and long on. And he's bisected the two.
The length was full. Whenever bowler goes at full length, went for runs. So it's very crucial because you don't have much run to defend. So line and length has to be very disciplined.
There is a fielder at long on. You could hear the grunt as the batter felt that he could have placed this better towards mid-wicket, could have got more purchase for the effort. That ball that should have been put away. And that is why Tanzid let out that cry of agony, thinking that he missed out. He's bowled well to the new batter, Ryan Parag. 14 gone, 77 for 1.
It's been Bangladesh A all the way through in the semi-final 2. They put India into bat after winning the toss, restricted them to 211. 2 wickets each for the spinners, Shak Mahdi and Rakibul, and then Tanzim, the medium pacer, picked up 2 wickets too. In reply, they are in control of the proceedings here. 77 for 1 after 14 overs. Their target is 212. They have made a breakthrough in the last over of Manav Sutar. Naeem Sheikh was dismissed, but both Tanzid and Zakir are in good nick in this tournament. Zakir was involved in a very crucial partnership with Joy in the previous encounter. At one stage, Bangladesh had lost 3 wickets for 30 odd, and then it was Zakir and Joy who consolidated the innings and took them to respectability, and this was how Sheikh was dismissed. Looking to play an expansive drive, was bowled off the inside edge of the bat.
The Bangladesh have got to really batten down. There has been a period of play when they've dominated absolutely, but with that fall of wicket, they can just afford to be a little more patient, bide their time. Well ahead of what India were at this point in time, so just can be more selective. And in Zakir Hassan, they have a player who's made a century on debut in the in the test match against India, he's got that temperament to just bide his time, be patient, be sort of careful in the approach. Maybe soothe down the more attacking temperament of Tanzid. So they should just complement each other well. Let's go through a period of rebuilding for the team.
Bit of turn, but that's worked away well. Fine on the onside. He'll be cut off, but Zakir will come back for the second. It's so critical to bowl the right line, especially when there is enough deviation of the surface.
Well, you can expect Zakir Hassan to be careful in terms of line. You're talking about landing on the middle stump, going down the leg side. It becomes easy pickings. You're absolutely right. It's got to be so accurate.
Change of line does well to end the over with a dot ball. 80 for 1, Bangladesh after 15 overs. The chase of 212 has been really fashioned well by the openers, Tanzid and Naeem Sheikh. They've been successful in this competition of providing a good foundation to their team. Bangladesh. Rian Parag starting a new over. Beats him out to the off stump. There is definitely some help for the spinners here on the surface.
That's superb. The drift in, look at this. And then the turn away. You get the batter committed and you beat the bat with that sharp turn. Some encouragement for the bowlers. Parag. Suspicious look at the wicket from Tanzid.
Shifting his line, and the left-hander goes over the infield. Will it beat the fielder? No, it doesn't. Nick Jones does well. Chases and drags it back. Saves 2 runs for his side.
You know, that previous delivery, I think, forced the batter to go and take the bowler on. And this is where you should be a little wary. Just have a look at the effort. Terrific commitment shown there. Nicky Jones did well. I think he saved some runs there for his team.
He's been really good on the field as Nicky Jones right through this tournament. Lyndon Honeywell is the man officiating at the end. Rian Parag is bowling from. You would expect Rian Parag to drag it a bit short now and then because he's not a regular bowler. He's a batter who can bowl a bit.
You can see it by what he's been trying to do. The 3 deliveries, 3 very different balls that he has bowled to the batters. The first ball he beat the batter, then the batter takes him on, couldn't put to the boundary, and then that short pitch outside the line of the off stump.
Nicely tossed up. A single for Zakir there. He started off the over by bowling a terrific delivery. Beat the left-hander all up. But I'm keen to see where he finishes. He's almost in front of the umpire. Pushing hard here. They will finish the run comfortably. Looking at that ball from another angle, look at where he finishes his follow through. Definitely right in front of the umpire. But was it in the danger area? It's something Lyndon Hannibal will have to figure out.
No!
End of the over, 85 for 1, Bangladesh after 16 overs. This is what the Bangladesh openers have done. They got off to good starts here. 69 versus Sri Lanka, 109 versus Oman, 70 was India A, and just that odd blip in relation to what they've done in other games, 25 versus Afghanistan. It's so critical for the openers to provide that foundation, and that too on a consistent basis, isn't it?
Absolutely, and even that blip that you're talking about, eventually ending at 307, so the latter order really chipping in. Despite that, oh, that's going to be close. Did he get a bit of bat to it? Big appeal, no response from the umpire, and he says, sorry about that.
Rahul Asher had a good look at it, and then decided it was doing too much.
So at least putting them in a spot of bother. Once again, almost threatening to creep through that defense. There was a bit away from the bat, the pad rather, got the inside part of the bat.
This is where the Bangladeshi openers have done really well to get those runs quickly against the new ball. Once the spinners have come on to bowl, it's been a different ball game altogether, because they are getting some purchase of the surface. And it's always good for the openers to get runs quickly and provide that impetus to the innings.
Yes, initially, even before the game started, at the toss, captain of India A anticipated that turn, said there would be. Now, that was short, and it was just asking for punishment and got what the ball deserved.
Tanzid had enough time to go down on one knee. He was a trifle late in getting onto it, but still he had enough time to just transfer the weight, go down on one knee, and then punish it. That was too short. That was a gift, really.
Yeah, after a bad delivery, it's up to the bowler to try and come back with a good one. The batter will be looking to get after him.
Nicely driven into the gap. Another boundary here for Tanzid, and that brings up his 50 as well. He got off to a very slow start, but he's made up here. 51 or 53 for him.
750s in the list A matches, and third here. He's really looked solid. Look at the way he's compiled his runs. 8 boundaries. There have been quite a lot of dots, but he's made that up with the boundaries. He's been really on song, and that is the manner in which he got it. Just the width offered. He's just putting it through the covers with utmost ease.
Dot ball to end the over. 93 for 1 Bangladesh A after 17 overs. And drinks break called for by the umpires. A chasing a target of 212 for a place in the final of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup this edition. 93 for 1. The openers getting off to a good start here. And the Indian team having a last-minute huddle before they took the field. But it was Bangladesh batters who dominated the proceedings. Naeem Sheikh being very severe against Rana, and that was a classic shot. And this one, even better. Straight down the ground, hardly any effort. And then Tanzed also found some form. He was a bit shaky to start off with, and then he played some lovely shots too. And he was equally severe against the spinners. And all in all, this has been a show of Bangladesh A starting from this afternoon. Yes! And that was the dismissal of Naeem Sheikh, looking to reach out and play an expansive drive, got out. And then Tanzed now taking over from where Naeem Sheikh left off. He's gone past the 50 mark here. He's done that on 3 occasions here in this competition. 3 out of 4 is absolutely great going. And Zakir is just keeping him company. He was one of the major contributors for Bangladesh in the last game against Afghanistan. It was a must-win game for Bangladesh A. They did well to bat first and pile up a huge score of 307 and then win it by a margin of 20-odd runs, 21 runs to be precise. And here in the semi-final, they've not put a foot wrong here, Bangladesh. They've been absolutely on top of the game.
They have indeed. Right from the word go, winning the toss with the decision to put India in, and straight away the bowlers falling into wonderful lines and lengths. Now it's going to be up to Nishant Sindhu. 10 wickets in his List A career. Try and get a breakthrough, just doing his warm-ups. India desperately in search of another wicket to give them a semblance of hope. And these two looking quite comfortable.
119 required of 198 balls here. Sindhu starts his spell. Good start this. Still a single will accrue. He was sent ahead of Riyan Parag in batting, but that move did not come off.
It's a good thing for a batting unit to have a look at a new bowler, possibly never seen him or played against him, despite all the video analysis that they go through in preparation of a match. At this level, it's nice looking, good looking delivery. At this level, you don't always get the opportunity to know the strengths and weaknesses of your opposition. So you've got to suss them out. You've got to have a good look at them when you meet him for the first time.
Tossing it up. Is there a chance? Is it taken? It's a brilliant take this. Nick and Joes. Who else? What an effort this. For a moment, he might have misjudged it, but he made up by running in quickly and then diving just in time to complete the catch.
Just the point I was making. You don't really know what the bowler is going to give. You just take the attack to him, try to put him over the top. But what about this catch? Spectacular. Nitin Joes going forward. It's always difficult. Then tumbling and taking catch. Important breakthrough here for India. The man who is dominating, Tanzid Hassan, goes out for 51. It's 94 for 2.
The Bangladesh captain walks out to bat. Saif Hassan. He contributed well enough with the ball. He finished his quota of overs. In fact, nobody expected him to, but he did a grand job of bowling his off spinners well enough in a key game. And he is out here because Bangladesh have lost the wicket of the informed batsman Tanzir, and then this is his average 37.93. Sorry.
Even though Bangladesh are well ahead with the runs, you'd feel with the 2 wickets now falling, something to put the pressure. There will be butterflies in the stomach for the new batter.
With the kind of turn the spinners are getting, they got to ensure that they don't lose hope at all. They got to fancy their chances. If they pick up a wicket or two here quickly enough, they can set the cat among the pigeons. This is the fall of the wicket. Tanzit going for a drive against the turn, and Nikin Jose does a grand job here, diving in front and keeping his eyes on the ball and retaining control of the ball.
Yeah, that shot selection left a little to be desired. After you've really played into an innings, you've just eased into an innings, looking very good. And you suddenly take on a bowler who's just come on. That was uncalled for.
Cut away, nicely played by the skipper. That's a boundary to end the over, and that boundary brings up the 100 of the Bangladesh A innings after 18 overs. 100 for 2. Bangladesh A needing 212 for a victory here, or 100 for 2. Saif Hassan walked out to bat at the fall of the second wicket, and he played a brilliant cut shot there. Played it late and found the gap too. And that boundary brought up the 100. And Zakir, the left-hander, is in good nick. This will be a good opportunity for the Bangladesh skipper to spend some time out in the middle.
67 is how many balls they took to go to the second 50. Saif Hassan and Zakir Hassan have got the temperament to be patient. And this is the period of play when they need to be with the 2 wickets down. Despite that, the fact that they're 100 for 2, can just afford to bide your time. Both representing their countries in the test. Haven't, if my memory serves me right, haven't yet been picked for the ODI format. But if you need 2 batters who need to sustain the innings, who need to be careful in their approach, these are the 2 you want in the middle if you're a Bangladeshi supporter.
Mano Sutar will start another over from the far end. He's picked up a wicket of his 3 overs, conceded 12 runs. He's been having a good tournament, is Mano Sutar. He's got a short leg there in place for the left-hander. There's a short mid-wicket. The other 3 are boundary riders on the onside. Beautifully bowled.
It's a good move to have that short leg in position. With the ball turning, you just want to ensure that Zakir Hassan doesn't just play onto the pads and get a deflection to that short leg. Always someone in your peripheral vision will make you try and play those shots. Big appeal, and he's got him. Up goes the finger, sweep attempted, and he's got the positive response from the umpire.
Rahul Asher, the man who was officiating at the far end, had a good look at it, and then he ruled the batter out. Thus the effect, a short leg as on the batter. The first ball he was beaten, the next ball he was not comfortable having the short leg around, looking to play the sweep shot. He might consider himself unlucky. Well, Zakir, success for the left-arm spinner. Now this is gradually getting interesting here, this game. The Indian spinners have picked up 3 wickets, and Zakir Hussain dismissed for 5, and Bangladesh lose their third wicket at 100.
चलो 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 boys.
The centurion of the previous game for Bangladesh against Afghanistan is walking out to bat at the fall of the left-hander's wicket. Zakir Hasan was the man dismissed leg before of Manav Sutar, and the Indians will look to apply the pressure on the centurion because they sense that wickets here will help their cause and they can turn the tables on Bangladesh A.
The only way they can get back and win is get the wickets, and Mohammad Hassan Joy is doing very well with the bat. Just keep calm under the circumstances. Will be under duress with quick fall of wickets. This chap's done exceedingly well.
Slip and a bat pad on the offside in place. 2 wickets for Manav Sutar. First ball to Joy. In the air. Doesn't matter what has happened in the previous game. There will be a little bit of nervousness when you walk out to bat. This was the wicket.
Yeah, possibly a tad unfortunate, the batter. Ball seemed to be impacting outside the line of op, but he'll take it.
Nicely bowled. He's been really good right through this tournament. And another look at the dismissal. He had turned his head by the time the ball reached him. That's the reason he couldn't make proper contact. Zakir Hasan. He's a very stylish player, is Joy. Technically correct, easy on the eye.
Well, he'll be under duress, no question about that. Slip in a gully, 76 for 2 for India at this stage.
Full surrender.
Nicely played. He gets off the mark, does Joy. A misfield, but still, they'll come back for the second. End of the over, 102 for 3, Bangladesh A after 19. Rana was expensive, the lone over that he bowled, and then Angar Gekar went for a few runs as well, but the spinners, Manav, Sutar and Sindhu have done well to pick up wickets here. They kept the hopes alive of the India A side, and Yash Dul is doing a good job here as a captain. He's trying to strangle the run rate of Bangladesh by picking up wickets. Once again played in the air by Joy. He's leaning and reaching out. Good bowling this from the left-arm spinners.
Saif Hassan on that occasion just reaching, and when you reach you're not in absolute control, but that's the support you need from the field.
A lot of turn here for the left-arm spinners. And when the line is outside the off-stump, batters reach out. The ball is spinning away from them, so it will go finer than where they intend to play it. Oh, he's got to watch out. He's got to get a big stride here. There's no DRS here. It all rests on what the umpire thinks. And when the ball is turning quite a lot, it's a very tough job for the umpire.
Sure is. It's difficult to really gauge the degree of turn. Here is a period of play that you've got to Be just careful with your shots.
Bowling, yaar.
Do not try anything fancy. You go the orthodox way. Try and reach the pitch of the ball to smother the spin.
Watch in, yes.
Spring in the stride of the Indian side here now. They know the key movement is here now. If they can pick up a wicket or two in the next 3-4 overs without conceding too many runs, they are well and truly back in the game. Change in the field, a slip and back pad being employed here by Ashdul. This is good captaincy, this. Dhul realizing the importance of attacking now. Extra bounce, but it was way outside the off stump. Good television delivery is what I call that. 103 for 3 after 20 overs. The comparison is interesting. In the first 10 overs, Bangladesh were way ahead, and then in the block between 11 to 20 is touch and go. And that's because Bangladesh raced to a 50 of 41 deliveries, and then they got to 60 of 10 overs when the spinners started bowling. And then in the period 11 to 20, they're 43 for 3. So things are different from what it was an hour ago.
Absolutely, things are different, but Bangladesh batters will be telling themselves, look, we've scored big runs. This is the period of play when we'll give a few overs to the bowlers. Do not try to take them on. Be sort of conservative in your approach, just like that. Play the angle bat, you get the ball right down under your eyes and smother the spin. There is a lot of turn. So picking and selection of shots imperative.
It won't harm them even if they play out 4 maiden overs now. The trick is to try and play out the next few overs without losing any wickets. And you'll also have the opportunities of getting runs on a track where the ball is turning, because you will get the angles to work with if you wait without reaching out for the ball.
And that's the way to do it. At the moment, just milk the runs, use the angles, and you're absolutely right, WV. And you can bide your time because you've got that little bit of a leeway, a little bit of advantage in terms of lead and runs.
Because you're not chasing a target of 270, you're chasing a target of 212. You already got past the 100 mark. There's enough overs for you to get those 100 runs.
Yeah, they've been bowling well. Must give credit to the bowlers from both ends. Appreciation from the skipper. He's garnered his troops very well. He's marshaled them well. A little tentativeness in that shot.
Now the 2 overs without wickets from Sutar, then the captain will look at changing him and bringing somebody else. Cut away. And he will get a boundary. That's a nice shot to end the over. Another boundary for Saif Hassan. Bangladesh 109 for 3 after 21 overs.
Just 103 required from here, so there's not much pressure of the required run rate building up on this Bangladesh A side. The required run rate is 3.55. This is the boundary of the last ball of the previous over. Again, you've got to see how deep he's gone in the batting crease to play this shot. Waited on the ball and then using the extra time that he had by going deep, cutting that away for 4.
ये टेस्ट मैच है, प्रॉपर
Captain
टेस्ट
Saif
मैच है।
Hassan's done well now. Hassan Joy,
बहुत है निशाद।
who got that 100 earlier in the earlier match.
एक है।
He opens up. Just a single there. Nishant Sindhu into his third over. 1 wicket for 9. He's bowled economically. The two left-arm spinners bowling in tandem for India A. Just hoping that they're able to get another breakthrough here. I think wickets, that's the key in this match.
Beautiful delivery here from Sindhu. At the same stage, India were 83 for 3. Bangladesh 110 for 3. Not much difference. If they're able to get 1 or 2 wickets more here, they can definitely turn this one.
बढ़िया निशाद।
Yes, they're 27 ahead, remember, are Bangladesh at this stage. If one were to do a comparative scores analysis, it's just about, what, 26 ahead now. But remember, India kept losing wickets at regular intervals all through the middle part of the innings. The partnerships for them came pretty late for the 8th and the 9th wicket. They got 41 for the 8th wicket, and then another partnership for the 9th wicket. But in the middle, it just kind of crumbled quickly. 22 gone, 110 for 3.
लगे रहो। बढ़िया बढ़िया यार, क्या बात है।
The previous 4 editions of the ACC Men's Emerging Asia Cup, India, remember, won the inaugural edition. Sri Lanka then won back-to-back titles in 2017 and 18, and Pakistan emerging victorious in 2019. Now, will we get to see a replay of that final of 2019 now in 2023? Because Pakistan have already beaten the Sri Lanka A side of Pakistan A, and they've made it through to the final. It all hinges on the result of this second semi-final, where Bangladesh A do seem to have their noses ahead. Off the inner edge, Abhishek Sharma has come on to bowl now. So the 7th bowler being pressed into service by India A.
Left arm spinners are doing a great job for India A. Will Abhishek Sharma going to repeat what Nishant Sidhu did?
There is turn for the left arm spinners. We've seen that, and bounce as well. So now they've got a slip fielder in. 22 wickets in his List A career for Abhishek Sharma, but that's a bad delivery on the middle and leg stump line. And it's going to be a long chase for the boundary rider.
Right.
Agonizingly close, but he doesn't get there, and that's 4 welcome runs for Bangladesh A.
Superb effort there from Yuvraj. Length was full. He didn't try to hit too hard. He just placed it. Beautiful batting here. The advantage what Bangladesh A have, they know the target. They can place their innings.
Valiant effort there from Yuvraj Dodia. But it was in vain. And now the target, or the runs required, come down into double digits. This will give a lot of hope and comfort to the Bangladesh A camp. They know now just about 97 required, loads of time left. 2 batters who've been amongst runs, especially Joy at one end. The armour, he was expecting that ball to pitch and turn. 23 gone, 115 for 3. 5 for Hassan Joy, who's going to be on strike now. He's faced 11 deliveries. Mahmudul Hassan Joy is taking his time. What happened on the last delivery of the previous over? Let's take a look.
That was an arm ball from Abhishek Sharma. Oh, turn and bounce here. Nishant Sindhu asking questions. He's been outstanding.
Yes, that ball gripped the surface as well. That's the ability that we've seen Nishant Sindhu possess, because he bowls with a very high arm action and release. Does get the ball to cork up after pitching. Close to the off stump. He'll have to rethink what he's doing here. Oh, they're appealing for a stumping here, are they? Yes, Dhruv Jurel whips the bails off, maybe wanting to time the whipping of bails off in such a way that the batter's foot was in the air. Let's take a look at it again. Now wait. He's just waiting for the batsman's reaction. And there.
Nice try. Batsman was inside.
I think Ryan Parag's asking the square leg umpire, would you want to refer it to the third umpire? He says no. Punched away. It's a firm looking punch for a single towards deep point.
The trajectory which Nishant is bowling, it will be very difficult for batsmen to pick that length earlier, because the short guy, you can see here, he's waited, then here. Beautiful bowling display from Nishant.
End of the over, 24 gone, 116 for 3.
this थोड़ा भारी है और this
17 boundaries already in the Bangladesh A innings in this chase. India had 20 overall while making that 211. Just a single of the first ball. Now Abhishek Sharma is into his second over. Again, there's a plethora of riches as far as left arm spinners are concerned in this India A lineup. Split the reverse, and how close was that? The outstretched hands of the fielder. How close was that to being caught? Oh, there was a chance there for Manav Sutar. If he'd got to it, that would have been an outstanding catch.
Saif Hassan gone for improvisation, couldn't connect it properly. There was a chance, but difficult one. Good effort from Manav Sutar.
बढ़िया बढ़िया यार आ गया अभिषेक
He's played this late and he will get the single. And now they'll get overthrows. Oh, that's a little sloppy from the India A side. There should have just been one. They've given away two. Yashdol with that throw. But let's take a look at this chance on the reverse sweep. Look at where Manav Sutar is standing. That's what I want to talk about. He's actually not at the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's about 4 yards in or 5 yards in. And now he's got to run back. And if he had been at the edge of the 30-yard circle, that would have gone straight down his throat. But this one will. And it's a wicket for Abhishek Sharma. They were waiting for another wicket to fall. And they've managed to get it. Have India A. Abhishek Sharma strikes, and Saif Hassan, the captain, he'll have to go.
This time, Abhishek Sharma giving that breakthrough. Looked to go over covers, couldn't time it properly. Straight to Nitin Jose, easy catch. Much needed wicket for India A.
The captain who made 22. He's heading back to the hut, and Bangladesh 1-2-3 for 4. Well, didn't get too many runs today, Sai Sudarshan, but he does seem to have a fan following here in Colombo as well. Apart from all the fans that he has back home, and every outing that he's scoring runs, there are more fans getting added on in that fray. But Soumya Sarkar, the experienced batter in the Bangladesh A lineup, walks in at number 6. Look at that. Over 5,000 runs in his List A career. He's played for the Bangladesh national side, averaging over 30. Loads of experience. And just the man you'd want in a situation like this to walk out there in the middle, calm those harried nerves and say, okay, I'll take you home from here.
Nicely flighted delivery. Tried to go over covers. Length was full. That is the reason he couldn't connect it properly. The new batsman, Soumya Sarkar, in this tournament he has batted twice, scored 42 against Sri Lanka, 48 against Afghanistan. So he's in good nick.
And remember, he's a batter whom we've seen when he's played for Bangladesh back up the order, 1, 2 or 3. But this is a different ball game for Bangladesh. As the seasoned campaigner, he's been given a new role to bat in the middle order, shore up the middle order in case there are any flutters in the batting lineup. He's bringing all that experience to the fore. Oh, misfield there. Chance of a run out, is it? No. They get one, and that's all they'll have to settle for.
Nishant Sindhu will be a bit upset because there was no single. Small misfield allowed them to take that single. Every run matters here, because if you want to win this game, each and every run matters.
Gets off the mark with that single to Soumya Sarkar. Bad ball. And runs here. At least 2. Ryan Parag pulls it up inside the boundary rope. 2 more to Hassan Joy, and that'll end the wicket taking over. 25 gone. 1-2-6 for 4. Current run rate is over 5 runs per over. The required run rate under 3.5. They got off to a flying start, 16 of their very first over, as you can see from the Manhattan. And then you had a couple of quiet overs in the middle. But the most important thing for India A is that they need to keep chipping away with wickets. That's the only way to contain this Bangladesh A run chase. They only require another 86 from here. And at this stage, if you look at comparative scores, they are 30 ahead of Bangladesh A. Equal number of wickets lost. Yuvraj Dodia starts off with a bad delivery, down leg, and easy runs. This is something that India A can ill afford.
You can't give this kind of gift to batsmen like Soumya Sarkar. He has played the highest level. He has been in this kind of situation many times. He is not going to miss this kind of opportunity. So it's very important as a bowler to bowl tight. Whenever you bowl tight, you got wicket. Whenever you gone for wicket, you end up giving runs. So it's very important, just keep it tight, bowl in the right areas.
How close is that? How close is that? They have appealed, and it's been given. And I dare say, I think it's the catch that Nick and Joes has taken has been the deciding point, because the initial appeal was for a leg before. Oh, there's some heated argument there. Soumya Sarkar will have to go. I think there was some interesting exchange between him and Harshit Rana that maybe the match referee might want to take a look at when this match is over.
Definitely, match referee will be having some work to do. So
He's asking the umpire, why has he been given out? And the umpire says, you've been given out caught. So that's the reason why I said that catch taken by Nikin Jose was so very important. The initial appeal was for a leg before, but when the ball bobbed up in the air, take a look at this.
look at the catch from Nikin Jose. Beautiful catch. They needed this wicket. Experienced Soumya Sarkar got out. That's what they wanted. Great breakthrough from Yuvraj.
Clever thinking by Nikin Jose as well, ensuring that he latched onto that lobbed up ball. And Soumya Sarkar has gone for 5. Bangladesh 130 for 5. What a catch there by Nikin Jose. Realizing that there may have been an inside edge onto pad when the ball lobbed up in the air. Making sure that he caught the ball while everyone else was appealing. Nikin Jose was the one who went for the catch.
That's what made a difference. Umpire has given caught a slip.
Akbar Ali walks out into the middle, the keeper bat. He captained the Bangladesh under-19 side. Means they entrust him with responsibility. They trust his leadership instincts. And he's got to show that now, the responsibility that he's got on his shoulders to try and take Bangladesh A home. Half the side back in the hut. He's got to bat responsibly. Oh, they'll get a single here. Yash Dole unable to cut off the run. But let's take a look at that wicket that went down of Soumya Sarkar once again.
Super bowling there from Yuvraj. Same from Nikin Jose. What a catch. He has taken 3 catches. Till now 5 wickets has fallen. Out of 5, 3 catches taken by Nikin Jose. All the India A players are charged up.
And that's what you need. That wicket that will just kind of infuse a fresh dose of energy in the side. And Nikin Jose, well done. And the bowling changes worked. Yash Dole bringing on the off spinner, Yuvraj Dodia. And he picks up that wicket. And then this exchange. Harshit Rana there. With Soumya Sarkar, and the square leg umpire had to intervene. A wicket taking overs come to an end. 132 for 5.
कंपनी है आरबी राइट नॉर्मल सवाल ही तो पूछ रहा हूँ
24 overs still to go. Required run rate 3.33, but half the side back in the hut. And Yuvraj Dodia getting his man, getting the experienced Soumya Sarkar out.
That was a full-length delivery. Went to flick it. There was an inside edge and superb catch taken by Nikin Jose. Rana and Soumya Sarkar, they were exchanging the word there. The friendly exchange.
Friendly? Vinay? Friendly?
Looked like.
I think Harshit Rana was just saying that you're out, now you need to head back to the pavilion.
But I like the way Soumya Sarkar is reacting. He is calm. He is not taking into his heart.
And then Soumya Sarkar actually went to the umpire, the non-strikers, and asked him, why is he being given out? Leg before or caught? And he said caught, and that's when Soumya Sarkar turned around.
Manav Sudar is back. Magnificent captaincy from Yash Dole. He's getting his strike bowler back. He has 5 more overs to bowl. If he is able to get 1 or 2 wickets here, then more or less India will be in upper hand.
I should still say Bangladesh, if they were to stitch together that one partnership, that's all that they need. Just 80 required from here. But it's about wickets for India, and absolutely agree with you here. Great captaincy by Yash Dole. He's been on the money right from the word go. The toss didn't go his way, but he batted with a great deal of responsibility, and it's thanks to his half century that India got past 200. Now, with the bowling changes that he's ringing in, can he ensure that it's enough to win this semi-final?
Super fielding effort, you can see there. Boys are diving around, trying to save those singles. That's what you want. Effort you can put, result you can think about later.
Now, is there a plan that they have for Akbar Ali? That's what I'd like to see. He's just faced 3 deliveries. They've got a fielder at slip. And are they going to get in a fielder at catching position at forward short leg? No, there's a thought here. Nikin Jose, where does he land up finally? Is he going to be at short gully? Yes. Just another batter within the line of sight of the batsman, just to give him something to think about. Tossed up delivery. That's good. He's given a single, that doesn't matter, but the plan is to pick up a wicket, eke out a wicket. 27 gone, 134 for 5. A mammoth 70-run stand right at the top for Bangladesh between Naim Sheikh and Tanzid. Set them on their way, trying to chase down 212 in this semi-final. But then they stuttered a bit, have Bangladesh. This is the business end of the tournament, remember. The semi-final, the second one being played out. The winner of this match faces Pakistan in the final. Ooh, has that been taken cleanly? Yes, the catch has been taken, and Nikin Jose again does the job. It was off the inside edge and then the pad. Everyone else was appealing, but once again, credit to Nikin Jose. Kept his eye on the ball, completed the catch, just blocking the ball off out of thin air just before it touches the ground. That's a big, big blow.
There was a bowling change. Nishant Sindhu brought back. First ball, he delivered by taking that wicket. Superb catch taken by Nikin Jose. He's been outstanding. This was his 4th catch. There was an inner edge. It's his pad and went towards silly point, but the catch was really good.
He's gone for 2, Akbar Ali. It's 134 for 6.
Lagi reh, Nishan. Size to go, boys. Center, sir. Leg spin, sir.
Sheikh Mehdi walks out now at number 8 for Bangladesh. He'd opened the bowling with the new ball, the off spinner for Bangladesh when India A were batting, thanks to the 2 left-handers being out there. They played that match up. It worked well. So he did his job with the ball. Now he's got to contribute with the bat as well. 67 runs in this series, best of 36 not out. Strike rate's healthy, 136. He's got a job cut out for him now.
The captaincy was top class from Yashdol. The way he's rotating his bowlers, it's outstanding. Nishant Sindhu has bowled 4 overs, got 2 wickets for 10 runs.
Yes, he's into his 5th over. Remember the other day when he picked up a 4 for 14 in that game against Nepal. He's a capable wicket-taking bowler, and again he started off with the arm ball, went on with the angle, off the inner edge and then the pad. And look at the reaction of Nick Jose.
That's what we were discussing, with the trajectory which Nishant Sindhu bowls. It's not that easy for batter to play, because you never know which ball will come in, which ball goes out. Captain is very happy. Nick Jose has taken 4 catches till now. It's a happy unit.
And also, I think again, when you're applauding the captaincy of Yash Dole in terms of the bowling changes that he's rung in, look at the attacking field that he had in place as well.
The players were responding for that. Whenever he changed the fielders, whenever he kept the fielders in silly point or short gully, they were stopping those singles, taking those unbelievable catches. One more fielder is coming in. This time, this is Yash Dole.
The captain himself wants to add some more pressure. Now look at the catches that Nick Jose has taken today. This was brilliant. Diving forward, gets rid of the dangerous Tanzit, who's scoring runs by the dozen. Then this is a catch, diving from first slip to his left. And then he picks up another one, standing at silly point like this.
He is a short guy, but giving more than 100%. Unbelievable.
I don't know about short guy, but he's definitely given a towering contribution. This is 4, firmly struck for 4 by the batsman. Comes down the track as Sheikh Mehendi and opens his account with that boundary.
Stepped out nicely, went to pitch off the ball, went over covers. Beautiful shot. You need to look for boundaries here, because India A fielders are coming a bit closer and closer. The only way you can push them back by playing these kind of shots.
3 men in catching. Slip, silly point and short leg. In the air. Is there going to be a chance for the sweeper cover fielder? Oh, he's dropped it. Oh dear. That was a catch that should have been gobbled up. Yuvraj Dodia puts that down.
It was the regulation catch. He ran easily 15 to 20 meters to cover that, but unfortunately couldn't hold it.
Look at that, he's done all the hard work. But I think there's a sense of misjudgment there, because he's trying to catch the ball a little further away from his body, and that's why the ball's bobbled and he's got nothing else to support it with. If he had taken it a little closer to the chest, may have been a better opportunity to latch on to it.
Definitely, he should not taken that closer to his body. Because he covered 15 to 20 meters, he was not in a great position to take that catch.
Another single, and that will end the over from Nishant Sindhu. 28 gone, 140 for 6.
युवराज एक और पकड़ेगा तू पकड़े होके चलो चलो भाइयों चल चल एक अच्छा आएगा कैच
That's the match summary for you. India A, after being put into bat, made a modest 211. They bowled out in the 50th over. Bangladesh A in reply, 140 for 6. But what has been impressive, oh, there's a misfield there, and there'll be runs. Manav Suthar won't be happy with that.
good throw
Initially, he thought he'd created a chance. Meanwhile, the Bangladeshi batters run 3.
It was not even a single. Nishant Sidhu ended up giving 3. Second time it happened with him. The catch which Yuvraj dropped, he covered 15 to 20 meter, but hand was away from his body, and still he was on the run. That was the reason he couldn't take that catch.
Well, the umpire is just confirming, doing a quick boundary check, I think, wanting to ensure that it isn't a boundary. So 3 is what the batters ran.
Only focus on basics, boys. जगह पे बॉल डालेंगे बस.
Now Manav Sutar, 2 for 25, is into his 7th over.
मानव अच्छा बोलता.
For India A, I think what's really creditable is the way they fought back into this match. Not enough runs, probably it seemed, when they got just 211. It definitely did seem to be that way when Bangladesh started off and got 70 in double quick time. Didn't lose a single wicket, but from then on, over the next 73 runs, Bangladesh have lost 6 wickets. So this is the boundary check for which there's a little hold up in play, and it's absolutely clean. Rajvardhan Hangargekar pulling the ball up well inside the boundary rope.
Maybe twice Nishant Sidhu has done the fumble there. Maybe because of the 30-yard covered in that square. Sometimes ball will keep low, sometimes it skids. It will be difficult unless if you're low, you're fielding. It will be difficult for any fielder to stop that one.
Now wickets, that's the key. That's the key here. That's what India need to keep pegging away at. They were 70 for no loss for Bangladesh, and then look at what's happened. In the span of the next 64 runs, they lost 6 wickets. But India cannot let up. They've got to hold on to the catches or the chances that they create here. Oh, look at that. This ball gripped and turned.
The kind of help is getting from the wicket. Manav Sutar is better to bowl on middle stump and ask the batter to come and play in the front foot. Let him play the big shots. It's not easy. Dhruv Jurel is proactive. Here also he was looking for a stump.
Yes, that little cheeky little flick. But he wanted to attack the middle stump line here, Manav Sutar. Just sprayed it a little down the leg stump line.
Well, India A players, they came back really well in this game. Now they don't want to give up. The same way, Bangladesh A just required one good partnership. 30-odd runs partnership here, they can come back in the game.
It's all about temperament. It's all about which team can hold its nerve better. 29 gone, 145 for 6.
$145 for 6. Bangladesh, and as many as 7 bowlers used by the Indian skipper. What needs to be appreciated here is the way the India A side is hung in there. There was a terrific start of 70 runs by the Bangladesh openers. They had to wait till then. They got their first breakthrough when the score was 70. That was in the 13th over. After that, they chiseled away at the wickets. The spinners have done the trick. And it's not only a case of the spinners displaying a lot of craft, but they've been ably supported by the skipper. The bowlers need the support of their captain, and they need to be handled well by their captain too, especially the spinners.
some of them really isn't quite necessary to attempt some shots. There's some elements of a little bit of getting carried away at the moment. Just trying to rebuild the innings, these two in the middle. Ample time. That is what they should be telling themselves.
Yes, and he's also given good field placings for the bowlers there as Yazdul. Nicely played away. They got to realize the boundaries are big here, the spinners, and then try and toss the ball up, make the batters play off the front foot, dare them to go for big shots. Because if they drag it short, there's enough time for the batters to play shots on this track, because it does grip, give that extra time for the batters to adjust. Nicely bowled. 146 for 6, Bangladesh after 30. Bangladesh look to be ahead of India at this stage, but if you look at it closely, they've lost 2 more wickets than India did at this stage. So that will be a clincher. If India can keep up the pressure and then pick up a wicket or 2 here. We keep repeating that because it's the only way that they can keep on piling up pressure on Bangladesh, because they cannot restrict and win this game. The bowlers have to be supported by good fielding. In a match such as this, where the side is defending a modest score, Nick and Jose has been brilliant right through this tournament, and tonight he's really been extraordinary. This is the first catch. They're diving in front. And they will get a single here.
Good throw.
Well, Joy and Nick and George, after that effort, he was brought into the closing cordon. Presence of mind there. He completed the catch and the ball lobbed up in the air. The others were appealing for the leg before. This one, bat pad. Stayed low and caught the ball. Pulled away. And that'll elude the fielder.
Well, at last something for Bangladesh to be pleased about. Stood up to be hit, and Sheikh Mehdi was not going to miss an opportunity. But all credit to the feeling of Jose, as you mentioned, but also to the temperament of the Indian team in clawing back after that initial momentum with the first wicket. The way they managed to get back into the game has been there for all to see. Just a boundary check here. Just bounced inside. So that's going to be 4 very precious runs to Bangladesh.
And that boundary will bring up the 150 for the Bangladesh A side here. That's come off in the 31st over. Sheikh Mehdi is aware of what spinners can generate on this surface in terms of turn and bounce, because he bowled really well himself.
Indeed, and that boundary is, suddenly you feel that after the short pitch delivery, the next delivery, the bowler tries to pitch it further up, and you're in anticipation, almost went the distance. These are the balls that you've got to just play the ball to its merit. We keep on repeating the same thing, but that is exactly what you need to do. After some of the batters, I think, didn't do that very well.
Joy, the centurion of the last game, is still out there. End of the over, 152 for 6, Bangladesh A. From one on to the other, the Asia Cup 2023 for the senior men will start on the 30th of August. Pakistan will start the proceedings in that tournament when they take on Nepal. And they're playing that game at Multan. And then it will go on till the 5th of September. There are about 6 games to be played. In the meanwhile, back live here, Sindhu starts another over. And he's realized he's got to shift his line a little bit. He may stray a bit here and there, but that's the best ploy.
We should just have a look at what's going to happen. After that, on 31st, Bangladesh plays Sri Lanka in Kandy, followed by Pakistan and India, the big game in Kandy too. Bangladesh return to Lahore for their next game against Afghanistan. India play Nepal in Kandy, and the group stage is finished off with Afghanistan and Sri Lanka.
And 6 games will be played at this particular venue, the Premadasa Stadium, a very popular venue in Sri Lanka. Rian Parag, the field red slip, focusing hard. It's a good catcher, is Rian Parag.
It is a time for the Bangladeshis to just milk the runs, rotate the strike, frustrate the bowlers. They will be getting slightly tired. It's very muggy, very humid. They'll be tired fingers. Have to wait for a little bit of advantage to pounce upon them.
20 runs coming for the 7th wicket. This partnership has consumed just 27 deliveries. Goes to show you can get runs without being in a hurry. Taken, office drive straight to the skipper. He's disappointed. Ishaq Mehdi is absolutely in despair there.
What was he trying to do? All this time he's been sedate, been a little selective, and suddenly gets the run of play, a rush of blood. He tries to go over the top, doesn't make adequate contact, and despite the juggle, eventually Dole takes a very good catch. And Bangladesh with their backs to the wall now. Well done to the skip, and Sheikh Mahdi goes for 12. They are in trouble. Bangladesh 154 for 7.
बढ़िया boy.
The India A side is gradually pulling the game towards their camp. They picked up the 7th wicket. Rakibul walks out to bat, the left-arm spinner. He averages 12.18. Primarily a left-arm spinner, but can bat a bit. But it'll take a lot of skills here on this surface because the ball is turning quite a lot for the spinners. And this was the wicket for Sindhu, the 3rd one. Mehdi not really impressed with the way things turned out. It was a fuller length delivery. This is exactly what I was saying. The spinners need to bowl up, try and force the batters to play shots of the front foot.
Slowly and gradually they're getting back strongly into the game. Done a good job all around, the bowlers, the fielders.
Enterprising effort, but that results in a dismissal. The first ball, reverse sweep from Rakibul. Another wicket here for India A and for Sindhu. The 8th wicket gone for Bangladesh A. Rian Parag anticipates well. The moment he saw Rakibul turn around and look to play the reverse sweep, he was running away to his left.
How silly was this? Very first ball, trying to reverse sweep. Always a high risk shot. That was very, very indisciplined from Rakib Al Hassan. Good anticipation, good result. India are almost there. Big breakthrough once again. Falling apart, the Bangladesh team. Rakib Al Hassan gone without bothering the scorers. 154 for 8.
Asan Joy is running out of partners here. He's out there in the middle. He's batting on 19. But he needs somebody to stay along with him, provide him some support. If Bangladesh entertain any hopes of overhauling this target of 212, Tanzim is the man who's walked out. He had a good day as far as bowling is concerned, but he's walking out at a critical juncture here.
He sure is. And is in the middle because Rakibul was being really, really irresponsible and trying to play reverse. Rian Parag, anticipation is always there. When you take a catch, you're expecting what the batter is trying to do. Look at the way he was moving as soon as the shot was played. Had to cover a bit of ground, quite a bit of ground, but made it look so very simple. I really enjoyed that. Bangladesh imploding here.
Wickets of successive deliveries for Sindhu. 5th ball and the 6th ball of the previous over. And he's picked up 4 wickets there. Just 19 runs conceded of his 7 overs. There's been a display of great temperament from the India A side. They did not allow their confidence to be dented, their spirits to be broken when Bangladesh got off to a grand start and the openers went on to put on 70 runs in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, you think a team would just falter and collapse under that initial momentum created by the Bangladeshi batters, but not to be. It's been a consistent pressure created. There's been turn in the wicket, but I tell you what, a lot of the Bangladeshi batters can have only themselves to blame for being back in the hut, but don't take anything away from the bowling and the fielding of the Indian A team. Has been absolutely top class.
Mano Sutar starts his 8th over. He's been brought back here. Good line this.
What does Mahmood Hassan Joy do? As you mentioned, he's running out of partners. He's going to try and shield the remaining 2 batters as much as he can and hope that he gets a few runs.
This is good bowling this from Mano Sutar. Rian Parag anticipating well, and then he picks up a catch, and they're having a grand celebration there. Now, Rakibul, what is he trying to do, and what is he waiting there for? Chipped over the infield by Joy. He picks up a single.
No, he seems to have some trust in Tanzim Hassan Saqib and giving him the strike for 3 deliveries. We saw Yashdul just shielding the last 2 or 3 batters, and he just kept on getting the runs, getting a single in the last ball of every over to retain strike. But at the moment, exposing, and look at the crowd around the bat. Slip Agali a silly point.
Nitin Jose is doing really well there as a bat catcher. He's staying low. He's not getting up too soon. And that's the signs of a fielder who knows what to do when he is made to field at bat pad. Turn and bounce. The keeper has been kept busy this evening.
Well, with that kind of drift and turn, Tanzim is going to have a tough job. He'll do well not to get an edge to that. So he just committed there. What a beautiful delivery.
It's too good this for the tail ender. He's wasting it, in fact, to a tail ender, if I may say so. End of 33 overs, 155 for 8, Bangladesh A. Nishant Sindhu is at a great tournament. Look at his numbers, 4-1-4 in the last 3 games. He's on a hat-trick here.
बोल है यार.
Oh, nicely played. He picked up a wicket of successive deliveries in the previous over of the 5th and the 6th ball. So he started off being on a hat trick. Once again, he picks up another wicket. This is the 5-4 for the left-arm spinner. Some just reward for terrific bowling from Sindhu here. He's picking up his 5th wicket.
Very ordinary. Mahmood Hassan Joy was expected to at least put up some resistance, but they're completely in tatters. Bangladesh, 5-wicket haul for Sindhu, and that's the way he got it. Sliced it, and another simple catch. The end is nigh. Bangladesh really falling apart here, despite that initial momentum. And it's all over by the shouting. Mahmood Hassan Joy goes for 20. It's 155 for 9.
The 5th wicket makes Sindhu the highest wicket taker of the tournament so far. He was the joint highest wicket taker before that, and now he's there on his own at the top of the pile of 5-4. First time he's got that in the List A matches, and Mondal walks out to bat. He's been really impressive right through this tournament, and looking to go over the infield was Joy. A shot he plays well, but here the ball is turning quite a lot and bouncing a lot more than it did at the Sara Stadium, where he got his 100 in the previous game. Nicely tossed up.
What can you expect number 11 to do? Ripon Mondal is going to throw his bat. Virtually everything. Nishant Sindhu, exemplary, superb figures.
Interesting thing, the captain has positioned himself at short leg. Nicely played away. Mondal will get off the mark.
This has been a very, very disappointed showing with the bat. After that 70-run partnership, you'd feel that Bangladesh had everything under control. And the manner in which they've imploded, something that's going to make them really think back and worry.
Once again going for a hoiko, a mid-wicket stuns him. One has to say that the Bangladeshi batters have collapsed like a deck of cards, despite the very good start the openers provided, as they have done right through this tournament. Look at the bounce that the left-arm spinner is generating here. That's the advantage of bowling from over the top. Release point is good, his line is good, and he completes the action as well to get the turn and bounce. End of the 34th over, 156 for 9, Bangladesh A.
India could only muster 211. Bangladesh would have been happy, very happy at that stage. Restraining India to that low total, getting them all out. Started off with a bang. Tanzit 51, Naim Sheikh 38, and you'd feel that Bangladesh had the proceedings under control, but not to be. Complete turnaround in events, which has meant that India A are on the verge. And just a short while back, Harshit Rana and skipper just sorting out the positions. I don't know exactly where he wanted to go. Comes in at a gully position now alongside the slip.
The batter is being crowded. Slip, gully, and a back pad in place. Manav Sota starts his 9th over. Hit down the ground. and it beats the fielder at long off too. Powerful strike this from Mondal.
It's a better shot than a lot of the earlier batters that played. It's down the ground, straight as an arrow. Whereupon Mondal will be pretty pleased with that.
Mano almost trying to take evasive action. He's talking about how this game is spanned. As they went into the break, Bangladesh would have felt that they were in with a very good chance to win this game. And it high in the air, the field is getting underneath it, and the catch is completed. The captain is the one who takes the catch again, and the India A side go on to the final, beating Bangladesh by 51 runs. It's been a superb effort this from the bowlers. They needed to support the batters on a track which was aiding the spinners, and they have delivered. There was an additional spinner included in the 11, and that clearly indicates that the team management got it right. They were playing with 3 seamers in the earlier games. They dropped one, brought in an additional spinner, and that has done the trick for them. Of course, he's bowled overs in a restrictive manner, but as usual, the wickets are picked up by the left-arm spin duo of Sindhu and Mano Sutar. And it's a terrific performance from the India A side. They were tested in every respect. They had not set a target prior to this. They set a target which is not extremely formidable. It was moderate, and the pressure was on them to restrict and do whatever it is that they wanted to do. And Ashdol handled the side really well, despite Bangladesh getting off to a flyer of a start with 70 runs on the board. After that, he controlled the proceedings well enough to ensure that they turned the tables on Bangladesh A.
Did they turn the tables? And you've got to take into consideration 211, you're under pressure, 70 for the first wicket for Bangladesh. And the manner in which they've shown their character and grit and determination in going for the jugular has been exemplary. Very, very impressive from the India A team. They win very convincingly by 51 runs and go on to play Pakistan in the finals.
Yeah, it will be a mouth-watering contest, that India taking on Pakistan in the final. The players congratulating each other because they know it was a real tight game this. Some terrific effort from Ashdol when India A batted. He showed a lot of maturity, and this is what you're going to get on the Sunday. India and Pakistan take on each other in the final. That will come live to you from the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. It will be a grand Sunday this. And the rivalry between India and Pakistan cannot be matched. And this was the final wicket. And there goes the catch to Ashdol. And that was the winning moment. The captain is delighted. He realizes the importance of getting another game on a stage like this.
The captain can take a lot of the credit. Just the way, despite that initial pressure on 2 sectors, not enough runs and then the early attack by the Bangladeshi batters, he absorbed it all. He just marshaled his troops so very well. The fielding positions were accurate, and the bowlers just bowled a wonderful line. They were aided by some turn and bounce of the wicket, but that is what you do as a good team. Take advantage of what is available to you, and they've shown a lot of character and grit, and they deserve this win.
Nick and Jose was brilliant on the field. Bangladesh bowled out for 160. Look at that Sindhu. Superb effort that from him. He's picked up 5 wickets, the first 5 wicket all for him. And the Mano Sutar picking up 2 wickets too. Abhishek and Yuvraj Singh chipping in with a wicket each. The Bangladeshi side was served well by their openers right through this competition, and this is how the partnerships turned out today. Once again, a good start, Shamim. After that, it all fell.
Yeah, top away. You do not want to be seeing that. The way they collapsed and the way they imploded will bring back severe memories. They've got to try and analyze what happened in this game. Have so much of percentage of time they were in control with shots early on, which they played all around the ground. Both the batters looking pretty confident with lovely shots down the ground. And then really making the bowlers work hard with shots that was about a 360 degrees was utilized in garnering the shots, and till the first wicket fell, and that's when the whole thing started going India's way.
The India A side realized quickly after the fall of the first wicket that they stand a good chance if they apply enough pressure and pick up wickets, and that's exactly what they did. Sheikh got out for 38, Tanzit got a half century, Zakir got out for 5, and Saif Hassan played some delectable cuts, and this was Zakir getting out leg before to Manav. Nicely cut away. That is one thing that he played really well, did Saif Hassan. Except for some brief spark here and there, the innings lacked momentum and not enough partnerships came up. Even if it was a case of 10-15 runs partnerships, Bangladesh would have been perhaps ahead of India in this game, but that was not to be. Wickets kept falling at regular intervals.
And what a catch that was. This guy was like grease lightning once again. Joseph was really incredible. Sometimes he might not get the player of the match, but sometimes you got to feel that he was the man with those incredible catches to turn things around for India.
Yeah, the captaincy was really good from Yash Zol, and he himself took a few catches in this innings, and good anticipation from Riyan Parag there at slip, and this was a back-to-back wicket for the left-arm spinner Sindhu, and then it was the last wicket this, and delight for the team management, and India A will be really pleased with how they have handled the pressure here. India A put into bat, were all out for 211. Dool getting 66. Rakibul and Shak Mahedi getting 2 wickets. And then Bangladesh were bowled out for 160. Super performance of Sindhu, 5 for 20, and Manav picking up 3. And it's time for a short break, and we'll come back for the presentation. Just a brief recap. This is what happened in the semi-final. India A bowled out for 211. Good innings from Dhul and ably supported by Abhishek Sharma, Sudarshan. Rakibul picking up 2 wickets, Shak Mehdi picking up 2 wickets, and Bangladesh in replay started off well, but they were bowled out for 160. Good half century from Tanzid, and Sindhu picked up his first 5 for Manu 3. And India win by a margin of 51 runs. And it's time to go down to the presentation with Raman Banut.
What an engrossing game of cricket, and what a semi-final we've had here. Welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, and a match that really went down in terms of interest to the wire between India A and Bangladesh A. In the end, India A emerging victorious by 51 runs. Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation party, it gives me great pleasure to welcome His Excellency Tariq Muhammad Ariful Islam, who is the Bangladesh High Commissioner to Sri Lanka. Great to have you here with us, sir. And he would be presenting the Player of the Match award. Ladies and gentlemen, for his magnificent 66 earlier in the day when he was batting for India A, and then of course the captaincy that he displayed, our Player of the Match is none other than Yash Dole. Yash, could you please step forward and collect that Player of the Match trophy from His Excellency Tariq Muhammad Ariful Islam. Many congratulations. And we'll have a word with you later, of course. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, we'd like to have a quick chat with Saif Hassan, please, the captain of the Bangladesh side. Can we have you step forward, please, Saif, for a quick chat with us? Well, commiserations on the loss today, but your team played some exciting cricket today.
Yeah, I think we were on the game. I think just a bit of collapse in the middle order.
Just talk us through the game plan. You came in with a plan, you won the toss, you put this India A side into bat first, gave them something new to do in this tournament because they'd been chasing all the way through. You asked them to bat first and set a target.
Yeah, I think everything was going according to the plan. We set them to a good total. I think it was a good total for us. We had a great start also. I think after first wicket, maybe we collapsed a bit.
70 on the board, chasing 212, which wasn't too much to get. What was the thought like back in the dressing room?
To remain positive, I think, but we should have value our wicket. Some rash shots we played. I think we could minimize the mistake.
You had the asking rate of just around 4.2 and thereabouts if you were to look at the match right from the beginning. And 15 more overs to go after this, bowled out in the 35th. What was the talk like in the camp towards the end?
I think we played some rash shots. That was I'm talking about. I think if we would have taken some time, it would have been better. But we lost the game there.
Well, unfortunate on the loss, but your team's put in some good efforts. A lot of the side comprises of youngsters from that under-19 World Cup winning campaign back in 2020. So your thoughts on the squad and their performance in this tournament?
Yeah, obviously Tamim has been brilliant. He had good starts. Could have made bigger. Then Saqib also bowled really well. Then Mehdi also bowled really well. I think there were some positives, some individuals. They played very good. Inshallah, they will learn from this.
Well, hard luck today, but well played overall in the tournament. Commiserations on the loss.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the captain of the losing side of Bangladesh A, Saif Hassan. We'll now like to have a quick chat with the India A captain, Yash Dole, please. Yash, can you step forward? First and foremost, many congratulations on a win. It seemed as if your side was in a spot of bother. Talk about what the mood was like in the camp when you got 211 while batting first.
It's a difficult wicket to bat on because stopping ball and bouncing, tough to situation that time, and maybe 211 is good score to defend.
ये मूड बन रहा था कैंप के अंदर कि डिफेंड कर लेंगे 211 को 212 का जो टारगेट दिया.
मूड तो सर था, लेकिन हम प्लान करके आए थे कि क्योंकि सारा एफर्ट अभी डालना था, क्योंकि बाद में सोचने का कोई जरूरत नहीं थी हमें. जो था वो शुरू में हमारा स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं हुआ, लेकिन इतना कॉन्फिडेंट थे हम कि हमारे पे जो स्पिनर्स है वो अच्छा ग्रैब करेंगे.
जस्ट अ क्विक थॉट, जब आप बल्लेबाजी कर रहे थे, एक बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल पारी खेली, लेकिन दूसरे छोर से जब थोड़े अनुभवी बल्लेबाज आउट हो रहे तो मन ही मन क्या सोच चल रही थी?
जी सर, मेरे लिए भी अनएक्सपेक्टेड था, क्योंकि मैंने यही बात करी थी कि हम लंबा ले जाएंगे जितना डीप ले जाते हैं, लेकिन उस टाइम सिचुएशन में कुछ हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट हो गया मेरे।
पर रन स्कोरबोर्ड पे डाले उसके बाद आज जिस तरह से कप्तानी करी आपने, जो गेंदबाजी, द काइंड ऑफ कैप्टनसी दैट यू डिड, द बॉलिंग चेंजेस दैट यू रंग इन, मस्ट बी हैप्पी विद दैट।
नहीं, अच्छा है सर, अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन है, अच्छा टीम मैनेजमेंट के साथ बात करके हमने अच्छा करा है सर, अच्छा बॉलिंग अटैक है हमारा।
निशांत सिंधु की थोड़ी सी और बात कर लेते हैं, बिकॉज ही बोल्ड अ फैंटास्टिक स्पेल, पिक्ड अप 5 विकेट्स टुडे फॉर यू।
या निशांत सिंधु एक तुरुप का इक्का है हमारी टीम के लिए, जब भी आता है विकेट या कुछ ना कुछ तो करता है हमारे लिए।
He's got a 5-wicket haul today. Manav Sutar chipping in with 3 wickets as well.
Yeah, everyone, Manav Sutar, Abhishek Sharma, everyone bowls very well.
So great effort by the team. You've notched up a win from a seemingly difficult position. Now you head into the final, and it's going to be an India versus Pakistan clash again. The 8 teams go head to head one more time.
Yeah, अच्छा मैच होगा सर, क्योंकि हेड टू हेड है, अगेन है, एक अच्छा क्लैश होगा।
Well, congratulations on the win today, and happy with your batting form, the way you've been batting all through the tournament.
Sir, not happy match by match. We can plan.
Oh, for your own self, your own batting form.
जब जीतेंगे सर उसके बाद ही satisfy हो गए।
Chaliye, congratulations on the win, and well done as a captain as well.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Yash Dole, player of the match as well as the winning captain of this semi-final, and that's all that we have for you from the presentation area.
Thank you, Raman. The greatest rivalry once again coming up on the Sunday. That will come to you live from 1:50 p.m. That will be played at the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. After 10 years, these two sides face off each other in the final of the Asia Cup, and we can look forward to a very exciting final in this edition of the Asia Cup. So please do join us, and until then, take care and good night.